to have very long arms and sharply honed senses of cruelty. But yourself? Numea asked, waving her other hand at the rubies. What if he sends something deadly with his payment? I can protect myself, the Lady of Haella Thorn Towers said softly, acquiring a smile that was not at all dissimilar from that worn by the Red Wizard. Like Vangerdahast, I too have some important tasks I wish to accomplish before I die. 11. A wizard in every sanctum.
And so at last I was forced to put the world behind me and go and hide. I made myself a hole to hide in, pulled the hole in behind me, and there I was, nowhere. The character Great Gallant, the Arch-Wizard, in scene the first of the play Endings in Innerlith, by Skemart the Clever Thalia, first performed in the Year of Thunder.
There was a moment of blue, endlessly falling mists, then solid stone under their boots, bright morning sunlight, and a smell of burnt sausage and scorched toast. Kaladnai blinked. I've been here before, just once when Vangi was testing me, but then he cloaked it from me somehow. I've never been able to reach it again. Mirmeen Lal was shooting wary glances in all directions, her sword half drawn. She gave Elminster an enthusiastically venomous look, so he smiled and blew her a kiss, which turned her glare stony. They were standing in a flagstone-floored cellar, the cross-vaultings of its low-arched ceiling perhaps a handspan overhead. Ahead, beyond two littered tables and a hoop-backed chair bedraped with some rather dirty towels, was what looked like a kitchen. A scarred marble counter heaped high with dirty dishes and pans flanking two sinks. Above the counter was a window, deep set in a ferny bank and looking out through a few trailing vines over a pleasant deep forest glade. Standing at the counter with a bowl of almond butter in one hand, a fat loaf of bread under one arm, and his other hand wielding a knife that was scooping and slapping between bowl and the sliced-off exposed end of the loaf, was an all-too-familiar man. He was stooped and fat, and wore dirty black robes and sandals. His wild gray-white beard flowed down over his chest and reached in every other direction, too. The mouth, hidden somewhere in the midst of it, was hard at work creating the reason he hadn't heard the ringing sound of Mirmeen half-drawing her blade, or Kaladnai's softly wondering words. Vangerdahast, the wizard, was singing a bawdy song about a lass from Arabel. Mirmeen's lips tightened, who'd fallen under his spell. Kaladnai frowned, and was now begging for more, despite certain wizards growing sore. Vangi's singing voice was atrocious, a flat, rough wreck of a tone cloaked in the exaggeratedly fruity stylings he'd no doubt heard the haughtiest bards offer at court, though they'd probably kept to one key, something the former Mage Royal was in no danger of doing, and he kept breaking off his song to choke, cough, and spit enthusiastically into the sink. His knife was layering a finger-thick and still-growing deposit of almond butter onto the end of the bread loaf. Its swirl of oily brown was already bedecked with sprinklings of parsley, chopped garlic, and dill, and Elminster grinned slyly as he looked sidelong at Kaladnai's horrified face and watched it tighten in revolted anticipation of what her former mentor would most probably do next, which was, yes, to start to gnaw on the spread end of the loaf without bothering to slice it off or find a plate, though where a clean one might be lurking in all the clutter was itself a puzzling challenge, or for that matter make any sort of knotted offerings to the gods. What Vangerdahast did instead was launch into a second and filthier verse through a mouthful of almond butter and bread while rocking on his heels and rhythmically conducting his imaginary wanton lass as he sang. In this manner, he turned away from the window just enough to catch sight of 3 visitors he'd certainly never expected to see standing in his empty pantry, instead of the strong chests of provisions whose arrival he was expecting. He blinked, rocked back to face the window while singing the next line, then turned again to frown at the pantry, perhaps in hopes the 3 were some sort of momentary mind dream or the result of recently emptying the bottle he now plucked up from the sink to glare at it. The 3 figures did not go away. Even after he spat the gooey remnants of almond-buttered bread at them in sudden fear and mortification, following these offerings with a roared, "How by all the Sevenfeld-drinking sisters did you get here?" "Magic," Elminster replied brightly with the broadest of impish grins. Vangertehast's eyes blazed. He flung bread in one direction and knife in the other, letting the empty wine bottle crash back down into the sink. In the next motion, he raised trembling arms and took a step toward the old mage as if he were going to try to strangle Elminster. At last he let his arms fall, looked from the tip of Mirmeen Law's now-drawn sword, which came equipped with the face of the High Lady of Arabel glowering at him over it, to the frozen and disapproving face of Caledni, the lass he'd picked to succeed him as Mage Royal, and shrank visibly, letting out his breath in a sigh. Vangertehast shook his head as if to clear it, crossed his arms across his chest to glare at the 3 of them, as if they were common thieves he'd caught publicly in a personally embarrassing act, and growled, "This should not be possible. You arrived right atop my most powerful teleport trap and somehow bowled through it. You 3 should right now be standing bewildered in 3 separate and very distant spots on Toril, far enough away to win me some time to myself. I had every reason to hope." Elminster smiled again. "Remember, old friend, 'tis by Mystra's will such things work, and I myself continue to live and, work by the same pleasure and divine power." Vangertehast shook his head in clear displeasure and turned away. "You shouldn't have come here. You shouldn't be here now. I've retired from all the fawning and smiling and doing what's expected. My time is now my own." "Very well spent, I see," Mirmeen said tartly. The former royal magician rounded on her. "You, miss, would do better to hold and keep Arabel for the crown for a change. If you weren't so determined to out-swagger and out-sword-swash every man in the realm like a pale echo of proud little Allisair, perhaps you'd have settled down to being a very useful governor instead of governing one man at a time in your bedchamber. My Lord Vangertehast," Caledni snapped. "No one should speak so to any officer of the realm, nor to any lady. You disgust me. Your words lead me to wonder what were you really thinking about me when you praised me and named me your successor. Oh, here's some brown-skinned trollop who'll bed more noblemen than I could bring myself to do." "You be still, little miss," Vangertehast roared, eyes catching fire. "I've had about enough." "So have I," Elminster announced pleasantly. "Ye used to be far more deft and sly in picking fights and making folk lose their tempers and forget their intentions, Vangy. Ye're losing it, ye are. Wherefore I'm going to be just as unpleasant to ye as ye've been to thy fellow folk of Cormyr for, some 6 decades now, hey?" He took a step forward, not appearing to cast any spell or awaken any ring, rod, wand, or gewgaw. But Vangertehast floated up off the floor and hung rigid, limbs unmoving. "Now speak. Unfold what ye're really up to here. Mystra wanted me to be a trifle more subtle about this, I'm sure, but I find myself not in the mood to be nearly so gentle with ye. Ye tried to enrage these 2 ladies so as to put their minds aside from prying some answers out of ye. Why?" I don't want to talk about what I'm at work on to either of these 2 ladies," Vangertehast replied gruffly, "whom I'm both sorry to have offended. No, I cannot. Caledni and Mirmeen forgive me, but your presence here ruins and reveals everything. I can't be honest with you. I daren't." "Nay, Vangerderhast," Elminster said calmly, "ye dare not fail to tell all and truly to these two, the Mage Royal of the realm, remember, and an officer of the crown to bear witness." "You are no longer my teacher, El," Vangerderhast said coldly. "I need no more of your lessons on obedience or moral authority. I would judge, as many in Faerun do, that your own actions disqualify you from criticizing anyone else in this world on such matters." "Vangi," Elminster replied gently, "I'm not asking ye, I'm telling ye." He took another step forward and added, "We both fell into the might makes right, and I know this is right anyway, so just hold still whilst I do it to ye, trap long, long ago. And I dare say we've both found it easiest to remain there. I'm still there now. Ye will answer me." "I will not," Vangerderhast snarled. I am disgusted with how cruel and tyrannical I can be," Elminster asked, his voice almost a whisper. "So am I, old friend, so am I. Yet I long ago cast my lot with Mystra, and do what she needs me to do. Yet I've not yet reached the point of being so disgusted that I refuse to do it and defy her." The old mage was aware of the two women backing instinctively away from him, awe warring with apprehension on their faces. "And like ye," he went on, his eyes never leaving those of his one-time pupil, "I feel the talons of time clawing at me at last. Like ye, I know not how much time I have left, but I know enough to feel 'tis not much any longer. So, like ye, this drives me to do all I want to do as swiftly as I can, and be damned to all these younger fools who stand in my way. I know just how ye feel, Vangi. Believe me." He lifted one open hand, as if offering something invisible to the empty air. "So now I'm going to ruthlessly compel ye, quite rudely, but 'tis necessary, and this way 'twill at least be swift." Vangerderhast glared at him, shuddering and going red-faced as he fought the invisible bonds of Elminster's magic. At last he barked out brief wordless frustration and gave up, to slump and hang limply in midair. "Ask your questions," he said bitterly. "I'm sorry, Vangerderhast," the old mage told him. "First, then, precisely what creatures are you planning to bind with these secret spells you're crafting?" "What secret spell—" "Truth, Vangi. Truth, if ye can still remember what that is after so many years at court," Elminster ordered, his voice calm but implacable. Vangerderhast glared at him, then snapped, "Dragons! Neutral or benevolent dragon kind." Both Caledni and Mirmeen drew in breath so sharply that they almost gasped, but said nothing, their eyes burning at Vangerderhast. So it was true. Elminster spared them not a glance. Willingly or unwillingly bound. The former royal magician seemed to shrink, dwindling in the air. "Willingly, if possible," he murmured. "To awaken at what triggers?" "When called." Elminster acquired a sour look. "Vangi," he murmured, "are we going to have to do this by dragging every last word out of ye like so many hooked sea beasts being hauled ashore? No one in this room thinks ye are anything less than Cormyr's savior and staunch defender, the backbone of the realm. We admire thy intended legacy. So why not discuss it freely? None of us three wants to see Cormyr overrun by red wizards and Gentarum, among many others, hunting for ye or for thy spells, so we're hardly likely to pass on what we hear to anyone else. I'll even mind-shield these two ladies if they desire it, so anyone who tries to read their thoughts or memories will get blasted by magic that should leave that anyone drooling witless for a day or so. So why not just speak freely, hey?" Vangerhast closed his eyes, sighed, and said, "Very well. I intend that the guardian worms will be awakened by any being who utters the right words of summoning. For the words to work, the speaker will have to find and stand in the active area of the right portal. There should be at least 2 right portals per dragon, while holding an item of the correct substance. And that substance is? I know not yet. Most probably a particular sort of gemstone. I haven't yet decided on that part of it. I'm leaning toward establishing 2 allowable substances in all cases, either one of which will work. Of course, 'tis best if such substances will last down the years. Of course. Under what orders will these bound guardians operate when awakened?" The formal royal magician cast a quick glance at Caledni, and just as quickly averted his eyes from her furious stare. "To defend and preserve the realm," he replied, almost sighing the words. "Its government and those of its folk who stand loyal. To strike at foes of the realm the guardian identifies or that are pointed out to it by its summoner and other beings it comes to trust." "It comes to trust?" "In the end, all things come down to trust," Vangi muttered quietly, looking at the floor. "They always do." One of the 2 women drew in her breath sharply again, swallowing a tremulous sob that sounded the width of the sharp sword blade away from bursting forth as furious words. Elminster smiled a mirthless smile, glanced at the 2 ladies, Myrmeen standing watchfully, sword out, ready to menace either of the 2 wizards, and Caledni seething, her face white and her hands clenched around a chair back so tightly that it almost seemed her grip would crush the wood, and asked, "Whom would the guardians obey? Whom would they ally or cooperate with?" "Their summoner would be their commander," Vangerhast replied. "But they'd be freed of obedience to that being, instantly and forever, if ordered to harm any member of the Obarskir ruling family, any castle or fortification of Cormyr, and other conditions not yet specified." "Left free for you to amend at any time?" Caledni snapped. The floating wizard kept silent for a moment, but before Elminster could order him to answer, he said heavily, "No, I'd not yet decided on how long and precise a list of commands and qualifications to those orders to place upon the guardians." "And if an Obarskir threatens the realm?" the Mage Royal asked sharply. "What then?" Vangerhast turned his head to look at Caledni. "I've been wrestling with that very concern for some months now, on and off, but still see no clear, correct conclusion." Caledni seemed about to say more, if her trembling was any indication, something intemperate, but instead waved a furiously dismissive hand and turned her face away. "While in stasis," Elminster continued as quietly and calmly as if Caledni had never spoken, "these bound guardians will be kept where? In an extra-dimensional space anchored to at least 7 portals around Cormyr, only 2 of which will be made known to anyone but me," Vangerhast replied promptly. "Who will know the location of their abiding? No one, if I can keep it so." Elminster nodded, took a step back, and let his former pupil descend a little. "How are the worms protected when in stasis?" What might have been a smile touched Vangerhast's lips for a moment. "Not at all, given how far my spells have progressed thus far. Protections are something I must craft, however, if this scheme is to work at all." Elminster nodded again. "Once loosed to serve, do the guardians return to their bindings?" "No," Vangi replied reluctantly. "They'd be free, though someone who knew just which spells to cast could bind them again. The process will be lengthy and require the immediate presence of the guardian to be bound, so the dragon would have to be either subdued in some way or willing to re-enter stasis."
"Mistra!
Murderous mothering Mistra! Kaladnai shouted, boiling over at last.
Mage, I am appalled, revolted, disgusted at this treasonous betrayal of the kingdom we both love. How could you? After serving and stitching together this realm through years of strife and dire doom, you set forth to shatter it out of pure pride? O'erweening folly?
Oh-ho, Elminster murmured. Nice phrase. The Mage Royal stalked past him to plant herself right under Vangertehast's lined and unhappy face and shake a furious fist up at it. I'm aghast that a royal magician of the realm, for you're still that, whether you wear the title or not, could play such a dangerous fool by contemplating forging this blade to strike at the very heart of Cormyr, and to plot this without telling anyone, using me as your dupe. Lass, the floating wizard told her sadly, the very strength of this blade is its secrecy, and always has been. He lifted his head, his voice growing stronger, and added, You are the realm's hope and the realm's future, and I believe I chose rightly. Yet you're but young at this, and what is needful for Cormyr I know best, better than any man, maid, or beast living, like it or not. Kaladnai's mouth dropped open in astonishment, her jaw working in rage as she struggled through blazing fury to find the right words to hurl at him. And Vangertehast gave her a wintry smile and said, I'll admit this much, Kayla. I've often hated what I've had to do in service to the kingdom, and what those doings have in turn done to me down the years. The Mage Royal stood with fists clenched at her sides, spitting and almost weeping in rage.
You. How?
A long finger stroked gently down her cheek, and she spun around in surprise, eyes blazing and hands racing to shape a spell, only to freeze in mid-gesture as she found herself looking into the face of Elminster of Shadowdale, who was wearing a kindly expression. Easy, lass, he murmured. Easy now. You're right to be royally angered at being kept uninformed, but imagine now that the future of Cormyr depends on thy wits and judgment being icily cool and calm in the moments ahead. For, behold, it does. Stop raging and show the same iron control that Alisair can manage for almost 2 breaths in a row when she has to. And hear me. Kaladnai was panting hard, eyes blazing at him, but she flung up her hands in an all-right flourish. Behind her, Mirmeen, who'd acquired a grim smile at El's mention of Alisair's self-control, gave the old mage a nod and grounded her sword. Elminster took hold of Kaladnai's shoulders, facing her squarely, and said, There is some merit in the words Vangi's just spoken to ye, Mage Royal, no matter how much ye may personally dislike hearing so.
Well, you'd think so,
Kaladnai spat.
You've done just what he has, for centuries, high-handed, secretive, manipulative, deceitful, in every wise precisely the same way as this sly old dog here.
Elminster smiled and clapped her shoulders cheerfully. Of course I have. Ye strike right to the truth, exactly. If ye survive to serve Mistra for as long as I've done, ye'll probably behave in much the same way, too.
This is not,
the Mage Royal hissed through clenched teeth,
any sort of laughing matter. And don't throw me glib words about mistress service driving you past sanity either. If you can hurl right and merit and little judgments all over the place, you must admit to retaining the capacity to judge.
Elminster smiled and embraced her, holding on like an imperviously smiling wraith through the storm of kicks and thrown elbows and raking fingernails and upthrust knees that followed. Through it all he crooned, like a favorite uncle to a small girl, There, let thy rage flow, let it out, there's a good lass. But ye can be so much more than that. Ye can be a good Mage Royal, too. For a good Mage Royal now fully informed of Vangerhast's secret scheme and thus warned, shouldn't waste more time tarrying here to rant and shout when the daily crises of the kingdom face her uncaring back. He let go of her and stepped back, a trifle hastily. Kaladnai glared at him, bosom heaving, then set her jaw and said stonily, "Yes, you are right, old mage. So long as you make sure I'm not blocked or barred from reaching this place by spells, I should now take my leave to consider and find calm and look ahead." She turned and shot a meaningful look at Mirmeen Lal. Only Elminster had seen the grin that played along the mouth of the Lady Lord of Arabel moments before. There was no trace of it now as Mirmeen nodded as if in reply to an order, stepped forward to give both Elminster and Vangerhast level looks, and announced firmly, "I shall be staying, for the good of the realm, to keep watch over Vangerhast here. Elminster, please set him down on his feet again, and I must insist that you do one more thing for me. Lay spell protections on me to keep me from being magically mind-meddled with by semi-retired mages royal." Elminster smiled. "Of course." In the background, Vangerhast's sputtered protests were firmly ignored. The old mage spread his hands and took a long step toward Mirmeen, and an opaque shield faded into existence out of nowhere to enclose them both. Vangerhast slammed to the ground as if he'd been dropped off the end of a cart. Wincing and limping, he approached the shield, only to come to a dead halt as Kaladnai strode around its curve to stand in his path, two wands raised in her hands and a cold, hard look in her eyes. "Go ahead," she murmured grimly. "Take that next step, and we'll both regret the battle that follows. If I must die to defend Cormyr from the man who made her great, I'll do so. If you wanted a spineless lap slave, Vangerhast, you shouldn't have chosen me." "I wanted nothing of the kind, and still do not," the former royal magician growled. But what's he up to in there?" "Enspelling Mirmeen and her weapons, if he's thinking anything like I am," Kaladnai replied tartly. "You'll have to do a lot to win back our trust, old man." Lass, Elminster chided from behind her. "I'm going to have to take ye away forthwith before ye can find anything else cold and hurtful to say to the man who did ye such honor by choosing ye." Kaladnai whirled around, but a grinning Elminster laid a hand on her arm before she could say a word, and just like that, there was suddenly one less mage royal of Cormyr, and one less chosen of Mystra in the littered kitchen. Across suddenly empty space, Vangerhast and Mirmeen stood gazing at each other. Coldly, he looked her up and down, from her drawn sword to her patched and battered leathers, and a slow sneer crawled across his face. Mirmeen surveyed him from head to toe with raised eyebrows, shook her head, gave Vangerhast a derisive grin, and strode right past him. "Don't touch anything," the wizard snarled, whirling around to see where she went and what she did, which was 3 paces away, to stand with hands on hips and slowly turn to witheringly survey the state of his kitchen. Swiveling slowly around to face him, the Lady Lord of Arabel wrinkled her nose. "Is this what you've been eating? No wonder your wits are so addled." 12. Dragon Fire. Come storms, great waves, earth-cleaving, god-smiting lightnings, and dragon fire, Faerun shall abide. Us smaller creatures on it? I am not so sure. The character Blind Nars in Scene the Second of the play 4 Bloody Swords by Corsor Hamader of Waterdeep, first performed in the year of the Night Maidens. The torches were guttering out now, one by one, leaving the great soaring hall of Haelathorn Towers noticeably darker. 2 long-frozen figures in leather moved in sudden unison, both drawing back cautiously from the balcony rail, and lifting their heads to regard each other. Narnra Shalas did not give her pursuer her usual angry glare. Like Rolligan, she knew unfolding treason and disaster when she heard it. This was the sort of soft, menacing talk she was sure went on inside the spires of the wealthy and nobility of Waterdeep all the time, though she'd never been foolish enough to try to enter and lurk in such places, with their alarm magics, wardings, and enthusiastic guards. No wonder nobles didn't want anyone close enough to hear what they were saying. Caether, the moneylender, would have had to double deal for years to reach the point of openly plotting ambitions like these. She stared almost thoughtfully across the ring of emptiness at Rolligan, knowing that she'd just gained one more reason to elude the Harper without being seen by others in this house. A very good reason, keeping herself alive at least a few nights longer. It was a bright and breezy morning in Candlekeep. The sea breeze blowing ashore could better have been called a strong wind. In front of the Lady Numea Cardelith, as she walked the last stretch of the Way of the Lion, the banners of a minor noble of Tethir flapped and streamed in a constant fury. The rear guard of that personage, 6 riders in gleaming armor who rode with great spiked long axes gripped in their gauntlets, were eyeing Numea narrowly, at least 2 of them always crossing to opposite sides of the noble party so as to keep full watch on her. And no wonder. Through the wonders of magic, Numea may have looked like a lone, bespectacled male merchant from Lanton, afoot and bearing only a leather carry-sack slung over one shoulder. But she'd arrived out of nowhere, just suddenly there, in mid-step. And Tetherian house guards who hadn't seen teleport spells in use before had certainly heard of them, and knew well enough to be wary in the presence of what must be an accomplished wizard or sorcerer, or something worse. Wherefore they turned to present Numea with a leveled row of glittering spike points when the party reached Candlekeep proper and stopped to parley with the monks of the gate. Numea came to a halt, nodded to them politely, and waited calmly enough. When it was her turn at the tall gate, spell-shrouded vertical bars as thick as her forearm, bearing the Castle in Flames device of Candlekeep and a guard of 5 purple-robed priests, she gave the expressionless monk who approached her a book from her sack and waited while he carefully stripped away its wrappings. "The Life of the Sembian Woodworm," he read aloud, his voice devoid of judgment. With gentle fingers he opened the tome, glanced at a few pages, stopped to peer at what were unmistakably the glyphs of spells, minor wardings effective also against paper worms, he noted with an audible sigh of excitement, then looked up and said, "A notable, valuable gift. You are most welcome within our walls, seeker of wisdom. What's your name, your land, and your intent within?" "I am Roablar of Lantan, come from trading up and down the Sword Coast and most recently Sembia to examine certain texts. I am most interested in Thelgul's Do Metals Live and Bracetar's Notes on Preservation of Foodstuffs and Oils." The monk smiled for the first time. It transformed his face, leaving Numea with the impression that it was not an expression he assumed often. "Be welcome here, Roablar, so long as you treat books with the reverence they deserve, eschewing fire, damp, the torn page, and the removal of lore from the eyes of others. Cross the yard ahead of you to the green-hued door and give your name to the keeper of the Emerald Door. You'll be provided with food, a bath, quarters in which to sleep, and a moot with the monk who will escort you on your first visit to the rooms of the tomes." "I thank you, sir," Roablar replied, bowing slightly and favoring all the monks with a beaming smile. He was waved in through the gap in the partially opened gates and set off across the courtyard, shifting his sack on his shoulder, as all travelers do. "Well, Amanther?" the monk who dealt with him asked, glancing at the next supplicants, a large party of horsemen still some way off down the Way of the Lion. The oldest, tallest monk of the 5 smiled faintly. "A mage, human female, not old, wearing a very good spell-spun disguise. I dare say the books she mentioned are already familiar to her. I doubt she needs to peruse them again. Slyly learning spells is of course the aim of most who enter covertly, but she feels different to me somehow. She'll bear close watching." The other monks nodded.
"Therabo already answers your signal,"
one of them said, pointing at a monk strolling across the courtyard to casually follow Roablar of Lantan up to the emerald door.
"Good,"
another grinned, rubbing his hands.
"A new mystery to dissect at the table this night. One can never have enough delving and prying. It keeps the soul young."
"A tongue more deft, Larth," Amanther admonished.
"Say, rather, inquiry into all things keeps a mind bright."
"That, too," Larth agreed with a chuckle, which was echoed by the other monks. "Well, then, clever dissembler," Amanther said, waving at the approaching cloud of dust and sun-flashing armor, "deal you with these next seekers."
"With as much pleasure as humility," Larth replied cheerfully. "I'll wager they'll proffer a family history or perhaps a text on the genealogy or heraldry of their immediate region."
"Nay," said another monk, squinting at the banners,
"I expect another copy of Navral's History of the Parsnip,
with some obscure local collection of plays or minstrel sayings to serve as their entrance gift when we reject old Navral one more time." The chorus of chuckles was hearty but brief, for it was not proper for monks of Candlekeep to be anything less than politely grave when first greeting supplicants. Across the court of air, the monk Therabo gazed at the shoulders of the Lantana talking to the doorkeeper and had to suppress an urge to stop, cross his arms, and rub his chin in eager anticipation. This was going to be one of the interesting deceivers. He could feel it. Lady Joysill Ambrewer stood sipping wine and watching servants reluctantly depart. Before ringing for them, she downed an entire bottle of potent vintage without any apparent effects at all, and began a second by the rather daintier means of filling and refilling her tall glass. Though she still stood by her high-backed seat behind the table, a new piece of furniture had made its appearance, in accordance with her orders, in the hall nearby. A broad, simple bed covered with luxurious linens, cozy blankets, and pillows. Though it lacked a high headboard carved with her coat of arms, it was a bed for her. Silence deepened in Hay-Ellithorn Towers around Lady Joysill as she sipped, regarding the rubies on the table, which lay undisturbed in their own little oval of light dust in the only part of the table that, again at her orders, had not been cleared and dusted. The Lady of Hay-Ellithorn Towers was wearing a slight smile. She'd also ordered all the servants to take a day off from their duties, and the night to follow, in the luxurious guest apartments in the farthest towers of her mansion, Fireworm Tower. They were not to disturb her or return until the next dawn for any reason. Their obedience had been doubtful, wherefore after their going, the Lady Ambrewer had taken a scepter from the hollow leg of a particular piece of furniture and magically sealed the door that walled off the lone passage linking Fireworm Tower to Great Tower. At the heart of Great Tower was the wall in which she stood, and as the torches failed, it was rapidly growing dark despite the brightening day outside, appropriate for a weary noble lady taking to her bed alone, and Lady Ambrewer did that now. She took her glass and bottle with her, still showing no signs of being tipsy, and retained all her garments, from her jeweled slippers and glittering tiara to her rows of sparkling dangle-drop earrings. In the deepening gloom, she kept her eyes on the table and sat on the edge of her bed in calm silence, waiting. Quite soon and suddenly, ruby fire flashed from the gems, and 4 black-clad men appeared on the table above those stones, crouching with weapons ready as it groaned ominously under their weight. Joysill daintily climbed up to stand in the center of her bed, spilling not a drop of wine, and as she did so, soft white and green radiance blossomed in the air around her, illuminating her bed, the table, and all points between. "Greetings, unknown guests," she said calmly. "I didn't think your master would wait until nightfall. Red wizards are so impatient. The four hooded men in battle leather stiffened, beholding the calm noblewoman. She was tall, large-boned, and lush of figure in her magnificent gown, and a spectacular flood of slightly wavy honey-hued hair descended her back, to that point where a back begins to swell out and become a behind. The nether tips of her tresses deepened to a coppery flame hue. The calm eyes surveying her visitors were steel gray, the slightest of age wrinkles lurking at their corners. She held her goblet-sized tall glass in one hand, and a wand had now somehow appeared in the other. The four snarled silently and hurled the daggers they held. The flashing steel spinning through the air bore vivid crazings of purple that cried poison to any astute observer. They did not have to throw far, and their target showed no signs of movement, but the whirling knives vanished a handspan from the Lady Ambreur. A bare breath later, two of the men in black grunted, gasped, and pitched forward from the table to crash down through a chair to the floor and lie unmoving. Their own daggers stood out of their backs. Another knife spun past the ear of the man who hurled it and back toward the noblewoman again, only to vanish as before, snatched by the loop teleport she'd cast, and reappear behind its hurler again, sinking and spinning more slowly. No one watched its next journey. The remaining pair of slayers burst forward from the table, racing to the attack. The Lady Ambreur's only reaction was to take another sip of wine. One of her attackers plucked blades from all over his clothing as he came, snatching and hurling a storm of steel. Daggers bit at empty air, spinning over the bed to clatter and slide on the floor of the great hall, where the Lady Ambreur all of a sudden wasn't there. She appeared by the table, glass still raised to her lips, and coolly triggered her wand. Its silvery beam lashed out to become a crimson blast of exploding head and brains where it touched the slayer who hadn't yet lightened his load of weaponry. Headless and staggering, that black-garbed corpse wobbled forward to a loose-limbed collapse onto the floor. The surviving slayer whirled with a snarl and sprang aside as the wand fired again, leaping and rolling free of harm. Swift and agile, he launched himself into an attack that dodged this way and that, avoiding another wand blast. Like the wind, he raced forward to bring himself within reach of the noblewoman, who blinked away once more. The black-hooded slayer did not freeze, but kept running and dodging as he looked for her, and that saved him from the next bite of her wand, which blew apart a large worm-tongue leaf plant with its urn as he darted aside. The wand spat again, striking aside a dagger he'd hurled in a flash of sparks. Tasmarand, the slayer, put his entire shoulder and balance into another swift throw right behind that first fang. His reward was a burst of silver sparks. Lady Ambreur gave him a nod and a smile, and she let the ruined wand tumble from her hand. She saluted him with her nearly empty tall glass and blinked into nothingness again. She reappeared on a landing of the ornate stair that swept up from beside the high table, linking the vast floor of the hall with, he glanced up, a promenade balcony that encircled the entire chamber high above where he stood. "Shall we dance?" she asked archly, for all Faerun as if she was the hunter and not the hunted. With a snarl, Tasmarand leaped for the steps, still dodging and darting in case she snatched out another wand and sprayed the stair. Lady Ambreur worked a spell instead, performing the gestures with flourishes like a cat at play. It bathed her slayer in purple flame when he was still 4 running strides from putting his blade through her. Tasmarand roared in fear and frantic effort, but no pain came and nothing seemed to happen except she vanished again, leaving him rushing onto an empty landing. He slashed furiously at the empty air anyway, cleaving nothing with raging speed. "I'm up here," she called pleasantly, as if guiding a guest who was a long-established friend, and the slayer looked up again to see the noblewoman smiling down at him over the balcony rail. He set his teeth and sprinted up the second flight of steps, because it was all he could do, really. Tasmarand gasped for air as he sped upward, wondering fearfully what that purple glow magic had been and when he'd feel its effects. The Lady of Haelithorn Towers watched his approach calmly, relaxing so far as to cross her arms on the balcony rail and lean forward to watch, like a Marsembin lass appraising the sweaty brawn of stripped-to-the-waist dock-loaders at work. To Joycill's eyes, her last spells had worked just fine. Right now, it was telling her that her visitor bore precisely 3 enchantments upon his person. 2 on daggers, 1 at belt, 1 in right boot, and a 3rd within a metal vial inside his left boot. Almost certainly a potion of healing. Fair enough. Unhurriedly, Joycill Ambrer twisted one of the rings she wore and let its power sing out to enshroud her in a protective shield that could be heard, as the faint, high-pitched singing continued, more than it could be seen. She shifted around to sit at ease on and along the rail, bringing a shapely leg up and lounging back on one arm like an avid lass seeking to lure suitors, tossing her head to let her long hair tumble free. Tasmaran's eyes widened at such craziness, but he neither hesitated nor slowed. Breathlessly, he reached the stairhead and burst onto the balcony, running hard around its promenade. Daggers flashed as he snatched them from their sheaths, never slowing as he bore down on the smiling lady. He threw the first at just the right moment to spoil any spell she might be waiting to complete until his arrival, and she unconcernedly threw herself to one side, letting the dagger flash past, and pitching herself over the rail. It would be a killing fall to the floor of the great chamber, but no doubt she'd magically whisk herself elsewhere again, ere striking the smooth stone below. But no. The Lady Ambrer flung out her other hand to grasp the bottom of the rail as if frantically trying to catch herself from falling, but used that grip only to swing herself upright in the air, ere she let go and dropped, slowly, drifting down in a slow, gentle sinking that did not even lift the hem of her skirts. Tasmaran's mouth tightened. Was the woman such a fool as to trust in a feather-fall magic? Did she think he'd run out of blades yet? He flung a dagger at her throat, which, if she went on gently descending, would mean her mouth met it upon its arrival. It struck something unseen in the air before her flesh and clanged to one side, tumbling harmlessly away down to the floor below. With a growl, he plucked forth one of his enchanted daggers. The spell this one carried was designed for just one thing: to shatter wardings, shield spells, and similar barriers. An instant after it left his hand, another non-magical dagger followed it, so that when the first stripped away her defenses, the second would sink home in her breast. Done. He'd shortly be looking at the corpse of just one more noble who trusted overmuch in her expensive toys. Tasmaran's hand was already on the hilt of his last enspelled dagger, just in case. This woman was, after all, in her home, and seemed not fearful at all, though they'd been assured she was alone and no sort of mage nor sorcerer. She'd been lucky thus far, that was all. Yes, nimble and over-trusting in her little tricks, possibly wearing yet another ring that commanded some minor magic or other. Tasmaran started back toward the stair he descended, weaving from side to side of the deserted balcony and varying his pace out of sheer habit. If he could get down to the floor before she did and snatch down one of those tapestries, he could swing it beneath her and then jerk her from her feet and drag her helplessly to beneath his pounce. Just one dagger thrust would do such a one as this, if he could drive it home where he wanted. There was a sudden shuddering of the air, a building thunder that shook his run into an unsteady sidestep and sent the smoking torches flaring back into last flames of life. In their sudden bright tongues, a silver-blue scaled wall seemed to soar past his gaze, expanding up and out into... Tasmarand the Slayer gaped up at the most splendid sight of his life, and his last. Filling the great height of the hall above him was a slim, lithe dragon, if something the size of a Marsembin tall house could be said to be slim. Most of that bulk was 2 great bat-like wings, spread in a great V shape that raked sharply back to end in the curling tail they were rooted in, all down their lengths. Muscles akin to those of a great cat shifted under iridescent silver-blue scales as talons spread wide in the air. A long neck snaked down, and eyes of glowing turquoise gazed at Tasmarand the Slayer as if they could pierce his leathers and see him naked. Above those deep, riveting eyes, the dragon's head swept back in two great horns, and below them 2 cheek fins flared forth. Spiky, membranous beards beneath these fins quivered as the great jaws parted, and a great, glowing cloud of gas gushed forth, sweeping over Tasmarand with force enough to pluck him from his feet and hurl him back against the wall. He screamed, or thought he did, but the spicy, flickering gas was alive with darting, swirling bolts of lightning, so cold and yet so fiercely hot as they stabbed through and through him. The smell of his own cooked and blackening flesh like roast boar as darkness crowded in. His eyeballs sizzled, and he realized he could move nothing, had nothing left of his limbs to move anyway, as his failing vision showed him crisped fingers crumbling away. A blackened torso fell to the balcony, trailing thin plumes of smoke, and the cause of its owner's death towered over it. "Tell the gods," a great hissing voice informed the ears that were no longer there to hear anything, "that you were slain by Amaratha Sindusk, a foolish dragon, but one not nearly so foolish as the humans who thought to slay her." 13. Business meetings, baths, and subversions. Looking back over all the years, I can't decide just which memories are most important to me. The slayings, the midnight meetings of plotting treasons and rule over all the realms, the few fumbling moments of lovemaking, or the even fewer really hot, uninterrupted, contented baths. I can still recall the little floating dragon bath toy my aunt gifted me with one spring. Thamdarl, the Wizard Unseen. From Tyrant's Throne to the Arms of a Goddess, My Road to Mistra. Year of the Broken Blade. The carpet was as soft as tomb moss under her boots, the tomb moss of the City of the Dead, which was right where Narnra Shalas would end up, or at least in the Marsembin equivalent, one of the canals, for all she knew, if she didn't get clean away from here. By Mask and Timora of all the deadly foolish mistakes, literally leaping into this unknown mansion, full of nobles, plotting treason, and lady mages who spoke so casually of shattering spells laid covertly by others who'd just left. Or had they really left? Flaming fury of Mask, she had to get away from here, had to... Narnra went down that dark and unfamiliar passage like a racing wind, as steadily as she could at full run, trusting in its straight, uncluttered path to keep from crashing into anything. Statuettes and plants on marble pedestals occurred often on both sides, but the central rug stretched out clear and arrow straight out into the darkness, onto an ending. The wall ahead was adorned with a huge statue, pale white and gleaming, an elf female standing amid sculpted ferns like a queen. If, that is, queens went outside wearing nothing but their crowns and haughty expressions, with various naked male elves entwined around her legs and torso, long whip swords in their hands. Their faces, like hers, stared endlessly down the passage in eternal challenge. To either side of this great carved group of elven kind was a closed door. Narnra drew in a deep breath and, without hesitation, opened the one to her right as quietly as she could. It opened into darkness and steps leading down. Thank you, gods. As she crept down the unseen steps in a crouch, fingertips brushing one wall, Narnra shook her head. A red wizard conspiring against the crown of Cormyr with this Lady Ambrur. Oh, there must be folk in Suzail who'd pay well to learn about this. Why... Something caught hold of Narnra's throat and slammed her back against the wall. It was a hand, reaching brutal and unseen out of the darkness below her, and a second hand dug brutal fingers into her elbows and slammed them against the wall too, one after the other, leaving her arms all fiery numbness. She couldn't snatch at her daggers, couldn't... The hands were at her throat and the scruff of her neck now, dragging her leathers up in a grip that left her whistling and struggling for air. "You, my little hare with long teeth," the voice of Glaristeer Rolligan muttered in her ear, "are coming with me." Narnra's head swam, and she struggled weakly as deeper darkness crept in, but the fingers never loosened. The heavy jarring fall woke her. She was hooded in something that smelled of sweaty man and jolted on Rolligan's shoulders. The harper grunted under Narnra's weight, stifled a curse, then added in a curt whisper, "Sorry." Apologizing? To me? A bit late, you bastard. He broke into a run, hard and swift, bouncing and bruising her, but somehow keeping his balance. His boots were on cobbles now, with the sounds of Marsember all around. More echoes, the distant rumble of cart wheels, some chatter, and a growing din. Rolligan carried her into somewhere quieter that stank of dung, rotting fish, and other decaying things, turned a few corners, scraped her boots once against the stone, and set Narnra down on what felt and groaned like a rickety wooden cart. She sat still as he fastened something around her neck, then set her on her feet and kicked away the cart. Its wheels set up a protesting squeal that ended in a crash of wood against stone. Narnra heard the familiar sound of a rat scuttling through refuse. His hands were at a buckle, and she was unhooded and blinking in the sudden light of day, gasping as none too fresh air was hers once more for the taking. Rolligan shook out the hood, which proved to be a vest, his vest. Narnra drew in deep breaths, looking around. She was in a garbage-strewn Marsemban alley, hobbled and with her thumbs and fingers wired together behind her back, and the cord around her waist and thighs led up to, she turned, lifted her head to look, and discovered she wore a choke leash, the underside of a rusty iron outer staircase. The leash led there, too. It looked like the back stair of a warehouse that saw little use but presented an unfriendly, rotting fortress face to Faerun anyway. Rolligan, of course, stood not far away, but out of any possible reach, no matter how furiously she might try to strangle herself reaching him. "Important folks seem very interested in you," he said thoughtfully as their eyes met. "I wonder why." Narnra shrugged at him through her tangled hair. "I know not," she snapped, "but I do know that I'm not yours nor your mage royals to take and confine like some sort of pet or bauble, just as I was not Elminster's to give. I can scarce believe, she-thief, that you've not yet learned that if anyone can do a thing to you, they've the right to do it, if they stand for law, and you do not." Rolligan cast quick glances up and down the deserted refuse-heaped alley and added, "Brutal, yes, but outlanders like you who deal with the Lady Ambrur are buyers and sellers of information, and the whereabouts and doings of Vangerderhast is information that could make you very rich, and doom Cormyr at the same stroke. Had the Mage Royal not commanded your capture, I'd be slaying you now, not bandying words with you. I dislike slaying young lasses, but if I must choose between spilling the blood of just one of them and saving a bright realm full of them, my choice is clear." Narnra glared at him, straining against the wires until her fingers burned, and spat, "So you can sell the information yourself, no doubt, or we'd not be in this alley. I know Waterdeep, not Cormyr. I couldn't even find my way to a gate out of this city unless you let me search for a bit. Who am I going to sell anything to? And how am I supposed to know anything useful to sell to a realm full of folk I don't even know?" Rolligan's only reply was a wordless, crooked smile. "So what's going to happen to me now?" she snarled. "Why am I here?" "Business meeting," Rolligan said, looking up and down the alley again. "Important business." "With?" Narnra demanded, staring out at the deserted garbage-heaped alley with the skeptical eyebrow arched. The sensation broke over her then, a creeping and tingling quite unlike anything she'd ever felt before. It was energetic, swift, and magical. Narnra tried to curse, but her tongue seemed huge and heavy, and her suddenly slack mouth not her own. She tried to toss her head and, with a sudden leap of fear, found herself still standing motionless, still gazing just where she'd been looking before. The invisible paralyzing force was streaming into her from off to her left, about 6 paces away, where a heap of trash suddenly shifted and rose up with a little grunt of effort, falling away untidily to reveal a woman in trim dark robes, a gentle but noble face, and long flowing auburn hair, one lock of which had gone white.
"With me, as it happens," the woman said gently but firmly. "I believe we've seen each other recently. I'm Laspira of the War Wizards."
Narnra glared at her, or tried to. War Wizards again, she thought, and I can't even move my mouth to ask or protest or... Laspira cast a smiling glance at the harper.
"I'd like to hear what's so urgent that the smooth and urbane Glarister Rolligan races across Marsember like an overeager dog toting smart-tongued street thieves."
"So you shall," Rolligan replied, and began to pant rapidly, his tongue hanging out. Laspira gave him a look.
"What's got into you?"
"Revealing my innermost overeager dog, Lady Mage," he replied brightly. Laspira sighed, waved one graceful hand, and murmured, "Get on with it, faithful hound. I grow no younger." Lord Vangerdahast of Coromir leaned back contentedly from the table. His stomach promptly rumbled, sounding every bit as contented as he was. The plate on the table in front of him was empty of all but a few smears of sauce, though it had been heaped high with rabbit stew not so very long ago. Good sauce, that. The former royal magician of the realm reached for the plate, leaning forward with tongue extended to lick it clean, but a grinning Mirmeen Lal reached in under his arm with the speed of a striking adder and plucked the plate away. Vangi's fingertips thumped down on bare tabletop, leaving him blinking, then turning with a growl. "You can thank me whenever you remember your manners," the Lady Lord of Arabel said impishly, heading for the wash basins beside the sink. Vangerdahast scowled at her, which caused her to lift an eyebrow reprovingly at him over her shoulder. Under the force of her disapproving gaze, he sighed, waved his fingers as if to banish what he'd just done, and muttered, "Have my thanks, Mirmeen Lal. You surprise me. I thought you were merely the best of Alisair's mud-spattered eager she-blades, determined to outfight and outsnap any man."
"Oh my, and here I thought you were just a manipulative wizard driven by whimsy, a hunger for power, and a love of being mysterious and rude to everyone in sight," Mirmeen replied merrily, hurling herself into Vangerdahast's favorite lounge chair. She bounced once amid its overstuffed, high-backed, and rather shabby comfort, and bent to sniff, frowning in appraisal. Then she shot him a scowl of her own. "Don't you ever wash things? God's grief, man, the lice are leaping all over me." She sprang up, growling in irritation, and clawed at buckles and straps, rapidly shucking armor in all directions. It was Vangerdahast's turn to rise hastily. "Now don't you start throwing your skin at me. I knew—" "You hoped," Mirmeen replied witheringly, bared to the waist with a bundle of leather and chain and armor plate in her hands. Her dangling suspenders, Vangi noticed, with some surprise, looked very much like his own. "Now," she asked briskly, "where do you bathe? You do bathe, don't you?" "Huh? Down that passage," he said, pointing. "There's a pool. The, stars above it are a spell that mirrors the real sky, not a hole in the ceiling. The, floating wooden duck is mine. Mirmeen strode forward, shifting her bundle against her bosom to free one hand, and used it to grab her host by one elbow. "Come," she ordered, starting to march him along. "What? What are you—" "My hair was filthy this morning, and 'tis worse now. You can help me wash it." "I don't—" "Oh, yes, you do. Yours has been washed sometime this month. I'm sure of it. Come." She half led, half propelled the feebly protesting wizard down the passage. Scarlet with embarrassment and breathless in his enforced haste, Vangerdahast vowed he would get his revenge on this ogre of a she-sword captain, and it would be a revenge that would last
a long, long time, and leave her begging for mercy. The harbor tower turret was always cold and drafty, even at the muggy height of the warmest and stinkiest summer weather. Wherefore this was not a popular duty post among the war wizards. When Huldil Rothur, a war wizard of middling rank, had agreed to take it with slightly more eagerness than he'd ever shown before, old Rathendar had seen fit to grimly remind him that the old turret wouldn't stand up to any real spectacular experimental castings, and that he'd personally lash some lasting stripes into Huldil's backside if he found even the slightest sign of feminine companions teleporting or being teleported into or out of the turret during Huldil's shifts. Steamy chapbooks and richly bad food, on the other hand, were quite understandable. On this bright morning, however, Huldil seemed unable to enjoy even one of his stack of daring chapbooks, and had barely touched his amber roast butterfowl, to say nothing of his sugar nuts. However, he was quite alone, and had thrown no cloak over the bare cot by the back window to make it even uncomfortably suitable for dalliance, or slumber, for that matter. Uneasily he strolled from room to room, peering out of the windows at bustling Marsember below more than he bothered to squint into the powerful far glasses aimed out to sea. "No pirates, ho!" he muttered, in mockery of the cry excited young war wizards seemed to veritably itch to give tongue to, and restlessly went back into the room he'd just left. Rothur was a short, stout man who always seemed to some people to be nervous, because beneath his thinning brown hair, his temples were always beaded with sweat. Those who knew him better, however, judged him a good crafter of new spells, and a sarcastic, often smug man whose green eyes would blaze wildly when he was really excited or fearful. There was no one to take note of his eyes at this moment, however, as he stood alone in the turret, tapping fingers idly on the window-sill, and listening to seabirds flap and scream. He sighed, turned, started back through the connecting archway once more, and came to a sudden halt. The chair by the table bearing his books and food was no longer empty. A young, darkly handsome man clad in black and silver shimmerweave lounged there, an easy smile on his lips and the wanton which said yes open in one hand. He lifted an eyebrow and the tome together. "A coded spell book, perhaps?" Rothur flushed and glanced at the floor. His guest might look like a swaggering noble or an idle merchant prince, but he'd met with Harnrim Sterange of the Red Wizards before. No. To make my superiors think I lacked a woman to smuggle up here so they wouldn't scry us and see me? Ah, but only you can see my proper self. To the rest of the overly curious world, I am a ravishing beauty in black silks, with the face of someone you prefer to privately refer to as the Crown Princess Wrathful, I believe. Princess Alusair? Oh, don't gabble, man. Be bold. Plenty of perfectly loyal folk of Cormyr say arch or even biting things about the royal family and live to repeat them more loudly at revels. Besides, you'll soon not have to worry overmuch about what others think of you. The Red Wizard lowered the chapbook with a brittle smile to reveal a tight-rolled baton of parchment. Huldil Rothur leaned forward eagerly, his eyes catching green fire, and the wizard best known in Thay as Dark Spells unrolled the parchment to splay 7 scrolls out in a fan array on the table. The sugar nuts were in the way, and without even looking up, the Red Wizard sent them drifting smoothly through the air to hover by the War Wizard's face. The chapbooks descended only slightly less smoothly to a soft landing on the floor. Hesitantly, Rothur plucked a sugar nut from the air and ate it. Dark Spells looked up at him, smiled again, and spread his hands in a flourish above the parchments. So, there you are, the 7 spells as agreed. The coins you've had already should be more than enough to buy you a handsome abode in Athkatla, Waterdeep, Sembia, or anywhere more distant for that matter. These magics should enable you to slay with ease any war wizards who come hunting you. Practice their use in private to ensure yourself of their stable and complete nature, power, and worth. The scrolls rose in unison and drifted toward Huldil in the wake of the sugar nuts, which the war wizard gobbled more of hastily, wiping his sugar-coated fingers nervously on the front of his tunic. Elminster leaned forward over the table with an eagerness that matched his own. I hereby reaffirm my earlier promise. The same amount of cash and 7 more very useful spells will be yours when I've safely reached Vangerderhast and gotten away again. Rothor fielded the scrolls with a chuckle, eyes alight. I am your man, Lord Starange. I am indeed. This is princely. Prince, the Red Wizard purred. Now there's a title to aspire to. You could, you know, if you time things right, and use just the right spells to tame Alisair to your will and bed. After she delivers you an heir, there'd be no need to sit still for the searing of her tongue any longer. A little spell blast, a lot of mourning, and you could then do as her father did. Have your pick of all the women in the kingdom. The war wizard's chuckle was a weak one this time, and he shook his head, shrugged, and said, Lord, you've more boldness in you than I do. He shook his head again in admiration. Wouldn't that be something, though? Dark spells let him ponder for a moment or two, then said gently, To bind the trust between us, I'll now complete that linking spell, if you're agreed. Aye, Rothor replied in a low voice. He ran a hand through the thinning hair atop his head and blurted, Remind me, Lord Starange, of its specifics. I'd not want to put a foot wrong, if you understand me. Of course, the Red Wizard said gravely, watching the last of the sugar nuts hastily disappearing down Rothor's gullet. Things that befall one of us also befall the other at the same time. These shared fates are drunkenness, injury, hostile but not self-cast enspellment, and death. We will not share thoughts, emotions, dreams, or other things I've not spoken of. These things and these only. The spell will fade in a year. Starange locked gazes with the war wizard and added in dry tones, which will give you plenty of time to disappear from both Cormyrian justice and Thayan regard. Huldil Rothor smiled rather uncertainly and grunted, My thanks, Lord. Do it. Starange nodded and beckoned the war wizard over to him, rising from his chair to hold up both hands, palms outward and fingers together. Hesitantly, Rothor set aside the scrolls and held out his own hands to match. Palms touched. The Thayan nodded approvingly and murmured a short incantation, awakening a tingling in them both that left their forearms shuddering as they stepped back from each other. I'm ready to proceed when you deem the time is right. Contact me at any time of day or night. I'll be pleased if you guide me through the defenses of Vangerderhast's sanctum to him sooner rather than later, if you take my meaning. I do, Rothor assured him hastily. Elminster smiled thinly. Just one more thing, Prince-to-be Huldil. If this linking spell between us is broken, I'll instantly be aware of that and of your whereabouts at the time, and may well be forced, for reasons of prudent diplomacy, you understand, to strike out from afar with slaying magic to obliterate Huldil Rothor and whoever helped you remove the spell. His smile widened and stayed broad and promising as the man called Dark Spells silently faded away, leaving Huldil Rothor standing alone in the harbor tower turret, shivering in fear, with the wanton witch said yes lying fallen at his feet. 14. Narnra takes a task. Well, we all have to work at something, even the gods. So pick up that bucket and let's have no more of your back talk. the character Farmer Juth in Scene the Third of the play Troubles in the Cellar by Shanra Mereld of Moran, first performed in the year of the Griffin. A small, bright and airy turret thrusts up from one corner of the palace of the Purple Dragon in Suzail, a lone chamber whose 4 windows are open arches that breezes blow through at will, but no bird nor raindrop enters. The door that links that turret room to a corner of the top floor of the palace stands open and guarded by 4 veteran purple dragons at all times. The turret had for some years been an abandoned dovecote before the coming of Caledni, but was now a place much used by the Mage Royal to think and pace and gaze out over courtyard and gardens and think some more. Caledni of Coromir, as she pointedly preferred to be spoken of, often teleported into and out of her turret room, but she'd never been known to do so in the company of anyone else before, and the guards were quite startled to suddenly hear the deep, hearty laugh of a fearless old man from behind them. They whirled around, spear points glittering, and gaped at what they saw. The Mage Royal embracing a hawk-nosed, white-bearded old man in dirty robes. Caledni was weeping softly, and the old wizard, whom more than one of the old warriors had seen before, cradled her shoulders with a protective arm, saying softly, "There, there, lass, 'tis overwhelming, aye, but a sight all mages should see in their lives before they've too much time to do foolish things, unmindful of the glory we all share."
Lady Caledni?"
one of the guards asked uncertainly, lifting his spear to menace the old man. "Lord Elminster," the eldest of the guards said delightedly, clapping a hand to his breastplate in salute. The gesture was echoed by the guard beside him, as the other 2 purple dragons turned to gape at their fellows, then turned back in horrified slowness to gaze at the old man they were menacing. Bright blue eyes gazed at them from under dark brows, and the old mage nodded, winked, and lifted a finger to his lips to request their silence ere gesturing down at the sobbing woman in his arms. The 2 guards who'd saluted him nodded and pushed aside the spears of their fellows, silently withdrawing a pace. Elminster gave them an approving nod.
Thank you, Lord
El, please, lass, just El, or old mage if ye want to scold me." He took hold of the Mage Royal's slender shoulders and stood her back a pace, to look gravely into her tear-bright face. "How do ye feel?" Caledni managed to smile, and then swiftly looked away, then deliberately back up at him.
"Sobered, shaken, and may I say vastly more respectful of you and of Vangerderhast too, damn him. Thank you. That was magnificent."
"Much to think upon, eh?" Elminster reached out 2 long fingers to touch her forehead. "This much I can do. Make sure nothing fades of this. Ye'll remember everything we saw vividly whenever ye call it to mind. This shall be with ye always." Caledni shook her head wonderingly.
"What
Elminster chuckled. "Storm called it a whirlwind tour, but I've shown ye but a handful of highlights from all this vast and wonderful world of ours. 'Twas time for ye. Ye needed it to see in perspective this fair land ye guard, and to temper thy rage with Vangi. Know ye this, when I took him to see the same things, he wept even more than ye have, begged forgiveness for his rudenesses, and told me he was shamed."
I feel I should do the same,"
Caledni said with an unsteady laugh, ducking her head and looking up at him again. Elminster recoiled. "What? And rob thyself of the chance to get in some really good rudenesses to me first?" The sorceress burst into startled laughter and clung to the old man's robes for support. He hugged her fondly then. The eyes of the watching purple dragons narrowed, reached down to his belt, fishing around in a pouch there for something. Cormyrean hands clapped dagger hilts, tightened, and fell away unneeded, as Elminster's hand reappeared holding a length of fine chain. He held it out where the Mage Royal could see it, waited for her to notice it, and said gruffly, "Yours, lass, an anklet, nothing valuable, but wear it, now and always. If ye feel the need, and say the word Amula Maestra while wearing it, I will come." Wondering, Kaladnai closed her hand around the delicate chain. The old mage bent his head and bestowed a fatherly kiss on top of hers. Then her arms were empty, and she was staggering forward off balance across a turret room that held no Elminster of Shadowdale. Kaladnai looked around wildly and beheld only the 4 guards staring at her. She gave them a rueful half-smile like a child caught doing something naughty, and the guards drew themselves to attention and saluted. The eldest said politely, "Lady Mage, we've been requested to inform you that the Lady Laspira, the High Knight Rolligan, and a captive await you in the Dragon Wing chamber." Kaladnai drew herself up, suddenly every inch the brisk Mage Royal they knew so well, and snapped, "I thank you." She smiled like a young lass again, bent over and drew off her right boot, and clasped the chain around her ankle. "Looks good," a guard said gruffly, then turned as swift as any whiplash to face away from her at stiff attention. His fellows sprang to join him in the maneuver, so when Kaladnai straightened, she'd have no idea which one of them had spoken. She grinned at all 4 armored backs, parted 2 of them with firm hands, and murmured, "Old lechers," as she strode between them and marched off down the hall. The guards saluted her in silent unison and went back to guarding the open door. Roablar of Lantan sat back inside, rubbing the bridge of his nose where his glasses pinched, then rubbing the eyes behind them for good measure. The ever-present hovering monk bent over the merchant. "Is there anything you are not finding, good sir?" "Ah," Therabo murmured to the keeper of that particular reading room in Candlekeep. "It begins. 'Tis time for an unmasking." Silent in his soft slippers, he started to move purposefully toward the seated Lantana. "You can see what I'm seeking," the disguised Lady Numea Carteleth told her escort. The tall, pock-marked monk ran a hand through his unruly straw-like hair, bent closer, and replied in a low voice, "All you can about the Red Wizards of Thay, in particular recent writings. If you've come to Candlekeep in search of their spells, I fear you've wasted your journey. We keep those secure for very good reasons." Without regarding them, Numea was well aware that several monks were silently drawing in around her. She smiled thinly. "No, Esmer, what would a merchant of Lantan want with spells? I live and die by trade, and 'tis this new policy of establishing Thayan trade enclaves and who in the Thayan hierarchy is behind it that I seek to learn all about." "I realize this is overbold, and you must feel perfectly comfortable in refusing to answer," an unfamiliar monk murmured from her other side. "But why?" Numea looked up and gave him a smile. "If we're being so blunt, I suspect this is but the first step in an elaborate plan to economically and then covertly, politically dominate all realms of Faerun." "Of course," 2 of the monks said together, and at least another 3 in the ring that had silently formed around her nodded. "Wherefore my fascination with recent reports and writings," Numea added, indicating the sheafs of parchment and stacked volumes on the slightly sloped reading desk before her. "I sense you're both well-traveled and worldly," a monk said from directly behind her. "Permit me, then, to mention something not to be found in these written records, but only in the diaries we compile of the news and rumor that comes daily to our gates." "Please do," Numea said politely, shifting slightly and indicating the bench beside her. The monks smiled as if she passed some sort of test, and the monk who'd spoken from behind her stepped forward and sat down so close beside her that his robe almost brushed her hip. A white, puckered old sword scar adorned one of his cheeks diagonally, and his hair was as gray as a sword in need of polishing. "I'm Therabo," he said with a smile, "and my field is the doings of those who wield magic in Faerun outside temples and priesthoods. You've heard of the Chosen of Mystra?" Numea nodded eagerly, and Therabo's smile broadened. "Then let me share this much. Some among them have been working against the Red Wizards in a lovely manner. With spells, they twist many of the portals established by the Thayans in their enclaves, so those who use such translocations can have spells stolen from their minds en route, suggestions planted, memories and information read, and so on." "Sweet Mystra," Numea whispered, genuinely awed. Therabo nodded. "If the Thayans ever grow too strong in a particular place, if I may speak cynically, the portal in that spot, or all of them, along with, of course, whoever's using them at the time, could explode. Or perhaps a suggestion planted in the heads of all mages who've ever used one of the Thayan portals could be awakened all at once, all over Faerun. A suggestion, say, to rush to a particular Thayan city and attack Zastam, or some other Zulkir there, before he accomplishes some dread goal that will sacrifice them." Numea shook her head and asked softly, "What if I am of Thay, or of the Chosen, and want no one in Faerun to suspect any of this?" The monk whose nose was almost brushing her own replied, "No, Lady Numea Cardelith, you are of neither, and are not a harper either. You're but a seeker after knowledge, and we arm all who come here with the weapons of fact and lore, and reason-sorted rumor. What they do with such tools after they depart is not our affair. We but seek to arm those wise or cunning enough to come asking and looking." "Who are you?" a shaken Numea whispered. The ring of monks smiled. "Simple folk of Faerun who love old books and learning, and reading the thoughts and hopes and records of beings now dust," Esmer replied. Numea looked around at them all and shook her head. "I think you're among the most powerful and dangerous forces on all Toril." The monks stopped smiling. "That, too," Therabo agreed lightly. "Knowing that, what will you do now, Lady Numea Cardelith, sometime mage and unhappy wife?" More monks were in the reading room now, drifting toward her from all sides. Numea stared at him for a long time, ignoring the silent assembly of monks and the rods some of them held ready, then lifted her shoulders in a shrug. "I don't know." The ring wall of monks seemed to relax, and a few drifted away again. Therabo's smile returned. "Ah, the truth. The right answer to give us, always." Numea stared into his hazel eyes for a long time, then drew in a deep breath and asked, "What do you think I should do?" "Ah," the sword-scarred monk responded eagerly, as several of the closest monks drew in around her again, reaching in under the great reading desk to unclip folded wooden stools from its underside and sit down on them. "Now you've done the next right thing. We'll not tell you what to do next. We never do. We shall, however, tell you all we can to help you decide where to go from here in life." Lady Numea blinked at them. "Why didn't I come here years ago?" "Why, indeed?" As the guards swung the great doors open for her, the Mage Royal of Coromir looked in and up at the carved stone dragons frozen forever in the act of erupting from the ceiling of the room ahead of her. The scene was as magnificent as always, all scales, surging strength, and great sweeping curves of wings, cat-like and serpentine both at once. She found herself on the verge of tears again, and almost fondly muttered, "Damn you, old mage," as she entered the dragon wing chamber alone. 3 people stood in the center of its vast, empty, polished floor awaiting her. Lespira, Rolligan, and the thief who'd fled from the cellars, captured at last, Narnra Shalas. Rolligan was shrugging himself back into his vest, his belt still unbuckled at his waist. Khaled smiled thinly. She must have led him on a merry chase. The spell thrall holding her now would be Spira's work. She gave Spira and Rolligan nods of thanks and approached their paralyzed but unbound captive, banishing Lespira's magic as she came. "So, we meet again, Narnra of Waterdeep," she began pleasantly. The thief, who'd bent over to busily rub hands and ankles, shaking out her limbs as if her body felt unfamiliar to her, did not reply. "Narnra," Khaled continued, "you stand in the palace of the Purple Dragon in Suzail, in the realm of Cormyr. As such, you're utterly within my power. Should not mere prudence lead you to some measure of polite cooperation, whatever your personal feelings toward us?" The thief straightened up to give Khaled a cold, considering look, then glanced over at Lespira and Rolligan. They gazed patiently back at her, faces impassive. Narnra tossed her head and glared at Khaled. "You have an audience for your grand speeches," she said, nodding at the man who'd captured her and the woman whose spell had paralyzed her. "What do you want of me?" "Answers. A few civil, honest, and generous with what you know answers," the Mage Royal replied. Narnra sighed. "I can't think what precious things I might know that could possibly be of any use to you. You're not planning to become the terror of purses in Trades Ward, are you?" "No," Khaled replied in a dry voice. "There. You see? An answer, and so easily and swiftly given, too. Try it for a short time, do well at it, and you'll be free to go." "Go where?" Narnra snarled. "Out into the streets of your city to starve, or be pounced on by the next of your soldiers who doesn't like the look of me? Oh, sir, I'm just a thief from Waterdeep. That's right, a thief, and I've just been talking with your royal mage, and she— Oh, I'm sure they'll believe me." "Do you love Waterdeep so much?" "What? Is this one of your questions? Could you not have found a traveling merchant and ask, 'Do you love Waterdeep so much?'" Narnra flung up her hands. "I know Waterdeep," she snarled. "'Tis my home, the only place I know, where I know how to get something to eat, where—" She fell silent, eyes narrowing. Khaled was smiling. "You see, honest answers are not so hard once you begin. Do it twice or thrice, and you'll have found the habit." Narnra gave her a dark look and hugged herself as if she were cold. "Wizards are so clever," she muttered. "I sometimes wonder how better off we'd all be without them." That earned her wry smiles from all 3 Cormyrians, and Khaled voice was almost gentle as she asked, "Have you many friends in Waterdeep? With whom do you talk, share gossip with?" Narnra hunched her head down and said nothing. The Mage Royal frowned. "Enough of this," she murmured. "Time and past time for enforced truth." She muttered an incantation and traced a pattern with her fingertips. There was a sudden flash of blue-white fire, and she drew her head back as if burned. "She's protected," Khaled murmured, and cast a glance at Lespira, who shrugged and asked softly, "Elminster?" as she raised her own hands and worked the same spell. 7 blue-white stars flashed and spun very briefly around the young Waterdavian, who seemed in a trance. "Mistra," the Mage Royal whispered and looked at Lespira again almost helplessly this time. The older war wizard gave her another shrug. "So try the hard way, Kayla. We can only try spells as they seem necessary, and see." Khaled nodded unhappily, drew in a deep breath, glanced at Rolligan, who smiled grimly and gave her a nod of approval, and asked, "Narnra, how do you hear the news merchants bring when they come to Waterdeep in their caravans? Do local wits cry news aloud in taverns and return for coins?" Silence. "Narnra?" The thief's reply was to burst into a sudden sprint toward Caledni, dodging twice. The Mage Royal flung up a hand to signal Rolligan, who was already moving, to keep clear and worked a swift, muttered spell. One blue-white star whirling away and winking out. Narnra plucked for a dagger to hurl and ruin the casting, but found her sheath empty and instead tried to duck around Caledni, who politely stepped aside. "The door," the sorceress told the hard-running thief firmly, "is not an option." Narnra put her head down, growled, and ran. Invisible fingers were already plucking at her, and she knew that with 2 wizards of Cormyr in the room, her attempt to escape was doomed yet. Yet what else could she do? She was running in midair now, treading hard on nothing at all, as she floated backward toward where she'd been. She knew how comical she must look, yet kept on running. Spells were mind-tiring, everyone knew that. And this Caledni would have to set her back down sooner or later. If she was already moving fast and got a little lucky, she could, just mayhap, manage to— "Narnra, answer me. How do you hear news and gossip in Waterdeep?" Narnra spat out a wordless snarl of rising frustration and kept right on running. "Narnra? Drown you, mage! Blast and burn and rot you! I don't care about your questions or your nasty little plots or the oh-so-fair kingdom of Cormyr. Just let me go." "To steal in our streets?" Caledni said softly. "I think not." "Perhaps worse than that," Rolligan put in, holding up a handful of Narnra's daggers. At the sight of them, the Waterdavian shrieked in rage and darted a hand down the front of her breeches to pluck forth a tiny knife from a sheath over her most private of places and hurl it furiously at him. Rolligan sprang sideways, for her throw had been well aimed, and Caledni's mouth drew into a hard line. The next thing Narnra knew, she was greeting the far wall of the chamber hard enough to slam the breath out of her. She struggled, sobbing for air, and found herself pinned firmly against the dark paneling by nothing she could see at all. Another blue-white star winking and dying. "How do you hear news and gossip in Waterdeep?" the Mage Royal asked again. Her magic relaxed just enough to let Narnra breathe, and the thief gulped in great shuddering lungfuls of air. "Narnra." "Wizard, can't you tell I don't care about any of this? Go mount a dragon somewhere and leave me be." "Narnra, Caledni," the Waterdavian mimicked in exactly the same tone the Mage Royal had used. "Go stuff yourself, if you please." The Mage Royal's magic thrust Narnra back against the wall again, pressing so hard on her that she couldn't lift her ribs to draw breath. She fought silently, twisting and writhing on the paneling, until all too soon the world started to go dim and drift. The force eased, letting her gasp for air again. Narnra stared over at the heads of her tormentors and panted, drawing in precious air. In chill shadow, a blue-white star goes out. "Sweet wind," she murmured, quoting a Waterdavian harbor song. "What's that?" Caledni asked sharply. "Sweet wind, come again," Narnra recited the line between gasps, eyes meeting those of the Mage Royal. "Blow me away, far beyond pain." The Mage Royal took a step closer, and Narnra noticed with surprise that she'd been crying. Recently. "Narnra, please tell me this," she said softly. "How do you get to know rumors and what happens all over Waterdeep and in Faerun all around?" "Caledni," Narnra replied just as softly, "I keep my mouth shut and my ears open, even when tyrant mages slam me about with their spells." In the sudden thunder of unseen force that plucked her from the wall, then slammed her back against it again, hard enough to rattle her bones and her back teeth, Narnra thought she heard Rolligan make the briefest of chuckles. Forlorn and drifting, another star flickers and goes out. "Even then?" Caledni asked softly. "How stubborn, thief, are you?" Her magic snatched Narnra from the wall and slammed her back against it again, hard enough to make a wood panel groan in protest. Narnra's limbs bounced helplessly against the wood. She whined like a dog for breath, fighting against the building pressure. Silently, a fifth blue-white star flares and is gone. Harder and harder the magic pressed her, only to relax when she was once more on the shuddering edge of sinking into insensibility and let her cough and choke and groan for breath. How, when in Waterdeep, do you get to hear gossip and news from afar? Caledni asked calmly. Narnra shook her head. The Mage Royal repeated the question, and the silken shadow snapped, "Away, mage! Go and batter bruise someone else! Kick a guard, slap a child, whatever pleases you!" The magic slammed her against the chamber wall and pinned her once more, twice more, a third time. Another star fading, leaving but one a twinkle. Caledni repeated her last question in the same precise words every time she let Narnra breathe. The last star wavers, trembles in the darkness, and winks out. At Caledni's fourth patient repetition, Narnra replied suddenly, "I listen at windows and to folk muttering in alleyways. I lie on rooftops hearing merchants plot and scheme. How else can I learn where they'll be and their precious money? Taverns, too? When I'm thirsty and make it to the South Ward or the docks, never my home streets. Nobles' windows? Never. Too dangerous. Why walk there when I can hear more idling beside a street seller unloading food after the high sun rush? Nobles are all high wind and preening anyway, every third word a lie to impress or manipulate. This is much easier, Narnra. Thank you. I'll see that you get plenty to eat and drink when we're done. Now tell me, in all this daily chatter, do you ever hear talk of Cormyr? No. I think I heard the name of your land a few times when merchants were talking hopeful prices. Sembia, mainly they talk about Sembians buying all the lace and jewels and scent oils. More coins in Sembia, the Mage Royal agreed, almost soothingly. There was other magic at work now, across the room. Lespira was casting something long and exacting. Narnra sighed and looked away from the woman, discovered she didn't want to look at Rolligan's faintly smiling face just now, and brought her gaze back to Caledni, who was just beginning with another question. Wait, Narnra interrupted swiftly. Why don't you tell me one? What spell's she putting on me? From the wall where she was still lightly held, she nodded toward Lespira. One that will read the truth or lack of it in your words. It does no harm. Narnra's dark eyes flamed for a moment. And when you're done squeezing all the truth out of me, will I be allowed to go on breathing then? Narnra Shalas, know this. 'Tis not my habit to murder outlanders in the royal palace of Cormyr, or anywhere else for that matter. Those who manage to refrain from hurling daggers at me or my fellow loyal Cormyrians, at least. So you tell me now, do you belong to any guilds, brotherhoods, secret societies, trading costers, temple agent orders, nobles, fellowships, or any other organization I've forgotten to list? No, and I was never part of that conspiracy in the cellars. Have you any living kin, friends, particular foes? No, thrice no. Have you any outstanding debts or agreements that bind you? Nay. Are you under any threat at this time, facing reprisals if you do or don't do a certain thing? No, present company accepted. Fair enough. Why are you here in Cormyr? Mischance and magic, all being too curious. I followed a wizard who spared my life. I knew not where here was until after I arrived. What did you lack most in life beyond fame, high birth, and enough coins to do just as you please? My freedom? Narnra snapped. What answer did you expect? If you were free, and we'd never seen you, and you were wandering Marsember unnoticed right now, what would matter most to you if I met you, showed you I could slay you with magic on a whim, and asked you how you wanted to spend the rest of your life? Narnra smiled bitterly. Getting away alive would matter most. Kaladnai sighed. Could we move past fencing with tongues, Narnra? I've better things to do than hold you against the wall all day. The Water Davian drew in a deep breath, eyed her captor, and said, Mage Royal, I just want to get rich without working. Unusual that, hey? And to spend my days being free to do and go as I will, stealing what I can and doing just as I please. Sounds like several noble ladies of Sembia I've met, Lespira muttered, and offering that earned her a silent, later look from Kaladnai. The Mage Royal turned back to Narnra, relaxing her spell to let the thief down off the wall onto her feet again. Let's end this all the sooner, if you're willing. Narnra, I think I know enough about who you are now. Now, I'd like very much to learn all you know, suspect, or have overheard as rumors in Waterdeep of any campaign to overthrow the Obarskiers. The who? Oh, the ruling family here, hey? Narnra looked at Lespira, then pointed to her own forehead. Vouch for me in this, yes? She turned and met Kaladnai's eyes, and the moment she was staring into them said slowly and firmly, Not a thing. I've heard nothing at all about anything political in Cormyr. Nothing until I got here, and all that rightful conspiracy gabble in the cellars, and I'm still not sure exactly what it was about. Discontent with the crown, yes, but... She shrugged. Keep to Waterdeep, Narnra. Purchases of swords or the hire of warriors, backed by merchants or nobles of Waterdeep, war horses, hedge wizards being hired for trips overland. The places might not be in Cormyr. They could be Westgate or Serloon and Selgont in Sembia, or Athkatla, or Ereabor. Narnra shook her head. No, Mage Royal, I swear to you nothing like that. A few horses and wagons between one merchant and another, yes, but nothing that could mean war, and no huge chests full of coins setting off anywhere either. Not that anyone in Waterdeep would be fool enough to let word get around about something like that anyway. Truth, Kayla, Lespira said softly. Utter truth. The Mage Royal smiled and nodded. Well enough. We had to be sure. She took another step closer and asked quietly, Do you know any magic, Narnra? How to cast spells? No. If I did, would I be... Narnra let her voice trail off instead of asking something bitter. I'm sorry, Narnra. Is the body we can see now your true shape? Yes, Narnra replied, taken aback. How could it not be? How indeed. Kaladnai did not take her eyes off Narnra as she asked over her shoulder, Spira, has every answer given me by Narnra been completely true? No, Mage Royal. There's one thing she wanted to be true but stood in some doubt over. And that was? Living kin. Until recently she was sure she had none, but now knows better. The knowledge does not please her. In the silence that followed, Kaladnai eyed Narnra thoughtfully and then asked, Are you going to tell me, Narnra, without greeting the wall again? The Water Davian clenched her teeth, looked at the floor, and burst out, You have no right to do this. I don't want to spend the rest of my days being hunted by every god's cursed wizard in Faerun. Can't I keep this one secret? It's nothing to do with Cormyr. I must be the judge of that, the Mage Royal replied softly. Come, Narnra, what harm can saying a name or two do you? If 'tis nothing to do with Cormyr, as you say, then it can't be a lineage exiled from here, and so... Glarister Rolligan cleared his throat loudly, and Kaladnai looked over at him, stepping smoothly back from Narnra to do so. You thought your parents were dead, right? The Harper asked Narnra. She looked into his eyes and said, Yes. You've never had siblings, aye? Yes. So you've just learned your mother or your father was alive, hey? Yes, Narnra said, shrinking back from him as if he was going to hurl something at her. You followed a wizard here, didn't you? Narnra glared at him and kept silence. 4 people stared at each other in the vast and otherwise empty room before Laspira asked, "You're the daughter of Elminster of Shadowdale, aren't you?" Narnra shot her a look that had daggers in it and, reluctantly, nodded. Her voice, when it came, was barely a whisper. "I fear so." She looked up swiftly. Rolligan was eyeing her with bright interest, while Laspira's eyes had a strange expression that held several things, pity foremost among them. Caledni was frowning. "In the cellars of Marsember, Elminster certainly didn't seem to be treating you as a daughter," she observed, stepping closer again. Narnra drew in a deep breath and told the floor tonelessly, "I don't think Elminster knows he sired me." The Mage Royal turned to Laspira. "Does this seem likely to you?" "The fathering? Very. The not knowing all of his offspring and their doings does surprise me, yes. I thought the old mage knew damned near every time any wizard in all Faerun scratched himself." Caledni nodded and turned back to Narnra. "You realize the danger if word of your parentage spreads." Her words were not a question. The thief from Waterdeep nodded and said bitterly, "All too well." She shrugged. "But as I seem doomed to spend whatever short remainder of life is left to me as a helpless captive, tossed from one ruthless wizard to another, present company very much included, it hardly seems to matter." Caledni's eyes were thoughtful. "What will you do if I release you?" Narnra shrugged again. "Steal all I can, probably, until I've coins enough to buy caravan passage back to Waterdeep. Unless, while thieving here in Cormyr, I like what I see enough to stick around." Caledni smiled sourly. "As Mage Royal, I've a better idea. You can serve yourself best if you stay alive and serve Cormyr at the same time." "Serve how?" "As a paid spy while you thieve, with occasional offers of additional monies for more daring tasks of plundering or placing items to be found, as Rolligan here does for us." "So it's agree or you'll kill me?" "Oh, no," Caledni said softly. "I need information about Cormyr's foes. It'll be much more useful to simply spread the news around Suzale that you're Elminster's daughter and watch the wolves come out of hiding to get at you." "I'll still die." The Mage Royal shrugged. "We all do, sooner or later, and you'll be free to die in your own way, just as you believe all of us overbearing sorts are." She waited. "Well?" Narnra slid down the wall until she was sitting, sighed loudly, then told the carved dragon ceiling, "I'm furious at being at the mercy of any wizard." She turned her head to glare at Caledni and added, "I think I'll tell you so." Rolligan's amused snort was echoed in far more ladylike manners by the 2 Cormyrian women. "Moreover, before I agree to anything, I need to know not just the or else, but also the what else and the what about after, too." Caledni was almost smiling. "And those things would be?" "The bad things you're not telling me about this, and what happens to me when the Mage Royal of Cormyr deems me expendable." Caledni's smile appeared wry but full. Prudence at last, a bit late, but making an appearance nonetheless. She knelt close to where Narnra was sitting and said, "To save Cormyr, we are all expendable. However, 'tis my hope that you'll become so useful to us all that you serve loyally for years to come, whereupon you might be rewarded with a way out. A title, a nice mansion to live out your wrinkled years, a better after than many can hope for. As for the what else, I need to know your trustworthiness, and so would begin by mind-reaming you directly." "Turning me into some sort of brainless slug?" "No, I'll never deal pain mind to mind as Elminster did. No, if you were found wanting, I'd put you through a portal back to Waterdeep. Narnra almost sprang up from the wall. You can do that? Oh, yes. I must warn you that the portal I know will deliver you into a very public room of state in Peer Garen's palace. Have you a swift story ready? Being the daughter of Elminster ought to do, Rolligan murmured, earning him 3 glares at once. Narnra bit her lip. And I'd just go back to Trade's ward? No one following me? Caledni shrugged. Not from Cormyr. Narnra looked at her. This mind ream, what will it do to me? Show me your thoughts and memories as I rummage. If you'd like to reassure yourself as to your fate at my hands, I can easily make the mind ream a two-way affair so you can judge me while I do the same to you. Narnra stared at the Mage Royal, awed and strangely excited, and suddenly angry again. She scrambled up, took a few stumbling steps away from Caledni, waving at the Cormyrians to stay back from her, and leaned her head against the wall. Let me think. Of course, Lespira said softly. Breathing heavily, Narnra stared at the toes of her boots and thought hard. How did she feel? Did she trust these folk? Lespira seemed motherly. Rolligan dedicated to his task, and Caledni had beaten her like a backstreet bully with magic, but not killed her when the slaying would have been easy and Narnra had been stupid enough to goad her, repeatedly. So how did she feel? Truth, now. I'm more terrified than eager, and I'm angry at myself for being afraid. Angrier still at Caledni and Rolligan for bringing me by force into this choice. I'm burn the gods furious with Elminster for siring me, just walking away and luring me here from the streets I know. Truth, Lespira said gently from behind Narnra. Every word utter truth. Gods, yes, she's been reading my every thought. Narnra spun around with a frightened snarl, expecting to find all 3 Cormyrians closing in around her. But everyone was just where they'd been before, Caledni still kneeling. If I agree to this madness, Narnra asked in a voice that was far from calm and steady, when will this mind ream take place? The Mage Royal of Cormyr rose slowly to her feet, smiling a little wryly. In such matters there's never any better time for boldly reckless action than right now. 15. When Marsembin merchants go walking. My son, it's not the standing merchant you need fear. It's when they get to walking somewhere that you'd best beware. It takes a heap of coming trouble for someone to get a merchant to walk anywhere. The character Farmer Cromer in Scene the First of the play Troubles in the Cellar by Shanra Mereld of Muran, first performed in the year of the Griffin. The outermost of the ward spells that cloaked the far corners of the room in roiling mists flared in coppery flames of warning, and a telltale chimed. The darkly handsome young man, clad all in black, open-fronted, flaring-sleeved shirt, tight leather breeches, and gleaming black boots, took his crossed feet down from the footstool, laid aside his book and his goblet, and rose from his chair. He passed his hand over a dark sphere of crystal that shared its own upswept, teardrop-shaped duskwood plinth with an outer ring of smaller spheres. Another ring of roiling mists obediently wavered into emerald radiance and displayed an upright image in the air. A white-faced man in brown robes that matched his thinning hair was standing uncertainly in the midst of the emerald mists. The man in black smiled and touched 2 of the smaller spheres. 2 rings of mist fell away into nothingness, and the third took on that emerald hue. The red wizard then passed his hand over the largest sphere, and the scene of Huldil Rothur vanished. Enter the archway and proceed, he told the air calmly. The way before you is quite safe. The emerald mists at his feet flowed away to one wall in a purposeful flood and climbed it to outline an archway on the unbroken stone, which promptly split to reveal a long, rough tunnel through rock. A hesitant figure was advancing along it. "Be welcome," the Red Wizard said quietly. "Importance brings you, I trust?"
"Yes,"
Huldil Rothur made reply as he entered the chamber.
"I believe 'tis time."
The War Wizard was chalk white with worry, and his face glistened with so much sweat that it dripped from his chin. A weak reed, Master Rothur, Darkspells thought, and weak reeds break. "Good," Harnrim Starange told the man he'd bought. "Return to the chamber you came from, and I'll follow in a matter of moments." As soon as the fearful Rothur started back down the passage, Starange passed a hand over a crystal and sent mists billowing up between them once more. He drained his goblet in a long, unhurried quaff, plucked one of the crystals from the plinth, and slipped it into his codpiece and said words to the empty air. Two men were promptly standing before him, blinking in startlement and alarm. They went pale when they saw who was standing facing them. Starange gave the merchants Bezrar and Cirth a shark-like smile. "I hope you've eaten well. You're going on a journey."
"Eh? What
Bezrar began, but fell silent as Cirth kicked his ankle savagely. Starange let them both see his smile turn soft and menacing and commanded, "Stand still and silent, please." They did so, and he cast an intricate spell that laid a fog of forgetfulness on them. Until it expired, they'd be compelled to seek the retired Mage Royal, being drawn always in his direction. But stripped from them was all remembrance of why they were seeking Vangerdahast, or who'd enspelled and sent them. Anyone trying to break the spell before it ran out would reduce the two Marsembins to quivering mindlessness. They stood like two gaping statues, no longer seeing the man who worked a second minor spell to place images of the animated suits of armor known as helmed horrors in their minds. "When you see such a one," Harnrim Starange told his two minions gently, "one of you will throw one of these at it, so as to strike it." The black-clad wizard took the limp hands of the two oblivious men and posed them so those of each man were cupped together. From a basket beneath his reclining chair, Starange scooped many small, shiny, identical objects into those waiting palms. Rune-graven ovals of metal that bulged plumply at their centers, but thinned to the breadth of armor plate nigh all their edges. He smiled at his two enchanted idiots, stepped around them to lay a hand on the backs of both of their necks at once, and pronounced another word that made them both vanish. Humming a jaunty song, Harnrim Starange made a last adjustment of his crystals and rode a plume of mist down the passage to join Rothur. It was time to go hunting, for Vangerdahasts were suddenly very much in season. Amen Thalant Bezrar blinked, wiped his sweating face, and looked wildly in all directions with every evidence of utter bewilderment. Trees, aye, definitely trees. As always, standing behind him like one more tree trunk was his companion in so many crimes, Master Malachar Cirth. Cirth was clutching a handful of something that looked like oversized silver coins and frowning in puzzlement. Bezrar looked down and discovered that his own fat, sweaty palm was cradling another handful of the same things, ovals of gleaming metal graven with intricate runes, nothing he could read or had ever seen before, but the same things on each one. These long as his fingers' gewgaws bulged in their middles like snail cakes, but were flattened out all around the edges like, well, again like snail cakes. So where by all the cozy nine hells had these come from? And where was here, anyhow? And how had he and Cirth gotten here? Cirth? He asked, seeking some answers. Cirth? Bite your tongue till it bleeds, Marsember's richest dealer in scents, wines, cordials, and drugs, snapped, employing the standard polite port expression for what slightly more high-born Cormyreans usually rendered as belt up, or, if they were priests or elders, be silent. Cirth was glaring around at trees and vines and the deep, damp green vista of more trees that stretched away in all directions from the narrow trail they were standing on. His manner made it clear that he was blaming the trees themselves for being here, at least for the few moments it would take him to find someone nearby to blame. "I don't know either," he muttered, as his face turned slowly to regard his longtime partner, and darkened. "And what did you do to get us here, Bez? You must have done something. You're an idiot, you know that? An idiot. You must have fiddled with something enchanted or lit the fuse of that... His face went clouded, almost frightened, and he waved a dismissive hand. "You know, that man." Bezrar drew himself up like an indignant walrus, puffing and sweating, and jabbed Cirth's chest with one fat, hairy finger.
"Now, listen here, oh mighty Malachar. You're the one who's always dabbling with Shar magic, dark little toys and mumble spells and all that untrustworthy idiocy. But gads, you wound me, you do. 'Twasn't anything I did to get us here. 'Twas that smiling, some magic word, that green glow. Him, he gave us these, didn't he?"
He thrust out his handful of shiny gewgaws and said,
"He must have, because I sure by all the happy dancing gods haven't seen 'em before. You're holding some too."
"I know that, you fat little dolt," Cirth snarled. "I can see and feel, you know."
"Odds fish, but you can't think half as clever as you think you can now, can you, hey?"
"Oh, yes I can," Cirth snarled, reaching for the hilt of his knife.
"Well then, use your thinking part, whatever 'tis, and tell me how we got here, and what these things are, and how we get back to Marsember,"
the fat smuggler roared, his long knife already out and jabbing warningly at Cirth's knife hand.
"Because sure as Shar's a dark lass, this ain't Marsember."
His shout echoed a little way through the damp trees, and something unseen scuttled away from beside the trail nearby, leaving a trail of quivering leaves. Malachar Cirth drew in a deep breath, wrestling down his temper, and with a firm hand pushed the point of Bezrar's wavering knife aside. "Let me think," he snarled. Bezrar gave him a sour expression and flourished his hands in mimicry of a high-nosed Marsemban servant, bidding a Marsemban noble to pass this way, or partake of this platter of viands, or do something. Cirth stroked at his chin as if its clean-shaven point was home to a handsome beard, stared around at the trees, and muttered, "Can't tell where the sun is, and we mustn't get off the trail. This forest is big." He shivered suddenly and muttered, "Mustn't be here when night comes." Bezrar nodded, eyes widening in horror at the thought of long-taloned, creeping forest monsters slithering closer. He fought down a cry of alarm and started looking in all directions at once, crouching and waving his long knife wildly. Cirth gave him a sour look and murmured, "Fat, useless idiot." He held up a hand and said, "This way. I don't know why, but I'm sure this is the right way to head. Shar must be with me. Thank you for invoking her, Bez. Come on." The smuggler stood suspiciously looking in all directions, so Cirth plucked him sharply by the elbow while passing, jerking him into a stumbling walk. No sooner had the fat wholesaler regained his balance when Cirth took firm grip of his elbow once more and just as firmly propelled him into the lead. Bezrar shot him a fearful look. Cirth favored him with what was intended to be a reassuring smile and said, "Go on, but mind you go quietly. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you." Bezrar's reply was a growl. The smuggler didn't quite dare to say that knowing Malachar Cirth was right behind you was no cause for a lack of worry. He needed Cirth to do the thinking, and to be with him in this vast and rustling wood. The mere thought of... What was that?
"Mask and Timora love me,"
he cried, as a warrior in full armor rose up from behind some bushes, visor down and drawn sword in hand.
"Sir?"
"I see him," Sirth said in a strange voice. Besrar cast a very quick glance back over his shoulder to see why his partner's voice sounded like that, and saw that Sirth had lifted one of his gewgaws in a trembling hand and was staring at it with a weird expression on his face.
"Malachar,"
he snarled.
"help me here."
His eyes back on the armored warrior, he moaned in fear as the silently menacing purple dragon drifted toward him. Aye, drifted. Gods above, it was floating. Its feet were right off the ground, toes pointing downwards like a knight laid out for his tomb. Yet that helmed head was turning to look at him, then at Sirth, then back again, and the gauntleted hands were swinging that great naked sword up and back, ready to slash down and slay. "Sirth!" The smuggler almost wept, his long knife shaking in his hand. "Aid!" Something bright flashed past his shoulder, tumbling end over end at the floating warrior. It struck that armored breast, and the world exploded in bright blue fire and ringing, tumbling shards of battle steel that half-deafened Amon Besrar and flung him off his feet back past a tree or two and crashing down among bushes, very hard roots and wet dead leaves, with pieces of riven armor pattering onto the ground all around him. "Besrar!" his partner cried in fear, stumbling blindly forward along the path and groping at the air. "Bez, where are you?" Besrar blinked at the leaf-shrouded sky overhead, deciding he was still alive and could hear things through a faint ringing in his ears and could feel all parts of his body with not much more than the usual pain. He rolled over hastily, driving his long knife into wet moss and earth as a handle, to puff his way to his knees and see Malachar Sirth stepping straight into a tree, shrieking in alarm, turning to run and taking 3 wild windmilling strides into another tree. Sirth sat down hard, clutching at his head, and Besrar, surveying the now empty path, found himself laughing wildly. His chortles died away abruptly as he felt his free hand trembling. He looked down and discovered that he was clutching one of the gewgaws like a stone ready to throw, and that it was glowing slightly, a blue radiance that pulsed and faded under his astonished gaze. More than that, somehow in the moments of fear since he'd first seen that armored head rise into view, his free hand had opened 2 of his pouches, tossed away the palm flasks of wine he carried there, and thrust all of the rest of the gewgaws into the emptied pouches. "Mistra Lady of Magic," he prayed hoarsely, watching the trembling in his hand grow stronger, and realizing that something was urging him to return to the trail and take it ahead in that direction, and to go nowhere else. "What by all your sacred mysteries is going on?" Sirth, he saw, was struggling to his feet, holding out another of the gewgaws in one hand as if it were towing him forward. We're being led like mules," he gasped, suddenly drenched in fear sweat. "Oh, gods, we're going to die!" As if in reply to his words, another silent armored warrior floated into view along the trail. It headed purposefully for Sirth, raising its blade as it came. Sirth threw the gewgaw in his hand, and Besrar hastily buried his face in the moss and leaves. The blast was even bigger this time. The tug of the thing in his hand grew insistent. He struggled to his feet and stumbled toward the trail. Sirth was reeling among the trees, and there was already another gewgaw in his hand.
"Oh, bane and black doom,"
Besrar muttered helplessly, as he found himself heading for the trail as fast as his shaking limbs could take him. "Wait," Rolligan said suddenly. "What about that protection?" "The stars of Mistrid did not bar me," Lespira said, "and nothing steered me in my reading, I think." "You truly think the goddess herself—" "I don't know," Kaladnai said firmly. "Narnra, did you see 7 stars, blue-white fire?" The silken shadow stared at the 3 Cormyreans, sudden hope kindling. "I could play this as a shield, try to win free of this room and these 3, and... As she discovered, she didn't know what she'd want to do if she did win her freedom. Lespira suddenly turned her back. She's still reading my thoughts. She knows this would be a ruse. No, the senior war wizard said firmly, turning around again to face Narnra. Where the Mother of Mysteries is concerned, Narnra, none of us who work magic can be sure of anything. Your mind has already shown me that you saw 7 stars go out one by one as the Mage Royal used spells on you. Yet Mistress Protection may still encloak you, whether you know it or not. Khalidnai nodded gravely. I'd not like to proceed unless you say so, Narnra Shalas. Mistra may not take note of your willingness or your refusal. So, what say you? My choice handed right back to me. Narnra stared at the 3 Cormyreans, wondering what other twists this day might hold, and what she should say now. The 3 Cormyreans stared back at her, waiting.
Well, Lady Joysill, I'm certain that everyone believes they have the misfortune to live in truly troubled times for Cormyr,
Lady Hanthrina Ravensgar observed, triumphantly taking the largest nut cake with one hand and reaching for her just refilled goblet with the other.
But truly, I think we do.
She waved a profusely ring-adorned hand and added,
Oh, I know that dreadful devil dragon no longer menaces half the realm, gulping up knights and soldiers like snacks while orcs and goblins march, but really, are things any better now?
Lady Bairdra Monthor did not wait for the Lady Joysill Ambrur to answer, but said darkly,
Well, unlike some at this table, I am truly a daughter of Marsember, and any misfortune to befall the Obarskiers and the precious royal court in Suzail delights me. I'd be just as happy if they all fell down some dragon's gullet by nightfall today and let us regain rule of our own city. All these flirtations with Shantae and boy kings and that unspeakable Alisair riding wild over half the kingdom, the male half, dear, the Lady Hornsrill Wavegallant observed meaningfully, then tittered. Lady Monthor waited for the ripple of catty mirth to die, and then resumed her verbal onslaught right where she'd left off. While some unknown little hussy of an outlander runs the war wizards, and Obarskiers trample the rights of nobles here, there, and everywhere. Gods above look down, could they do worse? Well, Lady Thornra Bracegauntlet said gently, my sympathies lie with Phil Farrell, a true queen of dignity and breeding, watching in silence all those years whilst a Zoan bedded everyone who didn't flee in her skirts the moment his pennants were seen atop a distant hill.
Ah, yes, Lady Monthor sighed, looking at the ceiling in fond reverie and almost spilling her goblet. But for the briefest of exasperated sighs, Lady Bracegauntlet ignored the interjection and swept on. Then watching her own daughter tear the codpiece off any young man to take her fancy, while the other daughter goes all foolish over a bad noble and goes and dies bearing his child. And how are all the rest of us to know it's legitimate and deserves to someday wear a crown? And years must pass before that little brat gets measured for any crowns, Lady Ravensgar said darkly. There's many a royal get that's been fitted for his coffin before his coronet. Oh, stop hinting, Hanthrina, Lady Wavegallant said firmly. If you've started or joined one of these little conspiracies, tell us. We want to hear all about it. As for Phil Farrell, I hear she's doing quite well in the bedchambers herself these days with that old stuffy fool of a sage Alafandar. The Lady Joysill Ambrur had said little and continued to do so. She smiled over her favorite tall glass, watched her wine and cakes disappear with frightening rapidity, and deftly tugged out the choicest gossip. The 9 noble ladies of Cormyr who'd been lucky enough to receive an invitation to this high sun sup cooperated with enthusiasm, for they were only too eager to demonstrate how in the know they were. Little hard truth about conspiracies emerged, but Khalidnai the Mage Royal, the Steel Regent, and the Dowager Queen Phil Farrell and her antics with Alafandar all came in for some colorful conversation. After all, she thought with a smile, Aside from occasional uncomfortable duties in the bedchamber regarding the provision of family heirs, and spending as much money on fripperies as possible, of course. That is what noble ladies are for. Rothor turned suddenly.
What was that?
My diversion, the Red Wizard murmured. Merely a few bewildered blunderers encountering the helmed horrors to snare the attention of your fellow war wizards, just in case some of them are in the habit of spying on Vangertehast. Huldil Rothor mopped his face, sighed, and whispered, Right, I see. Well, here we are. This is one of the back ways in, the old Vangertehast's sanctum. Old thunder spells? I've heard that term before, Storange murmured. Are we likely to encounter alarm spells or guardians?
No, we're inside all that. Vangi can't do spell work if his own castings keep setting off alarms and spell backlashes. We just have to keep fairly quiet, because he has a guest.
Who might that be?
I don't know, but he's talking to someone who's right here to move things for him, not someone at the other end of a far-scrying spell or crystal.
The war wizard led the way cautiously along a dimly lit passage that smelled of damp earth. The tiles were damp underfoot, and the rough block stone walls were pierced at intervals by closed doors.
Pantries and such. Oh, there is one thing we have to watch out for.
Rothor, the wizard called Dark Spells, said silkily, laying a hand on the war wizard's shoulder. I don't like surprises. You should know that by now.
Yes, Lord. I merely mean I forgot to mention something. That Vangertehast conjures pairs of floating eyes and flying hands that he uses as fetch and carry servitors. They won't be along here, but we mustn't go left up ahead or we may run into them. And of course, he sees through them and—
Yes, that would be unfortunate. Is there anything else you're having difficulty remembering, friend Huldil?
No, Lord Harnrim, through here. There's steps up. You wanted to see Vangertehast at work.
Indeed, the Red Wizard breathed, his voice the merest of whispers, and his hand remaining on Rothor's shoulder. Show me. Unseen behind the trembling war wizard, Storange's other hand slipped the crystal out of his codpiece and held it ready in his hand, just in case. The worn stone steps were a narrow, short flight that ascended into a sort of garden room, where benches held shallow trays of flourishing herbs and food plants beneath a ceiling of curved glass. Outside, a great ring of thickly grown trees surrounded the domed ceiling, which lay in its own little clearing, and among them, the Red Wizard could see the motionless forms of a dozen or more helmed horrors, so many empty suits of armor floating tirelessly upright in the shade gloom. Rothor had laid a hand on Storange's arm, and he turned his head to glare, only to see the war wizard pointing down. Through a gap between two of the old bedding trays, more glass could be seen. A wall, this time, that overlooked an adjacent room whose floor was much lower. Storange found himself looking down at the moving heads of a man and a woman. Rothor did something delicate with the air around them. There was a momentary flicker of magical radiance, the merest of ripples, and voices could be faintly heard, the words of the man and woman below. The Red Wizard bent his head forward to listen intently. A tiny whirlwind of flames circled in mid-air as Vangertehast peered critically at it. Not enough, he grunted. Not enough. Tiny threads of lightning spurted from his fingertips and crawled unsteadily through the air, flickering and darting to join the pinwheel of flames, which flared into greater life, wobbled, and promptly collapsed into winking sparks and fading smoke. Vangi slammed one hand down on the table and rose on it to lean forward and watch every last instant of his spell dying. Not a success, Mirmeen Lal observed gently from the chair across the room where she sat in full armor, her drawn sword across her knees. Vangertehast growled deep in his throat as she'd heard many a hunting dog do and whirled around to glare at her. I can't work with you watching me, cursed woman! Why don't you take your sword and your armored self out into the woods and shred some small furry things? Leave me be." "No," the Lady Lord of Arabelle said sweetly, smiling at him with her chin cradled in her hands. Her gauntlets, he noted wearily, were perched on the great carved horns of the chair-back. "I like small furry things, even ones that wear wizard's robes and growl at me grumpily." Vangerdehaest growled again, more angrily this time, and brought his other hand down on the table with a crash. "Patience in all things, Lord," she murmured. "If you expect to craft entirely new spells to bind dozens of dragons, you can't expect every spell to be a simple thing, or other mages would have done it already and bound every last one of them thousands of years ago." "I've seen enough," the Red Wizard murmured in Rothur's ear, "and shall take my leave of you. Conduct me to where it's safe to depart." Huldil Rothur nodded and led the way quickly back down the steps to the passage, and along it the way they'd come. Halfway along the corridor, he paused beside a door and muttered, "Lord Starange, within are some of the floating eyes and flying hands that I know how to attune and activate. Would you like to use them to, see farther through the sanctum than we've walked thus far?" The Red Wizard smiled. "How thoughtful. But no thank you, not this time. You've been very helpful and useful, Rothur, and I trust shall remain so." He clapped the War Wizard warmly on the shoulder and added, "For, of course, to betray me is to die." With that last whispered word ringing in Huldil Rothur's ears, the War Wizard found himself suddenly alone, staring at the empty passage. Mother Mistra, he's gone right through the wards. The wards it took Vangerdehaest days of fighting just to modify. Huldil Rothur shivered all over like a wet dog, swallowed with an effort, and hurried back to the garden room to restore the silence shield. So this is what true fear feels like, and everything up to now has been mere apprehension. Gods deliver me. 16. A busy day for war wizards.
Then my spell burst among them, and, behold, there were flame-broiled war wizards all over the place. Morthrim of Selgaunt, 60 summers of spell-hurling, my career as a mighty wizard. Year of the Turret.
The forest rocked again, and a flaming branch toppled into the trail, bounced once, and rolled over. Malachar Sirth strode up to it, smiling confidently, and looked down at a curved shard of war helm that was slowly spinning to a halt. "This," he said, hefting the new gewgaw and admiring its gleam, "is transcendent. Simply transcendent."
"Easy, too,"
Auman Bezrar agreed from right behind him.
"That's over a dozen now, hey?"
Sirth looked up at the leaf-hidden heavens. 14, he said icily. "No thanks to you."
"Hey now, big gads, I've blasted 5 of them.
"Could you have done it had I not shown you how to vanquish these enchanted suits of armor? Bah, don't bother to parley and cavil. We must go forward."
Aye, forward."
Bezrar frowned as he watched Sirth stride on down the trail into what seemed to be even deeper, gloomier stands of trees. Shadow tops and dusk woods, as old as realms and as large as cottages, soaring up into unseen gloom with moss-cloaked vines hanging here and there like gigantic spider webs.
Sirth? Just one thing. Why?"
The tall, thin dealer in scents, wines, cordials, and drugs froze for a moment, then said without turning, "I know not. We'll find out when we get there." He walked on, and Bezrar hastily shuffled after him, wheezing along for a goodly way before he stopped and asked,
Mal?"
Sirth rounded on him with a snarl. "Don't call me that."
Aye, of course, Mal. Just one more thing."
"What?" Sirth snapped icily, hefting his shining oval device in his hand as if he meant to hurl it at his longtime partner. Besrar held up his own gewgaw.
What happens to us when we run out of these things?
Malachar Sirth opened his mouth angrily, but when he saw Besrar stare, go fearful, and rise up over his shoulder, he shut it again and wheeled around. 3 helmed warriors were floating in menacing unison through the trees ahead, converging on him. They bore huge battle axes rather than swords this time, and they were holding them raised and ready to strike. "Tymora and Mistra both, be with us now," he snarled, and flew a gewgaw desperately. Malachar Sirth didn't know what would happen to one of the shiny ovals if he ever missed with one of his throws, and as he saw more armored forms drifting out of the tree gloom, he told both goddesses fervently that he never wanted to find out. The world burst apart in blue fire. He knew enough to duck down and shield his eyes now, and one of the helmed horrors was gone. The other 2 flew on toward him as if nothing had happened, which was when a distant voice said severely, "Brorm, you know old Thunderspells doesn't want us hurling spells here so close to him. I don't know what you're blasting, but stop it." An armored form loomed up over Sirth. A battle axe gleamed as it swept down, and Besrar snarled,
"Eat flaming death, metal pig!"
The world burst bright blue again, tumbling Sirth back head over heels into a tanglethorn bush this time. He blinked at the sight of his own blood, glistening in red droplets in a line across his thorn-torn hand, and heard that voice, a little nearer and a lot more furious now, shout, "Right, Brorm, that does it! I don't care how much the old man dotes on your spinach pie, I'm going to flail your backside for you. Don't try to run now. I may be older, but I'm wise to your tricks, and 'twill take a lot to surprise old Feldamar of the Fireballs." Besrar promptly blew up the 3rd armored sentinel, and in the wake of the blast, the 2 stunned Marsembans heard the unseen Feldamar say something very rude. There followed a crashing of foliage off behind the trees to the right of the trail, where the forest cloaked some gentle hills. A vigorous, hard-striding man in battle leathers marched into view, wearing a long leather overcloak that flared out behind him with the haste of his approach. His face resembled an old boot. His hair was steel gray, and a long black rod bristling with tiny spires and spikes that flashed with a spectrum of winking radiances was clutched in his left hand. His right hand wore a long, flaring-cut white glove, and a flickering radiance like white fire surrounded it. "Brorm," he barked as he came up the trail, peering suspiciously in all directions. "Where by the brass breastplates of Alisair are you?" His eyes fell upon the riven shards of a helmed horror on the narrow dirt path right in front of him. Feldamar of the Fireballs gaped down at them in astonishment, a dumbfoundedness that deepened as he glanced along the trail and saw more chunks and shards that had recently been the very best sort of Cormyrean coat of plate battle armor. He could see pieces of at least 2 helms without taking another step. "Mistra," he swore, softly but with feeling, and hurriedly called forth a shielding spell around himself from his rod. Whoever or whatever had done this must still be lurking nearby. That last blast had been only moments ago. Yes, there. Some of the shards were still rocking in the wake of the force that had hurled them to where they now lay. The war wizard shook his head, went into an alert crouch, and advanced carefully along the trail. Almost immediately he caught sight of a boot. The leg wearing it belonged to a man clad like a down-coast merchant. Breeches, boots, the hip-length tunics so little seen in the king's forest or the uplands, where smocks were for field work and belt tunics for riding or stalking in the forest, who was lying beside a tanglethorn bush, eyes closed and one hand ado with fresh blood. He'd never seen the man before. His eyes fell to the belt, a long knife of the sort used in Marsember. Just a long knife. Whoever this man was, he'd had something to do with the destruction of the helmed horrors, but he certainly didn't look like a brigand or a wizard or any prepared foe of Cormyr. As for whether he was really senseless or not, Feldamar leaned closer, pointing his rod at the man. A blast of conjured water There was a sudden crash and rustle from right behind the war wizard. He whirled, rod rising, but was still halfway through his turn when something large, hairy, fat, and sweating smashed into him and ran right over him, trampling hard. "Rhea!" Amun Tholant Bezrar screamed, waving his arms wildly as he ran pell-mell through the forest, crashing into trees and saplings wherever the trail wandered and his frantic flight did not. "Rah!" He was trying to frame the word run with his mouth and call it out to Cirth somewhere behind him, but the war wizard hit the ground with a grunt and bounced hard, rod flying away into the shrubs. His body settled and lay still, limp and silent, eyes closed. Trembling with fear, Malachar Cirth could see that much of the man through the slit of his almost shut eyelids. Bezrar was still screaming through the trees, his cries echoing weirdly, and only the deaf could hope to avoid noticing the sound Bez was making. "No more wizards ever! No more dealings with spell hunters! Oh no! I told Cirth! I told him! No! No magic! Not for any price! No, 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 no!" Cirth grimaced. With that racket, this Brorm and probably some other wizards couldn't fail to be here soon, all right. Probably a lot of other wizards. He had to leave. He had to leave now. The fallen war wizard groaned and moved one hand, eyes flickering. In sudden terror, Cirth burst to his feet and ran right over the man. He might have made it cleanly over the Cormyrean, but the gray-haired wizard flung up one hand blindly, clawing the air for balance. Cirth tripped on it and went sprawling. Clawing at moss and dirt, never slowing, he found his feet again with a frantic mew of fear and ran on. Pelting down the trail, Bezrar was still shouting his distant way along. Feldemar of the fireballs groaned again, shook his numbed hand, and rolled over. In the distance, a head bobbed briefly in his field of view ere its fleeing owner raced around a bend in the trees and was gone behind a confusion of old gnarled trunks. Something gleamed on the trail in the mysterious man's wake, something that was winking back sunlight as it spun around and around, obviously just fallen. Feldemar got to his knees, then up, took 2 unsteady steps, and saw his rod. He retrieved it, wincing at the new aches he'd acquired. Gods, that man had hit him harder than the pony that had run him over when he was but a lad, and plucked up the gewgaw from the trail. It more than filled his hand, an oval of shiny, smooth, polished silver metal, with the shine of blue where it caught reflections, thick in the middle and thinning to its edges like a dainty pastry, and graven with runes of power, yes, but not ones he'd ever seen before. This looked like Eastern script. His eyes narrowed. He turned it over in his fingers, finding nothing illuminating on the obverse, and the light dimmed behind him. Feldemar of the fireballs made sure he turned around fast enough this time in a crouch and with his rod ready. 2 helmed horrors were floating along the trail toward him. They came to smooth halts, their enchantments recognizing him as a commander rather than a foe. Feldemar frowned down at the gewgaw in his hand, lifted his gaze to the nearest helmed horror, and on an impulse tossed the oval lazily at the chest of the armored sentinel. The singing of his shielding, still in place around him, flared into a high shriek as the helmed horror blew apart, tumbling its still intact fellow end over end through the air for an impressive distance. Shards of twisted silver-blue battle armor crashed and rattled off branches in all directions, pattering down through dancing leaves. Several pieces sped into his shield and were slowed to a snail drift by it. Feldemar stepped out of the way of the only one of these that was proceeding into a collision with him and peered at it with interest as it ghosted past. The surviving helmed horror was upright again, flying impassively back toward the trail with its sword raised. Feldemar looked at it, then down at the wreckage at his feet, and lifted both of his eyebrows aloft in earnest. "Well now," he said thoughtfully, hand straying to the alarm horn at his belt. "Well now."
Great Mistra, Goddess, are you here in my mind? If so, what should I do?
Narnra smiled wryly.
And if you're there, why are you lurking in my mind without telling me? Are you a Cormyrean, perhaps?" She expected nothing but silence in reply to that. Silence she got, but also a stirring in the darkness of her mind. 7 sparks winked, just for a moment, as if amused, and that was all. Something like a wavering shadow appeared in the air of the room Rothur had first brought him to, thickened, and grew an arm and an alertly peering head. "I come from Suzail with urgent news for the Lord Vangertehast," it announced excitedly, and then waited. Silence was the reply. The head smiled and surged forward, growing a body. It did not look like the customary handsome form Harnrim Starange was wont to wear, but then he wasn't called Dark Spells for nothing. Aside from himself, the dim room was deserted. He cast a swift spell and nodded in satisfaction. "Off that way, where the shield spells grow strongest," he murmured. "I must not go. But here, these shields I can work with." That fool Rothur's mind had been fearfully abubble with rushing memories during their visit together, wherefore the boldest red wizard in Cormyr now knew there were scrolls in plenty beyond that door down this passage, and also that one, which also led to a closet that held some wands, and a rod or two better left undisturbed, because hidden tracer enchantments could well have been built into them. The really powerful and experimental magics Vangertehast kept hidden behind shields that could slay, shields attuned only to him, but there'd be chances enough to gain those later. First, the "Blaedrin, is that you?" Starange sent a slaying snake spell through the air even before he melted his body back into a shadow flickering among the pulsing shields. The war wizard, coming around the corner with a frown on his face and a wand in his hand, walked right into the fang serpent and managed only the choked beginnings of a scream before his face was sucked away by the magic. Eyes, breath, flesh, and all. Blood-drenched bones stared with empty sockets at Starange for a moment ere the man toppled. Dark Spells smiled and cast another magic that made the body a flickering shield shadow like himself. It'd reappear when the shields were banished, of course, but until then, he left the wand lying right where it had fallen and hastened on. There was a loud flash of blue-white fire, and Vangertehast laughed aloud. "Yes!" he spat in delight, hands spread wide in the last flourishing of his casting. "Done! And perfect!" He chuckled in triumph, scribbled a note on his parchments with some panache, and rolled his eyes when Myrmeen asked from behind him, "Time for a break, Master of All Magic? Just a few moments to sip water, stretch, and wipe noses?" Vangertehast whirled around, robes swirling grandly, and made a very rude gesture he'd seen purple dragons present enthusiastically to each other on several occasions. Myrmeen decided it was her turn to roll her eyes. Rothur's mind held very clear directions on how to open the armory shields for someone not keyed to them. Merely mutter the right phrase, make the correct gesture, and step forward. Into a chamber where 2 war wizards turned startled faces toward him. "Laspira sent me," Starange told them anxiously. "There's—" By then he was close enough to touch one of the men, releasing a spell that twisted the man's only active enchantment, a personal shield. By the kisses of Loviatar and of Shar, these Cormyrean mages lived like scared rabbits, into a quivering paralysis field. The other man gaped at him, hands flashing up to shape a spell. The red wizard reached into his sleeve, plucked a poisoned dart from a forearm sheath that held 2 of them, and tossed it into the man's face. The man shouted and clutched at his eye. Starange lunged forward and punched him hard in the throat. The war wizard went down gargling, and by the time he hit the floor, the foam was coming to his mouth and the spasms had begun. Starange stepped clear and let him thrash. He'd deal with these 2 after he'd snatched what he'd come for. The closet door had no lock. He used a dagger point to draw it open and moved aside with it just in case,
but no doom lashed out. Inside were dozens of pigeonholes labeled with unfamiliar glyphs, stuffed with scrolls. He selected 3 at random, peered at them, then pulled out a sack from his belt, shook it open, and started to fill it. There'd be time to find out what magics he'd gained later. Tarrying here would not be wise. He took the rolled parchments from the niches that held the smallest number of scrolls, stuffed the sack until it was full, then paused in mid-reach. Something was winking in an empty niche, a tiny star of activation. The Red Wizard stepped back. He'd seen the most powerful of Zulkirs use such things. Unless touched by the right being or counterspelled in precisely the right way, they visited disaster on anyone disturbing them. Its presence meant that Vangertehast had a second array of scrolls behind this first one, and that he was far more powerful in this art than Starange had thought. The Thayan frowned, whirled, and carefully cast the spells that would burn out the brains of the 2 war wizards from within and take with them all remembrance of his own appearance. He plucked his dart from the bubbling flames and took it with him just in case. It had taken 2 years of retching weakness to build up a resistance to killing doses of Stayeratter, but he could now employ it without fear of dying from a casual scratch. The man war wizards called Old Thunder Spells was not a doddering old fool, but a graybeard magically much stronger than anyone in Thay gave him credit for. Defying him with taunts and a flourish of spells would be the act of a fool, and Harnrim Starange would not leap into the recklessness that had taken so many ambitious young red wizards to their deaths. It was time for the velvet glove, not the fist of fireballs. He'd arranged for Joysil to learn about Vangertehast's scheme. In her dragon shape, her enraged attack should destroy or weaken the old wizard. Whatever befell in battle, more magic should be uncovered for Harnrim Starange to so casually find. Dark spells of Thay departed the sanctum as hastily and stealthily as he knew how. The whirling flames collapsed again, taking a small and inoffensive 3-legged stool with them this time. It was flaming kindling in an instant and drifted ashes the next.
Blast! Damn and blast! Vangertehast said wearily, leaning on his work table. There's something wrong with this last bit.
He tapped 2 lines of runes, then brightened.
Hey now, if I change into a pumpkin? Perhaps, but tomorrow will be soon enough for that,
Mirmeen Lal said firmly, springing up from her chair and sheathing her blade with a flourish. She took the former royal magician firmly by one elbow and turned him from the table, the pain causing him to blink at her, scrabble wildly to keep hold of his notes, then give up and stumble along as she towed him, snapping gruffly,
"You don't have to treat me like some witless sack of grain, lass."
"No, of course not," she replied fondly, leaning close to him with her eyes dancing. "And I'll soon stop doing so just as soon as you stop behaving like one."
"Lass? Lass? Mirmeen, damn you, girl. I've just a few tweaks more to work with it, and 'twill be done, damn it."
"Of course, as you work right through the night and the next morning and much of the day that follows it, doing those few little tweaks." Vangertehast blinked at her as they went out into the passage.
"But of course, lass, 'tis magic."
"Indeed," the Lady Lord of Arabelle agreed, still towing him firmly along. "And magic of a different sort will soon unfold in the kitchen. Once you're sitting there resting with a good stiff drink and I get started on the cooking. Gods above, man, you've waited decades to play with your spells. This one can wait for a single night longer."
Oh, but
you're almost falling down weary. Take a seat." The ranger practically shoved Vangertehast into a chair, clunked his best drinking horn down in front of him, and filled it to the flaring brim with,
"Gods, woman, old Amberfire, where did you get this?"
"From your cellars," Mirmeen told him sweetly. "'Twon't keep forever, you know, and neither will you. When you're dead, you'll wish you'd opened a few more bottles of it instead of always leaving them for the right time. The right time is always now."
The mighty innermost shields of the sanctum hummed and pulsed around them as she unconcernedly started unbuckling straps and shucking armor in all directions. Vangerdehaest blinked at the sight and swiftly looked away. He cleared his throat loudly, took another swig, and slyly looked back at her again. Ignoring him, Myrmine plucked out the towel that all-wise Cormyrean warriors kept strapped inside their breastplates beside the spare dagger, toweled herself dry, and reached for the largest skillet. "It astonishes me," she observed as she murmured the word he used to ignite whatever she'd left ready in the firebox, and went to the pantry cold shelf for the crock of hog fat and the string sack hanging near it for some onions. "How you managed to keep such a round little belly on you eating as you did." "Well, lass," Vangerdehaest grunted amiably over his drinking horn, "I was alone and therefore relaxed. However tardily I thought of victuals and clumsily I prepared them, I could dine at leisure. No stress, see you?" Myrmine plucked down one of the kitchen knives she'd sharpened and commenced to do deft murder upon the onions. One thing for the old Windbeard's magic, his cantrip made the stove hot in a hurry. She cast a glance at the wood ready at hand, judged it wasn't time to add any yet, and made busy greasing the pan. "How often did you end up groaning your guts out over the sink or yon bucket? Thrice I've scrubbed it, and still I can't get rid of the sick smell. No stress then, I suppose?" Vangy sipped, cast a surprised eye at how little remained in his horn, and observed to the low-beamed ceiling, "The trouble with over-clever lasses is their tongues, sharp like swords and always jabbing at a man." Myrmine snorted as the first onions hit the pan with a loud hiss and replied, "The trouble with over-clever wizards is their hog-headed stubborn insistence on always being right, which really means the world must do everything their way. Now, if they were really brilliant enough to choose the right way as their way, those tongues of their lasses could get a rest, and there'd be no jabbery at all." Vangerdehaest chuckled and brought his booted feet up on the footstool. It had been months since it had been handy to do that with. Someone, Marine here, must have cleared all those old scrolls off it, taken it out of the corner, and put it ready for him. Thoughtful lass. He leaned back at ease and toyed with thoughts of what barbed comments he could make next to hear her laugh again and bring another thrust back his way. He hadn't chatted this way for years. The retired royal magician of Cormyr sighed with a contentment and drained the last of his amber fire as the warm smell of frying onions rose around him. The blind shield behind him flickered as someone passed through it, and an anxious voice asked quickly, "Huldil?" For the briefest of instants, Huldil Rothur froze in fear, then clenched his fists, drew in breath, and turned, face serene and eyes widening in unruffled inquiry. "Yes?" Feldemar Dawnthray stood in the guard-room, slightly out of breath and sporting the beginnings of what would soon be splendid bruises. He held his rod ready in his hand as if expecting a fight. Huldil eyed it, then looked up at its bearer. "Some sort of fight?" "We've lost about 8 of the Sentinel Horrors, as far as I can tell," the older war wizard reported tersely. "Intruders, at least 2, though I saw only one of them. Didn't look like warriors or mages or anything except Marsembin merchants, actually. They were carrying some sort of enchanted blast bombs." "Bombs?" "Throw one, hit helmed horror blows apart. Little circular silver disc things with runes on them in Thayan or some other Eastern script. No fuse, no trigger words, just throw, hit, and boom." "They got away, these intruders, without leaving any of these, bombs behind?" "I found one, tried it out, cost us a horror. One of them got stunned by his own blast, I think. I heard the explosions, came looking, found him, and was just bending closer when another one burst out of hiding and ran me over from behind. By the time I had my wits again, the stunned one was gone too." 8 sentinels? Gods forfend. Feldemar nodded grimly.
Possibly just a foray to damage as many sentinels as possible, but if they'd been carrying sacks of these bomb things and I hadn't come to see, they might have blasted their way right to Lord Vangertehast's front door. Rothor nodded. It certainly seems a determined attempt to reach the sanctum. The High Knights must be told. Aye. Shall I? If you would, yes, and have Therma take a look at you before you seek rest, just in case they did you some harm you haven't noticed yet. Those bruises look nasty. Therma? Go back to the court? Oh, yes, I think so, Rothor replied in tones that made it clear he was issuing an order. Damodanther took over your duty guard as usual? Aye, Feldemar growled, departing with a none too pleased look on his face. Come, come, Huldil said jokingly. In a short time the gentle hands of Therma will be— We go back, lad, she and me. 'Tis not the joy for me you imagine it to be. Feldemar turned the corner and was gone. Huldil shrugged, half smiled, and turned back to his game of Plunder Castle. The cards that showed the attacking Witch Lord Wyvern riders had struck him with damnable luck, and most of his turret warriors were dead already. Gloomily, he moved one of the survivors along the ring of turrets. I'm just choosing which one he'll die in. He stared at the board with more foreboding than he'd felt since just before the last battle with the Devil Dragon. Very much like the choice I've just made for myself. Which is when he heard the running footsteps, someone frantic, coming fast and crashing into things along the way in his haste. Huldil! Huldil! Darthim was one of the few half-elf war wizards, and he prided himself on being pleasant, soft-spoken, unassuming, and a mage of no gossip and few idle words. Now, however, he was wild-eyed and panting. Huldil! Jandor and Throckle are dead! Dead! Blasted down with spells! Rothor erupted from his seat, spilling pieces and cards in all directions. This must be Storange's work, but he had to make his reaction look right, and he had been losing the damned game anyway. What? He roared, trying to match Darthim's fire-eyed look. In the armory, blown apart. Throckle's head is just sitting there, all by itself, looking out the door at me. Thank you, Darthrim. No sign of who did it, I suppose? Look you, go and wake Sarmir and tell him in my name that he's to stand duty guard with you there. Tell him all you want about what you found, but direct the sanctum defenses if any of the outside guards report troubles to you. You're in charge. I must report this to Lespira without delay. Yes, Rothor. The half-elf leaped away down the passage, glad of something to do and direct orders letting him do it. Huldil shook his head and smiled grimly. Ah, such troubled times. He ran a hand through his thinning hair, wiped his sweating brows with a knuckle, stood still, and cleared his mind. It was still in place, as strong as ever. The mind cloak spell Storange had given him was whispering ever so faintly at the back of his mind, a ready wall to block all probing magics, even those of a suspicious second-in-command of all the war wizards of Cormyr. He was ready to go and make his report. 17. Mind Plunge.
The most punishing spell I can think of is one that hurls you into your enemy's mind, and he into yours. Minds rubbing raw on each other. Now there's true agony. Scandanther of Saerlun. Spells are the wings that carry me high. Year of the Lion.
Narnra looked up at the magnificent ceiling of the dragon wing chamber. Huge, sinuous, scaled bodies, swirling and rolling over, frozen forever on the verge of bursting forth in full and terrible glory. Someone, probably several someones, with skill enough to sculpt something much, much larger than they could see all at once, had carved those awesomely beautiful, real dragons. Someone who must have felt very safe and secure here in Cormyr to spend the months, nay, years it must have taken up on ladders in this room, sculpting such a masterwork. Safe, secure and paid well enough to eat, by a king or queen of Coromir who loved beauty enough to pay for the making and leave this chamber unused for the sculptors to work. It would take a strong realm, a stable realm, and a flourishing realm to permit that. Narnra clung to that thought and let her eyes fall from the magnificence to the emptiness of the vast room. That took confidence and wealth, too, to leave such a large and therefore useful room empty of distraction, and so leave the carved ceiling that much more striking to the eye, and the three people standing patiently facing her. Ralligan, the watchful hands-on weapons agent of the Crown of Coromir, what she might become, might. Lespira, the kindly yet powerful wizard, regal yet motherly, the sort of person who's always there, a solid part of the furniture trusted by many, who'd be shocked when death finally took her because they'd come to think of her as a pillar of Faerun, like folk here had thought of this Vangardahast, like someone somewhere had presumably once thought of Elminster, probably in a land now dust in a time long ago. Khalidnai, her tormentor and the one in command here, the Mage Royal of Coromir, outranking the older two Coromirians, and at a glance an outlander, her skin dusky, probably resented by many at court, who wanted no stranger seizing power that should rightfully have drifted into their hands. Narnra's eyes narrowed. Lespira should be one of those, yet she seemed not to be. Wherefore this Khalidnai was a witch who ruled minds by magic, or someone worthy of respect, loyalty, even love. She stared into the dark eyes of the Mage Royal, who gazed gravely back. Dark brows, stern but not quite imperious manner, a little frightening. The woman who wanted to invade her mind. Narnra found herself breathing faster, almost panting. Part of her wanted to shout in revulsion, part wanted to hit out and run, and part was sneakily eager and excited, wanting to see what would happen. That was the spark in her that had taken her to greater and greater boldnesses on the rooftops, and she loved it, though it was a lure into trouble. There was something else rising in her, too, slow and hesitant, deeply submerged for too long. She could taste it, catching at the back of her throat. Loneliness. She'd been friendless and alone for far too long, Narnra against all the world. A world that was, to her, an endless collection of dupes, unseen passing folk, the rich and powerful best avoided, a few sharks cruising as she was, and authority. The Watch, the Guard, the Watchful Order, the Lords of Waterdeep, the folk who could slay and flog and imprison and maim with impunity. Narnra hated, feared, and despised all authority. These three people all held it, Khalidnai the most. How much of her fear and defiance was rooted in her own hatred of authority? How? Never mind. My choices are rough, and I've taken the best one. Mystra even smiled at me. I hope. Let's get this over with. Well, she announced quietly, lifting her chin. I'm waiting. None of the Coromirians laughed. The two women both took a step toward her, and the Mage Royal stopped, obviously surprised by Lespira's advance. Lespira kept on coming. Narnra, she said gently, this will go best if you lie down, right here on the floor. Narnra blinked at Lespira, then doubled up and sat. The war wizard sank down with her as if she was some sort of delicate invalid. When she was lying on her back on the floor, staring up at that splendid ceiling again, Lespira turned and called Khalidnai over. Then she stood up and calmly undid her robe, hauled it off, revealing a gown-like underrobe of red satin, and rolled it. Silently she pointed Khalidnai to the floor beside Narnra, then slid her rolled-up robe under the backs of their heads. A pillow? Narnra asked incredulously. Something to keep you both from splitting heads open on the hard floor,
Lespira replied rather severely. If emotion surged, "Now hold hands and begin." "Yes, mother," Kaladnai replied in a gently mocking voice. Narnra found herself smiling. The Mage Royal murmured a long, complicated rising and falling incantation, and the dragons overhead went away. Warm and dark, descending, the darkness around flashing with a bewildering whirl of half-glimpsed bright scenes, bursts of sound, surges of anger, amusement, even weariness. Narnra, hide not." Surge of energy, darkness going ruby shine, lights and noise coming fast. "Narnra Shalas." "I'm here. What do you want of me?" "Show me your mother." Raven black hair and kind emerald eyes bent over her in a face as white as bleached bone, cheekbones that made her look as exotic as she was beautiful, tender, deft hands cradling her so firmly and yet gently. Maerge, the apprentices called her. Mother Maerge comforting her in a dark room, her sniveling still loud around them. There, my little one. Dreams can be bright as well as terrible. Like meals, some are good and some bad, but we need them all just the same. As always, Narnra found herself aching to reach out and clutch her mother's fingers, to cry her name, to speak her love and loneliness so Mother Maerge would hear and smile and tell it was all right, everything was all right. "Of course. Come away and see something of mine that will hurt less." Sudden raucous laughter and thick smoke in a low-beamed, crowded, candlelit-in common room. Swaggering men with bright goblets in their hands and weapons strapped all over them, striding past, and then, noticing her and leaning close to peer. "What's this? Kaladnai of the Scrolls, eh? You read scrolls for fees? What idiot can't read a scroll?" "One who has a magic scroll, sir, but can't work spells," Kaladnai's young but firm voice said quietly, tight with the fear of coming trouble. Three young bristle-bearded red-with-drink faces were leaning over her now, peering, and breathing the fumes of golden sarth dew she hadn't coin enough for even a finger flagon of all over her. "You a mage? Who'd you study with?" "No one, sirs. My spells come from within." "Well, now, what say your parents about that?" No lass restlessly chafing under the rule of parents and a fire to see the wider world likes to be thought of as a child out on the sly, and Kaladnai's voice was stiff as she replied, "My parents let me find myself and make my own dealings with Faerun. Do yours?" There were snorts and roars and guffaws of mirth, and one of the men bawled, "I like you, lass. Want to ride with us?" "Where is it you ride, sir, and for what?" "Across all wide and splendid Faerun, Lady Kaladnai, in search of adventure and lots of these." An eager hand unthroated a purse and spilled dozens of heavy gold coins across Kaladnai's little table with a flourish, leaving her gaping at more money than she'd ever seen in her life before. Some of the coins rolled, folk everywhere leaned to see, and a shorter man in the group, almost a boy by his looks, plucked up one rolling coin and tossed it idly with 2 fingers, right down the front of her dress. There was another roar of laughter, and Kaladnai knew her face was burning. The mirth spread around the old cracked flagon, and she clenched her fists, wishing she were anywhere but here. "Yours, lass," the first man roared. "Yours to keep, and plenty more like it if you come with us. We need more magic to back up our blades."
"Oh, but—" "Hold now,"
the oldest face among the men looming above her table said quietly.
"We'd best talk to her parents. I don't want to be hounded as a slaver snatching young lasses."
"Gods, Thorlum, anyone can see we're not slavers, nor lechers neither. We've got Vonda for that."
"Aye,"
a buxom woman whose lush curves were spilling out of a loosely laced bodice purred.
sidling past the men to appraise Kalidnai with an almost contemptuous eye. "And I can handle the lot of you. Don't worry, dear. I'll see that they're too weary to come pawing you. Oh, stop laughing, you hogs. Here, dear, take a handful of these coins, and perhaps Markin will stop leering at you quite so over-eagerly." She turned. "Stop pestering locals, you louts, or we'll have more trouble. She's barely old enough to—" "I'm coming with you," Kalidnai announced suddenly, standing up and hearing the stillness of utter astonishment spread across the common room in an instant. "Keep your coins. I'll win my own." Enough. Now, what's this? Something hidden, not just from me, but from yourself. Something old. Let's see. Cowering in her cot late on a dark night, as angry voices soar up the stairs. A man with a fluting patrician accent, some noble on the city, she knows not who, is shouting at her mother. Too far away to hear, too scared to slip out into the chill to hear better. Her mother's replies, too faint to make out the words, but cold and angry and sharp-edged. The voices building, louder and faster, slashing and snapping like crossed swords. Then suddenly a mighty roar that shakes cot, room, stairs, and all. A startled shout amid its thunder and silence. No, I don't want to see this. I never wanted to see this again. It never happened. Never, never, never. Easy, Narnra. See something else of mine now, something happier. Laughter and warm firelight, and Markin pouring a river of gold coins down onto her body, while Bertro and Thorlum Flamberton grin and clink goblets with her, all of them bare and a tangle amid the furs. Rimardo hooting with laughter across the room and springing from the top of an ornate wardrobe. Newly purchased, every bit as fine in its carving as her father's best work, and priced accordingly, too, onto an unseen Vonda, who shrieks with laughter and mock pain and slaps him energetically. Umbero intoning solemnly through the midst of all the merriment. "Truly, Tymora smiles upon we of the Bright Star Sash. I make the count to be a full 6,000 full-weight gold coins, not counting what you're playing with in here, and the odd ones. But enough of my good times. Let's see something of like excitement from you, yes." A warm summer night, all the roofs of Waterdeep flooded in full moonlight, and Narnra in her shift gazing out at it all from her high bedroom window. A ghost of a breeze from inland, warm and dry and banishing the smells of salt and dead fish. The stirring excitement of putting one leg over the windowsill. Something forbidden, something daring. The roof slates, rough underfoot but reassuring, and standing now right out under the moon and glorious vault of stars. Only a few tiny clouds torn and tattered off to the north. Nothing between her soft skin and all the warm night but light, gauzy fabric. Boldly striding down the sloping roof to the edge to get a better view of great Waterdeep spread out before her, and dark Faerun beyond. Looking idly over the edge, seeing that it was a long, killing way down to the garden, but being utterly unafraid. Suddenly, in the distance, across the silver vista of roofs, a lone dark figure darting and leaping. A thief? Someone hurrying on the rooftops. Heart suddenly in throat, Narnra looking around at the roofs nearby, that one so close. A quick run in bare feet, a leap, the warm wind in her hair, and landing cat-like with a gentle thump that might just have awakened a servant if the Marlith curs forced one to sleep in their attic. On across their larger, sagging roof, tiles starting to go in one place, sliding askew, to the one beyond and perching there amid on an unfamiliar dormer hidden from her own window by the peak of the roof. Perching like a carved gargoyle or an owl looking for prey, long legs doubled up, feeling truly alive and laughing at the excitement. Castle Waterdeep soaring just over there and the great dark shoulder of the mountain beyond, with the tiny winking lights of lanterns where guards were at their lofty posts, looking down on her. Rush of fear, heart hammer beating, laughter, springing aloft and turning a cartwheel on a flat bit of roof ere landing to strike a wide-armed, defiant pose. Yes, here I am. Come and get me. Excitement like fire in her veins, leaping from roof to roof and finally back home to her waiting sill and in to wash filthy feet so she'd not be caught come morning. Looking back at the window, knowing a whole new world, her world, lay waiting now, every night she wanted it. Ah, see then my moment of bold adventure. Dimmer moonlight and Thorum murmuring, "Easy now, the rest of us have come this way before and returned. 'Tis safe." Kalidnai's hand trembling with fear as she holds it out to him, then turns to face the cold, steady blue fire that bides so impossibly between the two ancient stone pillars, cracked and vine-covered, nothing like the splendor she'd envisaged. No glowing runes on gleaming metal nor sinister guardians. The first portal she'd ever seen, and merely being this close to it left her wet and shaking in terror. "Where's our Kalidnai of the scrolls?" Thorum murmurs. From somewhere she finds just enough will to force out a laugh and strike forward into waiting blue fire, biting her own tongue in terror to keep from sobbing. "Now, do you recall your first theft? Show me." The next summer, a night just as warm, Narnra better at tumbling, bolder now, often perching gargoyle-like on gables and around corner spires, watching folk of Waterdeep through their bedchamber windows, and learning much more than some young lasses do. Brawls and drunken fights and hurried little deals in dark streets and alleys, a knifing or two, many snatch-and-run thefts, and this night, one such that leaves a fat merchant on his backside grunting in pain and a fleet-footed desperate loader of wagons pelting down an alley, heavy purse in hand. Turning right beneath Narnra's perch and racing up a rickety, groaning outside stair, gasping raggedly for breath, snatching out a hand to a door catch, and freezing to peer in the narrow-lit sliver of window, stand uncertainly for a moment with a whispered curse at someone recognized within, and strain up on tiptoe to perch the stolen purse up on the edge of the roof overhead, going inside, door banging closed to raised voices and Narnra so excited she thinks she's going to be sick. Dare she? Watch lanterns down below and armed men tramping, clouds blotting the moon, and like a night viper, Narnra crawling chin first down the steep roof, grazing the tiles with her body as she keeps low, watch officers calling closer, down to where she can put her hand on the purse, heavy and excitingly solid, and draw it oh so slowly back and up to where she turns and steals away with it, opening it on another rooftop a safe distance away, when a cloud rolls on to let the moon stab down and show her coins galore between her hands. But things have gone darker for us both, haven't they? Great bat-like wings and loose brown scales bristling from a gigantic bulk, shoulders like shifting boulders as the wings spread in a banking glide down toward her, great jaws gaping wide, stinging tail lashing the air. "Help! Help!" Bertro calling weakly, blinded by his own blood. Umbero sprawled senseless or dead over him. Kalidnai cursing just for something despairing to say as she starts to run right at the swooping wyvern, with no spells left and only a broken sword in her hand, running like a mad thing into the jaws of doom because her friends need aid. "No, I'll spare you those deaths. Every bloodletting leaves a stain on those who see it. What of the death that overturned your world?" "No, no, damn you, mage, I don't want to, don't—" Her mother working late that last night, before the great blast that left her broken and burned amid the shattered shell of her front parlor. Magic killed her, of course, But whose? A wizard who hated her? No, someone hired to slay. But by the house of Artemel? Or the Lathcools? Or another? Bresnos Artemel himself had brought the tiara to her shop, ringed by 8 bodyguards, openly wearing Artemel livery. Its glory rubies had been the size of Narnra's fist. Even the smallest ones were as large as her thumb. They were to be recut and set in matched pairs into a navel-length pectoral. Mayor Janthra had pinned the fine chain of the pectoral up on a cloth-covered dummy to begin the task, even as word had raced through the streets that a tiara worth millions in gold had been stolen from the bedchamber of House Lathcool, the finest jewelers among the nobility of Waterdeep. Then, "No!" Furious turmoil, claw-thrust shake. "No! I won't see this! I won't!" Later, wandering alone and despairing across the pitiless rooftops, weeping and raging, the rubies gone from the shop before Narnra, flung out her windowsill by the heaving shuddering of the explosion, could even climb back inside to "Get out of my head, Kaladnai! Get back! Go away! Leave me!" On the rooftops months later, as that winter came stealing in with ever colder breezes, still heartsick, still wondering, had it been the Artemels wanting to silence Lady Mayor Janthra of the Gems so she could never reveal that the rubies had come to her in a tiara? Or the Lathcools wanting to obliterate a long-time rival at gem-cutting, perhaps thinking her the tiara thief? Had an apprentice betrayed her mother, whispering to the Lathcools, or "Kaladnai!" Sobbing anguish, blind clawing and fighting. "My apologies, Narnra. I've known sorrow too." Hurrying home to Termish on a borrowed horse after hearing the dark news, along winding upland lanes to the tiny Termish village of Tharnader Edge. Her mother had been born there, and now was gone, lost at sea, not even any bones to bury. Her father, Thabrant, still tall but now dark-eyed, grim, uncaring, a hollow shell of a man with no vigor left in him, not even any tears. She'd cried for both of them then, arms fierce around him. He'd stood like a statue, quietly telling her he'd never trust gods again. He told her he was going to go home to Cormyr to die.
"On the smallest ship I can find, Kayla, with the worst crew. I hope Talos and Umberly take me when we're on the waves as they did her. I'll go to their altars and curse them both before I go aboard."
No chance for either of them to say goodbye to the swift-tempered, passionate bird of a woman who'd been the hearthstone for both their lives. Mayella Rindevin, slender, deft, and quiet-footed. Her hair russet, the same strange eyes she'd given Kaladnai. Dusky-skinned, most comfortable barefoot in old clothes. Drowned in a storm off Starmantle on her way to Westgate to see a long-lost sister. Her father had held his gnarled woodcarver's hands awkwardly that day, the first time Kaladnai had ever seen him do so. He'd cradled empty air, as if he were carrying something precious, or hoped to catch it by never looking at it, but keeping always ready. He hadn't looked at the meal Kaladnai had made for them both, or at anything but her. She'd shivered often that night, as she lay unsleeping in the dark watching him sitting by the window staring back at her, because she knew he wasn't seeing her, but her mother. Only her mother.
"Mage, I don't care about your dead mother or anything of your life. I just want this to be over, and you to be out of my mind. My...
Easy, Narnra, easy. Show me the first thing that comes into your mind." Alone and hungry, that first winter, being passed a flagon by a man with an easy smile, slouched outside the open door of his hut in Dockward. It was more than wine, a fire in her belly that soothed and drove off the chill and helped her laugh. They told jokes and tales and snorted at each other's mimicry of the street merchants. and after a time Urisk had taken her inside to swipe the flies from a half-gnawed roast goat leg and hand it to her. Her empty stomach had made her pounce on it and gnaw like a panther, and he'd laughed all the more, refilling her flagon often and just laughing when he fumbled with her lacings and couldn't find her belt and fell on his face against her shins. Another man had lurched in the door and backhanded Urisk away. "Dolt," he snapped, "I hire you to lure the slaves, not ruin them." With a growl, he reached up into the crowded tangle of oddments in the rafter and brought down some jangling manacles, advancing on Narnra with a glint in his eye that suggested he might continue where Urisk had been hauled off after he... She fought weakly as he snatched at her wrists. His fingers were as cold and hard as stone when he caught her, and he'd lifted her like a doll toward a ring set into one wall, chuckling. Then up from behind him Urisk had lurched, face twisted in rage, and thrust the chain of the second manacle around the larger man's throat, air hauling hard. The big man's eyes had bulged as he roared and tugged. Narnra had put her shoulders to the wall and kicked him between the legs as high and as hard as she could, ending up bruisingly on her behind on the littered floor as she staggered, found a wall with his face, and she was out into the night like a rushing wind, running blindly with the watch patrol soon after her. Fear, disgust, rage, helpless rage, revulsion.
Narnra, be easy. You're not the only one who knew trouble in Waterdeep.
Sweating and panting in that upper room in the house off Soothsayer's Way, where old Nathdar ran his school of the sword better with one eye than many men can fight with two. Caledni, the only lass in the room, her desperate leaps and nimble blade work slowly turning his contempt into grudging admiration, until the night when Marken and Florim burst in breathless to shout at her to flee with them, now. While she worked to become better with steel, her companions of the sash had run riot spending their coin in the City of Splendors. Rimardo and Vonda had foolishly tried to rob a noble, and his men had captured them and tortured them to death, forcing from them the names of all in the Bright Star sash, as the noble's guards had jeeringly told Marken whilst trying to impale him in a tavern less than an hour ago. He and Florim had fought their way clear, with a mob on their heels and 4 guardsmen in livery dead, and now the watch had joined the hounding. If she still had most of her gold, they knew where they could buy room together inside a crate being loaded onto a wagon for transport out of the city this night. Nathdar's look of admiration had melted back into sour disgust. He was shaking his head as they ran out the back way into the night. But when the mob came howling up to the front door of his training room, he'd calmly put his sword through 1, 2, and 3 of them before drawing breath.
Such fun. Did you outlive all the others, then come running to Cormyr to hide? Cruel, Narnra. I'll show you why I parted ways with the sash. You deserve that much.
With Florim dead and buried in the rift, Marken was the only one left of the jovial band who'd plucked her up from her table at the cracked flagon. Oh, he'd found replacements, more blades and wizards than ever, younger and even more apt to swagger than Bertro had been, but the fun was gone. Too many sad memories, too many absent, smiling faces. Wherefore she hadn't bothered to tell Marken when Melegost Tel Cheadrin had sent word that she should come to him in private. If some decadent Halruan wanted to make an end of her, so be it. We all greet the gods sometime, and Caledni was past caring when her time would come. The sash was here in the Tel Cheadrin family towers to accept a commission. Sarde Tel Cheadrin wanted them to hunt down a renegade heir before the blood-taint spell he'd crafted spread death to every corner of Halrua. It was a task Caledni mistrusted, but the coin being offered was staggering, another mark of suspicion that her younger comrades in the sash didn't seem to see, and Marken obviously didn't want to notice. Lord Melegost was an older uncle of Lord Sarde, considered an odd one by the few Halruans Caledni had been able to mention his name to. In his younger days, he'd gone adventuring outside the walls, bringing back strange tales of colorful Faerun beyond the mountains. He was alone when she arrived in the high-vaulted empty marble hall, standing on a high dais by a great oval window as tall as 6 tall men. Even beside it, Lord Meleaghost was a very tall man. "Welcome," he murmured without the usual elaborate courtesies, extending a hand to her. "Thank you very much for coming, and please accept my assurances that I mean you no harm and intend no deceit." Caledni blinked in surprise, then gave him a smile and her hand together. "You seem in haste, Lord. A pace and a plain manner, I must admit, I find pleasing. Please unfold your will to me without delay." Meleaghost nodded, peering at her over his long nose like an old and weary bird of prey, and said, "As you wish. This commission is a ruse that will lead you into disaster. Sarday is steering you into unwittingly attacking a rival family of our realm. You should depart Halrua, alone, now." Caledni nodded slowly. "I've been uneasy about this from the first." She took a step forward and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Meleaghost also stepped forward until their faces were almost touching. His breath smelled pleasantly of old spices, and murmured, "I once adventured with your father, and I mind scry him from season to season so we can chat together. Child, Thebrant is dying. He dwells in a hut in the hills north of Immersea in upland Cormyr and fails slowly. But he's grown desperate to see you. He said to tell you that his pride is all gone now, and he needs you." Caledni stood trembling on the edge of tears, swallowing hard. The old Halruan folded comforting arms around her and bent his forehead to hers. A moment later, grieving and confused, she felt a fire flooding into her mind, bright white and irresistible. She gasped, or thought she did, and suddenly the thrill of a new spell was in her mind, laid out clear as crystal for her to see, a translocation spell that could snatch her from place to place. Teleport. This was the magic wizards called teleport. "This should help you flee Halrua, so long as you never try to use it inside one of our buildings, including this one." His voice was like soft thunder in her mind. Impulsively, she said back to him, "I cannot thank you enough, but I insist that this not be a gift, but a trade. This is the best magic I know. Please take it." "The spell of flight. I have it, but gladly I'll accept yours. A true daughter of Thebrant Swordsilver to deal thus in honor. Fare you well, Caledni, and have a good life." Weeping, she kissed his cheek, whirled away, and fled. It took a good few teleports to reach upland Cormyr. "Do we understand each other enough yet?" "Yes, damn you, yes." "That's good. I like you, Narnra Shalas. I hope you can come to like me, but all is going dim around us because this is tiring, very tiring. You've been thrashing like a hooked fish." "Caledni, I feel like a hooked fish." Up from the rushing darkness, like a fish swimming up to sunlight, up to the brightness and noise and flash of silver, crash of cascading, swirling water, bells and horns and bright burning. Narnra found herself staring into the eyes of Caledni, which were a deep brown red and royal blue at the center, she saw suddenly, and the Mage Royal was looking back at her. They were both weeping silently, faces wet with tears, as they lay together on their sides, locked in a fierce embrace. Over Caledni's curves, Narnra could see Lespira and Rolligan standing watchfully near, she holding a wand ready, he a drawn sword. Trapped and bound and cheated. In sudden red rage, Narnra tore herself free of Kaladnai in a welter of shoves, slaps, and thrusting knees, and hurled herself back into the air and away. The Mage Royal's shielding spells flared into life like white flames, enshrouding Kaladnai from view. Narnra landed, rolled, and came up running. Lespira and Rolligan were moving, keeping between her and the doors. She swerved away from them both, sobbing bitterly, and ran to the farthest empty corner of the chamber, where she slammed her fists against the unwielding wall until they hurt too much to go on pounding. She sagged, forehead against a smooth and uncaring wall, and sobbed until she was empty and alone. "Well?" the Mage Royal asked softly from behind her. "Not the usual training I give agents, but are you a mite more content?" Narnra whirled around to glare back at her. "Where's my freedom?" she snarled. "Mind chains you give me, what you chose to show off of your past, and what you want to take of mine. Content? Ha!" Kaladnai's face looked as unhappy as her own. As Narnra watched, a fresh tear welled out of her eye and ran down her pale cheek. "And your choice?" the Mage Royal whispered, holding out her hand like a beseeching beggar. Narnra looked at it and whirled to look away, breathing heavily. "What choice have I? Where in all Faerun can I run to? What will she do to me if I refuse?" Her mind whirled an image back to her once more, that glimpse of Kaladnai trembling with fear before the first portal she'd ever seen, then forcing a laugh and striding forward into its blue fire, biting her own tongue in terror. Kaladnai running toward a swooping wyvern with no spells left and only a broken sword in her hand, because her friends needed her. Friends. Someone to laugh with. That brought a new scene. Kaladnai laughing by a fire, laughing to cover her embarrassment and pain as old tuft-bearded Florum gave her warm spiced wine and pulled back the sleeping furs to lay her bare for all to see and sew up the sword gash she'd taken in their victory that day. Florum lying broken and dead after a fall in the great rift, his jests and his comforting hands, and his splendid hot spice stews gone forever in an instant. She would have liked to have known Florum. This woman had lived so much more than she had, like the legends said Elminster had, and still did, after 1,000 years of battles and monsters and fell wizard foes. It was a long, silent time before Narnra said slowly, not looking up, "I believe, Mage Royal, you found yourself a new and God's curse you loyal agent." 18. Revelations and Missions. "Know thy traitors, and who's the kin of whom, and that's half the deaths delayed. Averted, one more optimistic might say, but I've never been one of those. I'm the other sort of fool. Zarpatan of Tashluta, Advice to the Doomed, a chapbook for would-be rulers. Year of the 12 Rule." In a high, narrow, and deserted hallway outside the Dragon-Wing chamber, Huldil Rothur frowned thoughtfully. If the echoing spillover of the Mage Royal's mind realm hadn't been wrinkling his face in pain, he'd have been grinning. The backlash outpourings were making both the High Knight Rolligan and Mother Laspira herself wince. Huldil could feel their pain, too. Between them, Kaladnai and this sorceress Narnra must have minds to overmatch any 20 war wizards of the realm combined. Mother Mistra, make that any 2 mages of Cormyr. So this little thief lass was the daughter of the great High Elminster himself, eh? Small wonder Kaladnai had rushed to make her an unwilling agent of the Mage Royal, a sort of High Knight on probation. Well, well. It would be best to tell no one, not even Starange, just in case Huldil Rothor needed something important to bargain with for his own life someday. He'd better wait a few breaths and let everything settle down in there before knocking. Reporting the trouble at the sanctum to Laspira was urgent, of course, but as the sayings went, prudence was prudence, and an overbold war wizard is a swiftly dead war wizard. "Gods bless you, Narnra," Rolligan said roughly from somewhere behind her. They'd waited for her and kept silence while she made her choice. Narnra drew in a deep breath, spread both of her hands on the cold wall, and pushed hard, forcing herself to turn around and face them without taking however long she might have needed to muster up enough courage. Her choice was made, the first bend of her road ahead clear before her. "Command me, Mage Royal," she forced herself to say. She even managed to smile. Suddenly, Huldil Rothor was no longer alone in the corridor. A purple dragon winked into existence, gave him a smile, and raised one hand beckoningly. The warrior's face melted, just for a moment, into that of the wizard Darkspells. Huldil considered fainting for a moment, then settled for just swallowing hard and obediently walking toward the red wizard, who smiled, became a purple dragon again, and led the way through another door. The anklet was doing its work perfectly. Even better, Khalidnai thus far suspected nothing. A trifle too slow and trusting still, our Mage Royal. Elminster smiled wryly, to say nothing of the increasingly slow wits of one Elminster of Shadowdale. Khalidnai's thoughts had certainly been in turmoil this last little while, as she kept a hostile mind sane within her own, but the anklet's light prying had been more than clear on one matter. Narnra Shalas was his daughter. "Bless ye, Mistra," he murmured. "This now calls for bolder action." He called to mind her likeness there in his paper-littered study, and with a soft-spoken spell built it from a vivid mental image to an apparently solid figure in leathers, glaring at him through dark hair. Its pose was frozen as he strolled around it, peering critically and adjusting hips there and height of shoulder there. He frowned, beckoned with his finger, and told the curved pipe that answered his summons, "I can't remember how she walked and held her hands when she moved. Time to go and take a peek." Leaving the pipe floating mutely in front of a fading Narnra, he turned, took a step, and vanished. The bard wore leathers that were gray with age and thick with road dust. His face was largely hidden behind a pewter tankard as tall as a short warrior's breastplate, and he sat hunched over in a table in the gloom in the back corner of this particular tap room in Suzale, because this, specifically the broom closet door behind him, was where the portal link to Marsember was. Roldro Tattershar didn't think too many folk of Cormyr, even high knights and war wizards, knew about this particular portal anymore. Not even most of his fellow harpers had heard of it. Wherefore Roldro took care to affix a villainous false mustache onto his upper lip whenever he visited the Green Wyvern, and employ garb far different from his customary floridly flamboyant dress. However, as he set down his tankard on this particular occasion, he choked and almost swallowed his mustache when the air right in front of him wavered and suddenly produced two men, standing with their backs to him where there'd been nothing but empty air before. Swiftly and silently, Roldro put his head down on his arm and let his tankard loll and lean in his thumb, looking every inch the passed-out drunkard. "I can't stay long," the shorter man hissed, running a nervous hand through the few strands of brown hair that were left across his balding pate. "I was about to report the, troubles at the sanctum to Laspira. A lot of palace duty guards saw me pass." "How much do you think the Mage Royal and Laspira know about the details of Vangerdahast's work?" Rothor frowned, Almost all of it. He trained both of them. No, his grand scheme, the one he's working on right now, binding dragons to be defenders of Cormyr. Oh, that plan. Is that really what he's... Gods? I'm not sure. I can try to find out, but, well, I'm not a very sly questioner. That's stone-cold truth, Rothur. Why not say you heard Vangerdehast muttering something to himself like, "These dragon bindings will never work," when his shields went down for a moment as part of these troubles, and mark their reactions? Yes. Yes, of course. Good. The taller, thinner man muttered something else, and the room was suddenly empty again of all but 3 tables, their chairs, and a harper feigning a drunken stupor. Roldro Tattershar promptly sprang up from his chair like a bolt of lightning in a hurry, yanked open the broom closet door, and drained his tankard in one long pull, ere setting it down carefully on the table and backing through the closet door. Vangerdehast planned to bind dragons to protect Cormyr? Well, it was certainly time to stir the cauldron and see who bubbled to the top first. Besides, being a harper was hungry and thirsty work, and the Lady Joycil Ambrewer would be sure to pay handsomely for this information. Caledni smiled. Well, I'm sure you're in need of food, drink, a long soak, and some sleep. We daren't give you those here lest someone see you and take note that our hunted prisoner is now more of an honored guest. But we can give you ample coins to get such necessities and an inn. Rolligan? The harper rolled his eyes, told the ceiling in a mutter, "Always me, always. Have you noticed?" And from a pouch poured an ample handful of coins into his palm. He put all of them carefully into Narnra's hand. "Here, then," Caledni continued, "your first task. Find the traitor I know is among my war wizards, not by magic or by confrontation, but rather by observing the doings of certain war wizards in Suzail from the background, trying to stay unnoticed as much as possible." Narnra raised an eyebrow. "You can't just mind-ream them? Many have trap magics bound into their shield spells. Moreover, they do much better work for me when they think their little sideline activities go unobserved." Little sideline activities? Illicit and corrupt, this and that? Some of them, yes. Others merely have undignified hobbies or socially awkward liaisons. And I don't want them unhappily peering over their shoulders, expecting my cold eye on their backsides for the rest of their careers. Or those careers will end up being worth very little to me. Caledni, I'm the stranger here. How am I supposed to know when a surreptitious visit to a bedchamber or a murmured name traded for a few coins is a little sideline, and when it's high treason to Cormyr? The Mage Royal sighed. A good point. Look, Narnra, I don't care. Spirit here doesn't care. Vangi in his day didn't care, and all the wizards of war knew it. If this or that hairy male war wizard likes to put on rouge and lady gowns or roll in nut butter honey behind closed doors, or tries to seduce every last noble lady, or lord for that matter, in the realm. I also don't care if they mutter future trade opportunities to every merchant in the kingdom. She waved an emphatic finger. I do care if they go behind closed doors to talk to rich Sembians, red wizards of Thay, Gentarum, anyone from Westgate, or nobles who seem to be using false names, or who never leave dockside inns in Suzail. I care if they go anywhere to meet alone with independent mages or disappear for days on end into the mansions, hunting lodges, or castles of our nobles. She sighed and added in calmer tones, If they do, don't try to confront, harm, or follow them. Just come and tell me who went where. I'll know, of course, if they're supposed to be doing something sly for me wherever you saw them. And if I'm arrested as an Outlander spy, demand to be interrogated by a senior war wizard, something so feared by most Cormyrians that they'll be impressed and won't think you're bluffing. When you end up facing any war wizard,
Tell them to contact Lespira or myself in the name of both Azoans. They dare not ignore that phrase. We'll tell them we've cast a spell on your mind as an experiment, and you may therefore do all sorts of odd things, and aren't to be prevented from doing so." Well, that's true enough. Khaled and I looked hurt for the moment it took her to see Narnra's crooked smile. "I'm sorry," the Mage Royal said gently. "I know none of this has been easy for you. Think of it as a long, grand theft, and us as your fellow gang members." Narnra rolled her eyes and said briskly, "This is going to proceed much better if I know who these war wizards are, what they look like, and where in Suzail I might have the slightest hope of finding them." Khaled and I nodded and reached out a finger to touch Narnra's forehead. "Hold still. This is the easiest way, believe it or not." There was a moment of icy tingling, then images burst into Narnra's mind, unfolding from momentary confusion into the faces of a dozen war wizards. 2 women and 10 men, all moving slightly, just as they'd been doing when captured by Khaled Nye's magic. Names appeared in her head with each one, reappearing whenever she turned her attention back to an image already seen. Therum Duskwinter, Bathtar Flamegallow, Calaeth Hallowthorn, Imira Juthbuck, Helvaunt Lanternlar, Bosar Ostramar, Huldil Rothur, Storntar Redmantle. Narnra frowned, closed her eyes, and sat back, shaking her head slightly. "Got those?" Rolligan asked. When she nodded, he added, "Good," and drew a much-folded square of vellum from his sleeve. It opened out into an incredibly detailed map of Suzail that made Narnra lean forward in awe to peer at the little dots that denoted every last building in the city. The Harper put a finger on one dot and said, "This is a tavern called the Downed Falcon, a favorite haunt of Flamegallow and Ostramar, and this here is the—" Narnra chuckled despite herself, looked slyly over at Khaled Nye, and asked lightly, "No mental images of taprooms and ladies' privy chambers? You disappoint me." Lespira closed the door of the Dragonwing chamber and turned to give Khaled Nye an expressionless nod. Narnra had departed, presumably soon to creep about on local balconies and rooftops, listening and peering at certain war wizards. Khaled Nye gave Rolligan a mirthless smile. "You know your task?" "Shadow her." The Mage Royal nodded. "Let yourself be seen only to prevent crown treason on her part or to save her life. Otherwise, just watch. Unless we've been very lax. None of those 12 is a traitor, but they've all met with rightful conspirators recently. I want to see how some of them react if they happen to notice a stranger lurking and watching them. If Narnra does spot you, tell her we decided we were unfairly sending her forth without a proper grounding in our politics, and offer to tell and show her more." "Of course," the High Knight replied, rising. "Some of those coins bear tracer spells?" she asked him, nodding at the door Narnra had left by. He smiled. "All of them?" With a wave of his hand to Lespira and Khaled Nye that was more of a salute than a farewell, Glaristeer Rolligan strode to the nearest wall, did something deft to its paneling, and departed through a secret door neither woman had thought he knew anything about. "There goes a good man," Lespira murmured. The Mage Royal nodded. "Let's hope I don't get him killed," she sighed bitterly. I truly wish Vangertehast was still irritating half of Cormyr by running things in his usual capable fashion. He'd handle things so much better than I do." Lespira smiled and hugged Khaled Nye. "Keep feeling that way, and I'll know you're doing a God's damned good job of being Mage Royal. It's folk who think they're doing just fine because they're so brilliant and masterly at magecraft who scare the backbone out of me." Rothur blinked in surprise and peered in all directions. By the sunlight and the smells, he was still in Suzail, but in some narrow alleyway in the poorer westerly part of the city, not in a passage outside the Dragonwing chamber.
"This isn't the palace," he protested. "Indeed, it's not," Harnrim Starange agreed, in the instant before something boiled up inside the war wizard and blew apart. "Such a suspicious war wizard," he murmured as he surveyed the bloody bones and smoke that had been Huldil Rothur a moment earlier. Gone missing, just after so many deaths and disruptions at the sanctum. Who would have thought he was a traitor? It just goes to show. He smiled as the plume of bloody smoke wafted away, leaving only a messy pile of dog-gnaw bones for the next cur, or starving citizen of Suzail looking for something to fill a stew pot to find. "I'm so sorry, Rothur," he addressed them. "I fear I may have neglected to mention a few details of that linking spell, or this other magic for that matter." He made a swift gesture. The skull rose dripping from the rest of the tangle and floated in the air facing him, cloaked in the very faint flickering aura of his magic. The spell he'd just cast would preserve the brain behind those now eyeless sockets long enough for him to read Rothur's fading mind. The wizard best known as Dark Spells looked up and down the alley to make sure he was unobserved. He'd chosen this narrow bending way carefully, noting this stretch between two large heaps of rotting discarded crates some days ago. There was no one coming now to see, and carefully cast another spell. Rothur's mind was screaming at him. Why? "Never leave witnesses and co-conspirators," he replied softly, "and they can never drag you down with them. Trust, my weak friend Rothur, is a weakness, a fatal weakness." He bore down on the dying mind, forcing his way in through the shock and pain and tattered memories, seeking first any contingency magics that might be set to awaken against him. He didn't think Rothur had the power or skill to craft any such magics, nor access to those Vangerdahast undoubtedly commanded. As he probed deeper, it seemed he'd been right about contingencies, but it also appeared Rothur had really known nothing of much interest, beyond the nicknames of a few fellow war wizards that might prove briefly useful as lures. Oh, and one other thing, glowing here in the most recent must-remember elements. One Narnra Shalas, currently a guest of the Mage Royal of Cormyr, is the daughter of Elminster of Shadowdale. Starange's eyes lit up with excitement. Well, he murmured. "Larger fish frying right in my lap." The door guard sneered. "The Lady Joycil will have nothing to do with street beggars," he said curtly. "Be off with you, or I'll summon the watch." The man in dusty, filthy leathers who stood facing him, an obviously false mustache askew on his upper lip, gave him a rather cold glare and said, "Joycil and I have done business together before and parted quite amicably, I might add. Quite amicably. I'd not be here now if I didn't have something urgent and of the gravest importance to impart to her, and I'm not leaving until she's heard it, in private and from my lips alone." The door guard used the bracer on his wrist to wrap a small unseen gong inside the door frame and stood his ground. "And I am not allowing some stranger at this gate who could be any sort of murderer, kidnapper, blackmailer, or common thief to reach the Lady Amber alone. I'm paid to see to the safety of her person and property, not allow any swift-tongued rogue in from the streets to wreak whatever havoc whim moves him to." "So call the watch," the man in dusty leather said softly, "and we'll all go in to see her together. I'll lay you a large wager that she'll be most displeased when she hears my news that she has any sort of audience to see her reaction." The door guard raised his eyebrows. "That makes me even more determined not to let you pass. News of that sort should not be—" "Yes, Melarvin? What's the trouble here?" The steward of Haelathorn Towers was a brusque and efficient man. He was not disposed to look kindly on any wastage of his time, trivial matters, or unnecessary distractions. The door guard knew this well and stepped back with a tight smile as he indicated the dusty man standing on the threshold. "This ruffian is demanding an audience with the Lady Ambrewer. He won't go away, even when threatened with the watch, and insists that his business is urgent and that he has a personal relationship of some sort with the lady. I believe him not, but in fairness—"
"Fairness? Melarvin, since when did fairness play any part in life beyond nursery tales? Since when have I allowed any hint of fairness into the daily governance of Hailethorn Towers?"
Without waiting for a reply, the steward looked coldly down his nose at the aforementioned ruffian on the threshold and began,
"As for you, sir,"
the dusty man peeled off his mustache and said quietly,
"Enough foolery, Elward. Take me to Joysill now, or I'll inform the watch of the fate of Illiskar Northwind, and the matter of the missing Selgotten crab shipment last month, to say nothing of your part in the disagreement between the 7 traders and the port tax takers here 2 months before that, or the new Marsembin trade agent of the slaver Uartan of Westgate who goes by the name Varsund. But then Elward Varsund Emelero Don Thedir would know nothing about a buyer of slaves, would he not?"
The steward had gone the hue of old cracked ivory during the stranger's soft little speech, and he'd begun to swallow repeatedly, his left eye twitching as if there was something in it. The door guard had slowly stepped back from Steward Elward Don Thedir as his own face had slid from annoyance to rage to astonishment to dumbfoundedness. His facial expression was now veering toward something akin to amazement.
Ahem.
The steward began, then suddenly smiled, stepped forward to offer the stranger his hand, and asked brightly,
"Why, Lord, sir, why ever didn't you mention all of this before? Of course the Lady Ambrewer will be happy to see you, immediately, I might add, and it would give me the greatest pleasure, it would indeed, to escort you to see her myself."
He ushered the dusty stranger across the threshold and in through the thick outer wall of Hailethorn Towers with swift, florid gestures, almost sweeping him along the short, curving path to the nearest grand door of the mansion. The door guard stared after them with an amazed whistle on his lips and wonderment in his mind. He broke off whistling to remark, "I'll bet it would. I do indeed, and I'll bet yon stranger had best look sharp or he'll never reach the lady alive." His face darkened, whereupon my hide will be next, as old Elward knows I heard all of that, too. Wherefore I'd best confide in the lady myself, and soon, too. What if she knows about all of these matters? What if he fronts for her in them? Oh, gods! The Lady Joysill Ambrewer was in her retiring room, reclining in a vast couch strewn with a waterfall of pillows. Her gown was of a rose-pink silk, her feet bare, and her hair unbound to spill and swirl across the pillows. Tomes were piled all around her, some of them larger than the tops of her small ornate side tables. It was a wonder how her slender, languid limbs could lift them, but perhaps servants assisted with the larger ones. Some of them looked magical and dangerous. One such was spread open on her lap as she looked up, more surprise than annoyance in her gaze. The servants knew she was not to be disturbed when her steward bowed lower than she'd ever seen him do before and raised pleading eyes to her.
Lady, a very special guest has come to us in some urgency with a private message for your ears alone. He says you know him well."
A shapely eyebrow arched, long fingers closed the book and set it aside, and a hand extended in a beckoning gesture.
"So bring him to us."
The steward bowed again, his manner fawning rather than its usual careful, slightly disdainful dignity, and turned to the door he'd entered by behind the hanging tapestry at the foot of the great couch. Roldro Tattershar strode in wearing a grave expression. At the first sight of him, the Lady Joysill said sharply,
"Elward, you may withdraw. To the south pond where the rainbow fins are in need of feeding." The steward nodded stiffly, face frozen impassively, and departed. The bard in dusty leathers waited, his hand raised to signal silence, and after a few breaths went quietly back to the door, opened it, and peered out. Elward was gone. He returned, nodding in satisfaction, and the Lady Joysill rose to embrace him fondly and murmured, "What is it, Roldro? No good news, I can tell." "Amaratha, I've just come from Zuzail, where I overheard 2 war wizards talking about the retired Lord Vangertehast's current work. Yes, he's crafting new spells at his sanctum, difficult magics it would seem, powerful ones, without a doubt. Binding spells to establish new guardians for Cormyr to replace the lords who sleep, who were all destroyed. Some of his early ones had to do with finding and calming the guardians he intended to hunt for, I believe." The harper nodded. "Indeed. So much we who harp also believe. However, I doubt you've discovered just whom he intends to bind." "I'll pay you what I did last time, Roldro, to learn this," the Lady Ambrer said calmly. "That much coin will be quite acceptable." The noblewoman looked at him sidelong. "Why are you backing away from me?" "To give you room," the bard replied calmly. Her eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" "Amaratha, hear this. For his new guardians of the realm, Vangertehast intends to bind dragons." "What?" The air shuddered with a furiously rising thunder, and Roldro Tattershar winced, then scrambled back to the foot of the couch. Silver blue scales flashed and shone. Mighty wings spread and flapped heedless of the cracking, groaning ceiling, and the glare of those piercing turquoise eyes froze the cowering harper where he crouched. The great tail lashed, long legs sprang, and the ceiling was crashing and falling in huge chunks of plaster, riven wood, dust, and tumbling stone all around Roldro. The room rocked, and its pretty oval skylight vanished forever into tinkling shards. A much larger window was left behind in its place. The entire top of the chamber gaped open to the misty Marsemban sky. The song dragon was soaring up into the blueness above the city stink and headed northward, flying fast and furiously. Roldro stopped holding his breath, gasped for air, and promptly started coughing furiously. He was covered in thick dust and could hear faint shouts from below as guards and servants wondered aloud of the gods what had happened. Amaratha Sindusk was already no more than a tiny dwindling dot. Roldro struggled across the room, scooped up one of her jewel coffers as the first installment of his payment, and started searching for a way into the secret passage he knew departed this room from the westernmost closet. Crooked stewards he could handle, but crooked stewards commanding a dozen or more furious and well-armed guards might well be another matter.
"May you find fair fortune, Amaratha,"
he whispered between coughs.
"If I could turn into a dragon, I'd not go roaring openly down on Vangertehast unless I was seeking my own swift death."
There was a decanter of wine on a shelf in the closet, and the last of the Tattershars decided to take it with him and banish his coughing the enjoyable way. The panel gave him some trouble, for the wall above it was buckling and sagging, but he got it closed behind him a good 2 hearty swigs before the furious pounding on the retiring room door began. "How dare he!" the song dragon roared into the wind of her own furious flight. "How dare he!" She ducked one shoulder and turned a little westward without slowing, cleaving the air so fast that breathing was hard and her wings hummed and hissed in their battle with the air. "Such an insult to all dragonkind! Such colossal arrogance! Even if some worms submitted willingly to ages-long slumber and eventual perilous service, the wizard's plan endangers us all. Once Vangertehast has developed binding spells that work on dragons, anyone who steals them or acquires them after his passing can use them against any dragon." Her voice was ear-splitting, but the heedless skies made no reply.
With a snarl of seething fury, she ducked her head and beat her wings in earnest, darting furiously on toward the green vastness of the king's forest, on to the sanctum where the villain Vangertehast was lurking. 19. Dragon Rage and Deception.
Deceit and falsehood wound me more deeply than mere daggers, poisoned or not.
Thy tolerance may, of course, differ. Selimvar of Pieridos, the old red wizard, my century of might and folly, a career in robes of red, year of the gauntlet. Outside the kitchen there was a mighty crash, and someone screamed. The ground shook, setting the lanterns to swinging, and Mirmeen started for the window in a wary crouch, blade drawn. Vangertehast did not look up from his spell.
"Not now,"
he snapped.
"How am I ever going—"
"Vangertehast," the Lady Lord of Arabel snapped. "Get over here. There's a dragon digging out your sanctum like a dog hunting for bones."
"Eh? A worm?
Excellent. I can try my— I doubt either of the two war wizards it just flung away over the trees would agree with that excellent of yours, Mirmeen interrupted crisply. And I doubt this sword of mine will do much more than amuse our unexpected guest. I've never seen this sort of dragon, silver blue with the shape of a copper worm. Vangertehast made a small sound of exasperated annoyance, abandoned his spell with a dismissive wave of his hands, and strode to the window. A song dragon! Well now, he rubbed his hands together. I wonder how her human form strikes the eye. Mirmeen gave him a strange look at about the same time as the massive tail outside swung toward the window in a suddenly looming slap. The windows crashed in, riven spells burning into crawling fingers of lightning that wrestled with the glass, splinters of frame and dislodged stone blocks, then stabbed out in all directions. The Lady Lord shrieked as one bolt found her armor and writhed briefly up and down her, and Vangertehast grunted as another made one of his rings burst apart without triggering its magics, almost casually flinging him across the room as it did so. The north end of the kitchen groaned as unseen pantries beyond it collapsed. The chambers beyond them dug open and flung apart.
"Wizard!"
A great roaring voice hammered at them.
"Where are you, wizard?"
Vangertehast's answer was three carefully enunciated words that called up the defense of the sanctum. The shields all around him flared white and flowed forward, in a gathering charge that flung the song dragon back across the glade. Helmed horrors came racing through the shattered trees like arrows, converging on the thrashing worm. A pale green radiance began to gather around Vangertehast, leaking out of the empty air like so many humming sparks to settle around him, cloaking him in rising power.
"Lass,"
he growled in obvious discomfort.
"See yon stone, the one with the rune on it?"
Mirmeen looked up at him from where she lay sprawled and gasping on the floor, face white and hair scorched, then turned her head to look where he was pointing.
"Pluck it up and drink all you need of the healing potions beneath."
The former royal magician of Cormyr grunted, striding past her with green radiance surging and building around him.
"For once, have a little sense and crawl away somewhere to lie quiet and keep out of the way. And all that battle steel, you're nothing but dragon bait. Yon worm breathes lightning gas."
The Lady Lord of Arabel stared after him, and with trembling hands, as she lay on the floor, tried to unbuckle and shake off her armor. Vangertehast cast a glance back at her, shook his head in disgust and flexed his hands. Green radiances flashed, and all over the sanctum, wands, rods, rings, and odd diadems and orbs flashed, quivered, and grew green halos of their own. Outside, the helmed horrors were hacking and stabbing at the rolling, tail-lashing dragon, unaffected by the cloud of gas that gouted from its jaws. Scaled claws snatched and flung them often, and from time to time tore one apart in a flare of white radiances, the pieces of armor tumbling separately to earth. Vangertehast calmly watched the song dragon writhe and roll its way through the forest, toppling trees in all directions. If it started working magic, He'd smite it with the whelmed power of the sanctum, but until then, as long as his horrors held out. These guardians didn't last very long anyway. The flight enchantments he gave them gnawed endlessly at the magics that animated and bound them together, so they were a loss he could bear. The imprisoned criminals who'd elected to be put into dream sleep so their sentiences could be used for these horrors would have sudden awakenings and probably an unpleasant burst of nightmares, scaring their jailers and adding to the meal preparation burden in the few remote keeps of the realm that had been turned into jails. But they'd be there again when the new horrors were needed. The horrors were swarming like angry hornets around the coiling and rolling worm, smashed away in their dozens when it slashed out with wings or tail, only to dart right back in and jab, and hack again. There came a brief shimmering in the heart of that fray, and Vangertehast lifted a hand, eyes narrowing. In the next instant, the dragon collapsed, that great sleek-scaled body in the heart of the darting armored cloud suddenly falling away to being not there, and a staggering, panting woman clad in a few tatters of rose-pink gown suddenly stood before the shattered windows calling, "Vangertehast? Wizard? Where are you? We must have words together." "I am here," Vangertehast replied calmly, the green radiance rising up in front of him like a wall. "Had I known you were coming, I might have been more welcoming. As it is, I'd prefer that your next words to me be your name and your business. Unless, of course, you'd like them to be your last words." The woman put a hand on the shattered window frame and ducked gracefully to climb down into the kitchen. Her state of dress made her lack of weapons plain to any eye, but Myrmeen, still sprawled on the floor, laid down the potion vial she'd just emptied and reached for her blade again. "My name, Lord Vangertehast, is Amaratha Sindusk," the woman replied, stepping down onto the counter between two plate racks in a cat-like crouch. She was tall, well-built, and wise-eyed. "In human shape I dwell in Marsember, and folk there know me as Lady Joysil Ambrur." "Ah, the lass who likes to know all secrets," the wizard replied, nodding, "and must now have learned this one of mine. Who told you, may I ask?" "A harper whose name you'll not learn from me, who told me a war wizard spoke of it to another war wizard. Before I throw my life away trying to end yours, I'd like to make sure I understand correctly. You're developing spells to hunt, lure, and control dragons, intending to accumulate a collection of dragons whom you'll bind, with other spells you're also working on, as sleeping defenders of Cormyr, in much the same way as the lords who sleep formerly guarded the realm?" "That is correct, yes." "And you'll not be swayed from this scheme into using, say, willing war wizards or purple dragons or other humans of Cormyr?" "Human participation is likely, but I firmly intend to use dragons for most of the realm's defenders. Are you interested?" The woman suddenly vanished from the countertop and reappeared with her legs scissored around Vangertehast's head. She twisted them sideways in an attempt to break his neck as her body arched over backwards down his front and slapped both her arms out behind her to strike down his own and ruin any casting he might try. "In your death, wizard!" she gasped as they crashed together, her back slamming into his ankles. Vangertehast still stood upright, his neck unmoved, so she threw herself from side to side, whipping her legs back and forth, but she seemed to be pivoting on something rigid, immobile, and as hard as stone, something shrouded in more brightly pulsing green radiance. "Interesting view," the wizard managed to say in the moments before Myrmeen Law crashed into Joysil, tore her free from Vangertehast, and bore her to the kitchen floor. They skidded along together as Vangertehast frowned down at them both. "Lass, I can fight my own battles, thank you. See this field around me, this green glow? It both protects my neck and keeps this song dragon from regaining its real shape and crushing the both of us against the walls and floor. It should also prevent her from teleporting again, now that she's this close. Get clear now. I want to talk to her. Myrmeen gave him an "Are you sure?" look, and he nodded. She rose off Joysill, springing clear to keep from being tripped or having any of her daggers stripped from her, and Vangertehast laid a hand on her arm and said gruffly, "Oh, and lass, thank you." Myrmeen gave him another strange look and backed away to the sink.
"You might as well kill me,"
Joysill panted. From here she lay bruised and winded on the floor.
"Unless you renounce this plan of yours, and I can somehow believe you, I'll just keep trying to slay you. No dragon in all Faerun is safe once those spells of yours work and are written down."
Vangertehast nodded, and green radiance flowed from his fingers. In a room far away across the sanctum, 2 wands flickered and flashed. "I fear you'll now discover that you can't move, Lady Sindusk, or Ambrur, if you prefer. I'd rather not be slain, thank you very much, and yet there's truth in what you say. These spells shall be my legacy to Cormyr. Others must be able to cast them after I am gone to augment the ranks of defenders or replace those fallen in battle. Some wizards may well use them less judiciously than I shall. So yes, I am a danger to dragonkind." He sighed. "I've spent my life wrestling down my own desires and dreams and sympathies, to cleave always to one guiding and supreme pursuit, the betterment and defense of Cormyr. I will do anything to keep this realm strong, and its character much as it is now and has always been. I believe it to be among the best achievements of my kind, dragon, and want to keep it so, whatever the cost to anyone." He went to a drawer, pulled forth a clean tablecloth, and laid it carefully over Joysill's frozen form. "I've no robes your size, but if you don't mind some of my winter weather cloaks, the moths will always get at them, but—"
"Wizard,"
the helpless song dragon on the floor hissed,
"you promote the worst sort of slavery for dragons. Even if you find some willing slaves to be your guards, these spells will get out, and there'll come a day when the only worms not under the command of someone will be those who die fighting after your other spells find them, lure them, and hook them."
Vangertehast nodded a little sadly. "I had foreseen this consequence, yes. Have you any bright solutions for me that I've thus far missed?"
You monster!"
Joysill stormed, trembling against the paralyzing magics that held her.
"You—"
She tried to turn her head away as he bent near, and when she found she could not, she shut her eyes and screamed, a cry that soon faded, warbled, and died away. "Sleep," the old wizard told her gently. "If Mistress smiles on me for once, I'll have thought of something before I have to wake you." He turned away with a sigh and added bitterly, "Or more likely not." Myrmeen Lal regarded him gravely. Her sword was sheathed, and there was a strange look in her eyes, a different strange look than before.
"You could have slain her, easily, and did not. Why so?"
Vangertehast regarded her a little sourly. "I've seen too many problems in life to enjoy disposing of them by working murder any longer, lass. I need some time to decide what best to do to calm and heal her." The Lady Lord of Arabel nodded, folded her arms across her chest, and said, "Yet the ruthless defender of the realm might say the best thing for Cormyr would be to eliminate this dragon now, mercifully while she sleeps, helpless. One less foe, one danger gone, the realm thus that small measure stronger." "This is not the devil dragon," the former royal magician sighed, "and truth to tell, lass, I've seen and done more than enough killing." He shook out another tablecloth, spread it on the floor, and did something that made the green radiance brighten all around them and raised Joysill's body rigid into the air. Unseen forces lifted the tablecloth up to her from beneath. Thus sandwiched in cloth, the body floated toward the kitchen door. "I believe," Vangerhast added as he started after it, "I've finally grown up enough to hold the view that folk whose views differ from mine are not necessarily foes I should slay." There was clear respect in Mirmeen's eyes as she looked at him, smiled, and suddenly reached out to take his arm. He patted her hand with his own, suddenly conscious of her hip brushing against his, and looked back at her. As their eyes met, Vangerhast felt, with no small surprise, long-suppressed feelings stirring within him once more. Narnra rolled her eyes as she dropped down from yet another window. Gods, what a lot of petty little bickering, arrogance, and rivalries. These war wizards were almost as bad as Waterdavian nobles. Almost. Bane come striding, if this was what the lawkeepers were like, what might the nobles of Cormyr have to offer? Who was the idiot who said always more treasure beyond the next hill? She muttered aloud, then froze again on all fours on a potted fern-crowded balcony as two war wizards strolled out to stand at the rail not 4 paces away, laughing cynically. "Well, I always knew old Dundersides wouldn't let go his grip on the throne all that easily. Dragons! After all the blood elves shed to snatch this land away from being the private hunting grounds of various worms. I can't believe it." "I can. Who else sleeps for centuries anyway? Who else can last so long and still be alive instead of undead and hating the living? Who else in Cormyr could he trust? Our nobles?" The two shared a bitter, derisive crow of laughter. The second-robed mage shook his head and replied, "Who can truly trust a dragon? What must they think of us humans who butcher, steal from them, take their eggs, and sweep them aside where once they ruled all Faerun?" The taller, older wizard shrugged. "'Twas the elves did that to them. Oh, and that cult among the hobgoblins that thought eating dragon flesh would make them into a larger, stronger breed. They used to take more eggs than humans ever have. Do you think old Vangi will snatch some eggs and try to hatch wormlings he's bound and brainwashed with spells?" "Mayhap," the older war wizard replied, turning away from the rail to walk back inside. "But he needs grown ones, too. Wormlings are like ignorant but recklessly overconfident youths, and can do about as much unintended damage to themselves as well as to whatever they're supposed to be protecting." Miraculously, the two mages didn't notice the rock-still thief crouched on her fingertips. Narnra let out a long, slow breath as quietly as she could, gathered in air, and sprang forward and over the balcony rail. Vangerhast's secret was out. Spellbound dragons to guard Cormyr. So she'd found Duskwinter, and that jovial trim-bearded one in the bath earlier had been Bathtar Flamegallow, more interested in floating carved little wooden ships than anything else, that one. But his jokes had certainly been amusing. Calaeth Hallowthorn was out near some place called Jester's Green, and was being out and about in the countryside suspicious? She knew too little about these war wizards to judge, but the other woman she was to watch over, Ymira Juthbuck, was a bit of a wildcat when it came to strong adventures, if the rather catty war wizard gossip could be believed. And what did the Harpers think of all this anyway? Had Rolligan told any of them? Ah, this was the place. Dark My Harp Yet Flaming. Gods, what a name. Narnra paused on a rooftop, peering down at the old ramshackle club. It had once been a grand mansion, by the looks of it, before later owners had grown it wooden side wings in all directions. Well, at least no din of bad minstrelsy was clawing her ears from this distance, at least. With a shock, she realized that no less than 3 sentinels were watching her, one from a tiny moon window in the club roof, and the others from different buildings on either side of her. To her relief, The one on the nearest building gave her a curt nod as their eyes met. She responded with a grave wave of her hand and proceeded down to the street to enter the club openly. If she'd been seen anyway, it'd be best not to risk any bowfire. The wig she'd borrowed through an open window a few frantic hours back was slipping again, but she needn't have bothered with any attempt at stealth. Dark My Harp Yet Flaming was dimly lit, crowded, casually cozy, and no music, thankfully, a bubble with talk of nothing else but Vangertehast's plan. Gods, man, we'll be crotch-deep in slinking and grandly mysterious mages with fireballs up both their unwashed sleeves the moment word of Vangi's grand plan gets about. One man with a lute strapped across his back and daggers sheathed everywhere else, all over his well-worn leathers, growled, slamming down a tankard as big as Narnra's head. All sorts of mages'll want his spells and killed to get them. Who controls the most dragons, and first, will be able to settle a lot of old scores before the rest of us can unite to try, and I say try, to rescue all the realms from him. What if a dragon gets those spells and builds himself into a new dragon king? A shortish man with a wildly bristling mustache responded. That's what I want to know. Narnra listened to this, and similar loudly enthusiastic speculations as she drifted through the club, playing the old game of feigning looking for someone she knew. When she recognized two of the harpers who'd been part of that grim line down in the cellars when Mystra herself had been awing the squitters out of everyone, she sidled in their direction. They headed grimly up a flight of stairs, listening to the chatter and exchanging sour glances about it as they went. Narnra walked away from the stair, around a corner, and raced up another staircase she'd spotted earlier. The floor above would have a linking passage, she was sure, and if not... The creature at the top of the stair was the largest, ugliest half-orc she'd ever seen, all pimples and open weeping sores and yellow roughly broken-off tusks. Steady eyes that held promises of both humor and casually swift death peered down at her, as one claw-like hand drew aside a fold of cloak to reveal the first 6 bolted once handbow Narnra had ever gazed upon. The glittering-headed bolts looked very sharp, and they were all trained on her. Lips drew back from the great reeking mouth above them to mutter, "And on your deathbed, little rat, you will—" Narnra swallowed, drew in a deep breath, and managed to say the word harp, confidently enough that it didn't quite seem like a guess. The cloak drew back over the bow, the head nodded grudgingly, and with astonishing speed that mountain of flesh drew aside to let her reach the head of the stair and pass. She gave the thing an expressionless nod as she did so and strode down the passage, confronting her as if she knew quite well where she was going. A door was open halfway along it, and a voice from just inside was saying, "I care not. Let every sneak thief and fat merchant in all Suzail hear us debate, Serene. I want them all aware and alert and mindful of the danger we all face, because we all face it, no matter who or where we are. Naithless, Bramagar, you're proposing a very dangerous double game. What choice have we?" The backs of the 2 men standing just inside the door looked very familiar, so Narnra dared not ask what Bramagar's proposal had been. Thankfully, someone else did it for her. "I dare not leave Dragon Dusk right at this moment," said a strangely remote echoing voice, "and my magic was not working in time to hear Bramagar speak. What proposal, please?" "That we who harp protect Vangertehast by lying in wait for all mages, so as to have a chance at taking them down as they arrive to attack Vangi. Then, when the time's just right, we turn around and ruin the old wizard's spellwork, to make sure he never manages to bind a dragon by any new, more powerful magical means. And who among us gets to decide which mages we slay and which we let live? You're tossing maggots into all our soup, I say." Kill as many as we can, regardless, and give some shred of power in Faerun back to all of us who aren't spell slingers. Someone else grunted, and a burst of argumentative voices began. Narnra went on down the passage to the other stair as swiftly as she quietly could. Traitor wizards would have to wait. She had to get to Caledni in all haste. This must be reported to the Mage Royal without delay. Elminster smiled down at the lithe figure in leathers as his careful casting came to an end, and the building looming beside the rooftop she'd just landed on started to topple. No matter how swiftly she leaped, she couldn't hope to avoid its thundering, crushing flood of stones. They'd bury the entire roof and probably smash flat the building beneath it. The rolling crash shook his own perch here atop one of newer and loftier buildings in Suzail. The dust rolled up, and with a groan like a dying dragon, the building the thief had been trotting across collapsed under its load of fallen stone, to the accompaniment of a few fresh screams. Yes, exit Narnra Shalas, and enter her impostor. Trying to bargain for the life of his daughter with Elminster and all the chosen the mage could call on was sheer foolishness, to say nothing of what such an, active captive might do on her own whilst he was busy bargaining. But being Elminster's daughter himself now, yes. Even if the old mage caught up to him, the old goat could be warned away from mind thrusts and meddlings by claiming mistress protection. Yes, risky, but everything to do with magic held risk. And if a certain dark spells could stay ahead of the old mage of Shadowdale and snatch war wizard magic by being Caledni's little agent on the one hand, and Elminster's daughter on the other, he could gain much ere it became necessary for Narnra to forever disappear. The red wizard smiled thinly and waved his hand. The air beside him obediently wavered into an image of the Waterdavian thief he'd just slain. He studied it carefully, peering and crouching to do so before beginning the spell that would give him Narnra's likeness. Across a forest of rooftops, Glaristeer Rolligan stared at the rising dust in horror, his last glimpse of the frantically leaping Narnra as the stones came down etched into his mind. "Narnra!" he shouted, knowing that his cry was in vain. Nothing could have survived that smashing blow from above, even if... A movement caught his eye on another rooftop, and he found himself gazing at a robed man who was just gaining a companion, as Narnra's image appeared out of thin air before him. The man studied it, frowning and ducking about to peer intently, and started to work a spell. His shape rippled and started to change, even as the conjured Narnra rippled and started to fade. Rolligan burst into a run, leaping and racing across rooftops, jerking out daggers to hurl and spitting furious curses non-stop, trying to get close enough to... Elminster struck a pose and looked down at the hand mirror he'd propped against the husk of a long-dead pigeon earlier. Yes, he now looked like that pouty, hawk-nosed lass. He retrieved his mirror, stowed it in an unfamiliar pocket, and gave Suzail a farewell smile. It was time to see Shadowdale again, cozy up to the oh-so-great Elminster, and learn a few of his secrets at last. The figure atop the roof vanished abruptly, and Rolligan's first dagger flashed through empty air to clink and rattle to a tumbling stop at the far end of an empty roof. The harper's roar of rage followed it. The street full of rubble and running, shouting men suddenly gained another occupant. This one was tall, gaunt, and dressed in shabby robes that vied with their wearer's long white beard in looking old and the worse for wear. Elminster raised one bristling brow and peered around, humming thoughtfully as war wizards and purple dragons came pelting up from all directions. Barring spell barriers, his tracing spell should deliver him to a spot mere feet away from Narnra, and that could only mean she was... Oh, Mistra! Oh, bleeding, merciful Mistra! Heedless of shouts calling on him to surrender or identify himself, and to lay aside all weapons, the old mage knelt by the great pile of shattered and tumbled stone that reached to the very toes of his worn old boots, and muttered a very old spell. Some of the rocks right in front of him glowed, and he spat out a curse that made the purple dragon running up to him with drawn sword at the ready gape in surprise. The old man planted his feet, shook back his sleeves, and raised both hands to begin a casting. So the onrushing warrior did what he was trained to do, bellowed to try and disrupt the wizard's concentration, and reached out with his blade to try to strike aside one of those hands and so ruin any spell casting. The old man promptly surprised the purple dragon again by dropping into a crouch and whirling to face his attacker. The blade passed harmlessly over one robed shoulder. The old man turned, taking hold of the warrior's sword arm by wrist and elbow, and flung him at the rock pile with a sudden shout of his own. "Start digging, you motherless dog! There's the one who caused it!" a war wizard howled, aiming his wand. Elminster flung himself aside without bothering to turn and see who his accuser was, and the wand blast seared stone and sent the staggering purple dragon into a shouting scramble for cover. Elminster rolled behind a heap of tumbled rubble and snarled out a spell that lofted most of the stones around him, plus the lone and by now thoroughly astonished purple dragon, down the street in a bone-shattering hail that left the advancing Cormyreans strewn on their backs, cursing and groaning. Ignoring them, the old mage scrambled to his feet and peered at the front edge of the rock pile, now much reduced by the scouring of his spell. There, a bloody leather-clad arm protruded from under two large wedged rocks. Elminster dug his hands in under one of them, heaved with all his might, and succeeded only in making it wobble a few inches to one side. Gasping in defeat, he grimly cast another spell, this time plucking stones straight up so as not to allow the slightest possibility of harming Narnra further. She lay sprawled and senseless beneath a thick coating of dust, one leg obviously broken, one arm a flopping and many times shattered thing, and he winced, dragged that broken body as gently as he could out from under the stones hanging menacingly aloft, and called up Mistress Silver Fire. Wielding it slowly and gently was always hard, healing doubly so, and he persisted only long enough to discover that she was still alive and not faltering. To do this properly, he'd have to devote all of his concentration to the task, leaving himself defenseless and pressed against his daughter, not a wise thing when more angry defenders of Cormyr could arrive at any moment. So instead, he shifted his outward appearance to exactly match Narnra's. Farewell, bearded old law-breaking wizard, and got down beside her to let out the silver fire slowly and carefully. When a company of purple dragons arrived in a thundering of boots, it was the work of but a moment to let the hanging stones fall with a crash among them while he lay still alongside the obviously injured Narnra. Knitting and mending, drawing back blood here and teasing aside shattered ends of bone there, slowly he worked his way through her broken body until he was satisfied she'd live. He could do the rest better at his tower, where he could nurse and coddle properly instead of fighting off war wizards every few breaths. Someone who was whooping for breath and whose footfalls crashed down in hasty weariness burst onto the scene. Elminster turned his head and saw Glaristeer Rolligan lurching toward him over the rubble-strewn street in as much haste as possible. With a sigh, the mage got to his feet, picked up Narnra, ignoring Rolligan's sudden shout, and whisked himself and his daughter away to Shadowdale. Rolligan staggered to a halt, staring in dumbfounded rage at the spot where two Narnra Shalasses had just vanished right under his nose. "Bloody brazen hinges!" he gasped wearily, staring around in wild frustration. "Blistering, bloody, brazen hinges!" Florin Falconhand was whistling softly as he traversed the well-worn flagstones that led to Elminster's tower. In his dripping left hand, He held no less than 9 large green fins, fresh from the river. The old mage had a weakness for pan-fried greenfin. It was time and past time for one of the knights to invite Elminster to dine, and the ranger came to a sudden halt, hand flashing to the hilt of his blade. On the path ahead, right at the halfway bend, on a gentle slope that had been utterly empty a moment earlier, stood 2 figures. 2 identical figures, one of them carrying a limp, senseless third duplicate who was shrouded in dust and blood and whose clothes were much torn. Florin stared. Aye, all 3 were the same slender, muscled woman in tattered leathers and boots, with tousled, hacked-off short black hair, dark eyes, and a strong nose like a gentler version of Elminster's hawk-beak. Both of the upright women were staring at each other in obvious surprise. Unwelcome surprise. Then the one carrying the third knelt quickly, snapped, "Stay back, Florin," and set down her burden. She started casting a spell while still on her knees. The other one was casting a spell too, obviously intending to blast her double. Florin's sword sang out as he broke into a trot, asking himself, "What now?" 20. To war. So it comes down to what it always does when men swagger and dragons fly. Red war and much death, and a lot of things ruined and cast down broken. Little decided, much lost, many left to weep. Yet for the rest of us, it seems to entertain. Amundreth, sage of Secomber. Thoughts on the folly of kings. Year of the Highmantle. Halfway along the passage, Andreth stopped still. "By the dragon throne," he gasped, putting out a hand on Telerantra's arm. "What's that?" His fellow duty-guard war wizard followed his gaze down the longest passage in the sanctum to what was traversing a cross passage in the distance, and murmured her usual deadpan manner. "Vangertehast, the Lady Lord of Arabelle, and a woman in the thrall of his magic, I'd say. How else would she end up floating along on her back in mid-air with her eyes closed?" "No, no," Andreth said excitedly. "I saw her change in the battle. That's the dragon that did us so much damage." "Is it indeed?" Telerantra asked softly. The spell that clutched Andreth Malkriven in an icy grip was as sudden as it was unexpected. It was draining his life force before he could speak or even lift a hand. The last thing he saw as the world dimmed for him was Telerantra's triumphantly smiling face above him as she gently lowered his withering body to the floor. "Farewell, fool," she told him almost affectionately. "Know that the rightful conspiracy values your sacrifice. My next spell will break the stasis on yon song dragon, and we'll see how old Lord Windy Royal Magician fares in battle without the risen defenses of the sanctum ready in his hands." She turned and did something, but Andreth Malkriven was too dead to see it, or feel the mighty blast that followed. It hurled the husk of his body at the ceiling as the entire passage rocked. Ceiling tiles fell like rain, and the sanctum tried to leap upward and join the sky. Though he stood like a statue, Rolligan was inwardly almost dancing in impatience. But one did not interrupt the Dowager Queen of Cormyr in mid-word, not when the Steel Regent was by her side, glaring pointedly at impatient harpers. Alusair even put an imperious finger to her lips as Phil Farrell bade Lespira answer. "The evidence of Omnian and Sembian backing is now clear," the most senior war wizard began, "and the nobles of this rightful conspiracy grow ever bolder. We would have seen swords out openly long ago, I think, were it not for the wits of the wisest among them. One of our high knights died to inform us of this much. An elaborate scheme is building to slay all Oberskiers in an orchestrated manner, that will allow the conspirators to win control of the realm while avoiding both a ruinous ground war or much civil war after all of the blood royal have been eliminated, by also slaughtering all other blood claimants to the throne but one, their chosen mind-controlled puppet. We're not sure just which of the crown silvers, hunt silvers, or true silvers is their selected and willing dupe, but rest assured that we're doing all we can. Kaladnai took over smoothly. Of course. She sighed, spread her hands as if to clear an imaginary table or her mind, and added, one of the bolder moves Spira just referred to was a clever attempt to snatch the young Azoan, an attempt aided by hired wizards. It was foiled by some alert knights and by our most trusted mages, who constantly spell-scry the king from afar, watching the watchers who protect the king for signs of treachery. She sighed again. If all that truly protected Azoan was his visible bodyguard, that attack could hardly have failed. The Mage Royal turned to look at Lespira and gasped and reeled in pain. Lespira was similarly stricken, an involuntary moan of anguish bursting from her lips as she stumbled forward. From across the room, among the handful of war wizards and high knights guarding the inside of the doors, came more outbursts of pain. One mage toppled to the tiles in a dead faint. Rolligan and the two royals reached out to steady the two, Alisair the swiftest to speak. "What's happened?" she snapped. "The sanctum," Kaladnai gasped, clutching at her temples. "A violent, very large release of magic. We're attuned to its defenses. They must have gone down," Lespira said from her knees. She struggled to her feet, pale and sweating, and added, "We must—" The door gong rang. Alisair and Phil Farrell spun around and assumed regal poses and expressions in an instant, and Rolligan moved quickly to take Kaladnai's arm and turn her. The gong signified that the guards outside had intercepted someone having a rightful need to enter. Raised shield spells flickered as the high knights and war wizards guarding the inside of the doors opened one of them a trifle. The most senior mage of that guard then murmured a message that his magic took straight to Kaladnai, for everyone standing with her to hear. "A herald, alone. We've stripped and spell-read him. He wears only a tabard of our proffering." Alisair put a hand on the hilt of her sword. "Bid him enter," she ordered curtly. The herald came barefoot, obviously naked under his tabard. He was tight-lipped and pale, though whether his pallor was born of fear or anger those in the room could not tell. Only Kaladnai did not recognize him. The man was a professional Sembian herald for hire of long career and exacting correctness. Stopping a careful 6 paces away, he bowed deeply to the Dowager Queen, and then to the Steel Regent, before raising his hand in the cupping empty air gesture that requests peaceful parley. "Speak," Alisair said. "I am asked," the grand voice rolled out in response, "to request the presence of Queen Philfarrel Oberskir of Cormyr and Regent Princess Alisair Nicasia Oberskir at Thunderlin Hall in Marsember on the morrow at first candlelight, to discuss the bright future of this kingdom with certain noble-born Cormyrians loyal to the realm who are concerned about Cormyr, and represent those who are now the careful hosts of both the infant King Azoan and the retired royal magician." Phil Farrell and Alisair both cast swift glances at Kaladnai, who shook her head to tell them that the claim, about Vangi at least, must be a lie. She mind-spoke the two royals. "I believe we can protect you if you accept." "It shall be our pleasure to attend in Thunderlin Hall at the time proposed," the Dowager Queen replied serenely, adding a nod of dismissal. The herald seemed about to say something else just for a moment, but instead nodded, made his bows again, and departed. The Oberskir women stood watching him like grave statues until the doors closed behind him. Kaladnai turned her head. "Spira?" Lespira was still pale, but her mind probe had been as deft as ever.
He knows nothing but the words he memorized, and cares for their implications accordingly. He has given that message in writing in Saarloon by someone unfamiliar to him, a hired Sembian intermediary by his looks in the herald's memory, and paid very well to hasten here to deliver it.
It's a trap, Alisair snapped.
Of course,
Phil Farrell agreed quietly. So we send some spell-disguised war wizards in your places? Rolligan suggested.
Alisair shook her head. No, we attend, in person. I'm more than weary of perils unfolding in Cormyr behind my back or when I'm busy dealing with something else. I'm never going to cling to the title of regent whilst sending others to sweat or die in my place. If the realm means anything to me, I must be there.
Phil Farrell nodded.
Well said. All of your well-chosen words apply equally to me.
Your Majesties, Rolligan protested, though my heart leaps to hear you speak so, is it wise for the realm to risk both of you in one place, hazarding the loss of all Obarskir wisdom and influence, should you, watching gods forfend, be stricken down together? He laid one hand on a vial at his belt and asked, Though I risk treason and my own death, dare I allow you to so endanger the realm while I have power left to prevent you? The Dowager Queen put a swift hand on Alisair's sword arm to forestall any word or action and smiled.
Rolligan, the loyalty and service of you and men who act and feel as you do is Cormyr's backbone and its splendor, not the surname shared by we two. Yet in truth my daughter and I are both now expendable so long as Zoan lives, is kept safe, and is guided and instructed well. You must trust us that he is. She impulsively stepped forward and wrapped her regal arms around Rolligan in a fierce hug. As he blinked in astonishment, she snapped into his ear, I, too, am sick unto death of standing watching when I should be doing. If Thunderlin Hall be a trap, so much the better. My Azoan would not have wanted me to sit idle as the passing days carry me ever closer to the grave, as he never did.
Phil Farrell thrust him away to stare into his eyes and added,
If it makes you feel better, Rolligan, you may hide ready in Thunderlin and run to my rescue if needful, but you may not stand in front of me like a shield or bundle me into some cloak closet for my own good. Do we understand each other?
Rolligan went to one knee, brought her fingertips to his lips and said huskily, Lady, we do.
I said back, Florin,
the young lass snapped again, as the ranger charged forward, blade raised. Her fingers never slowed in their deft weaving, but mere paces away, her double ended the swifter casting of a spell with a flourish and a cry of triumph. Reddish-purple light burst into being in that one's hands and raced forth in thin, arrow-straight beams from every one of her fingers, stabbing at the lass who'd warned Florin off, only to strike something unseen in front of her target, claw at that barrier, and rise skywards in a building, trembling wave. Florin Falconhand decided it was prudent to obey that warning and sprang hastily away to the side and rear of the lass who'd hurled the spell, and who was now grimly pouring her will and perhaps other magics into it, drawing lips back from teeth in a soundless snarl and trembling to match the arcing fires of her spell. A thin sheen of sweat sprang into being all over her as Florin watched. He took a step toward the lass who was hurling fire, and the other identical young lass repeated her warning in a waspish, somehow familiar tone that made Florin's eyes narrow. Could this be Elminster? His gaze went to the straining, warring magics overhead, where those fires were being thrust over and around, curling back toward their creator from above. The sweating lass knew her danger and was already eyeing the rolling power above her. Abruptly she sprang aside with a curse, ending her flow of fire. But the overhanging doom followed her like a great gliding dragon as she scrambled, and suddenly fell from above with a crash that shook the meadow. Florin was hurled from his feet as the ground heaved and the stricken, desperately shouting lass vanished from view in the flames. Her double, who'd sent this doom against her, stood still and firm. Something confusing happened in the rolling, swirling inferno, and the lass engulfed in it was abruptly some 20 paces off, sobbing on the ground, still caught in fading, flickering coils of her own flame that had clung to and made the journey with her. Florin cast a quick glance at the lass standing calmly, then started toward the fire-wreathed one, looking back for a warning that did not come. The spell flames were dying away swiftly now, and the lass within them was beating at the ground in pain, writhing and weeping, raising a sooty and tear-wet face to Florin that was no longer feminine at all. Florin pounced on the wounded man, ignoring the threads of smoke rising from the blackened and ashen remnants of robes. A pain-twisted face tried to shape a word, so he slapped that mouth with the wet greenfins still in his hand. By the time the smoldering man had finished sputtering and spitting, his wrists were pinned to the scorched turf under the ranger's knees. "Elminster?" Florin called back at the other lass. "Indeed," a familiar voice replied. "None can hope to deceive ye, gallant Florin." The ranger's reply was a swift, rude snort of derision, followed by the words, "This dog has the look of a rogue mage. Shall I be slaying him about now? Nay, I've a use or two for him yet. Hold him still, will ye?" As he spoke, the likeness of the young hawk-nosed lass melted away from him, revealing an older hawk-nosed, weather-beaten, and very familiar old mage of Shadowdale, who promptly bent and, with a grunt, picked up the stricken lass he'd been carrying when he appeared. Florin shook his head slightly and asked, "Are you going to tell me why all three of you arrived wearing the same shape, and who it really belongs to?" "No," Elminster replied serenely, "to thy first, but as to thy second, this in my arms is truly herself, a lass from Waterdeep, a thief, so watch thy pockets, hight Narnra Shalas. That, beneath ye, is a red wizard of Thay." The handsomest man in Shadowdale received this news with no evidence of surprise, merely asking, "Will any of you be staying for a nice fish fry?" "I'm afraid I know not yet. We wait upon the temper of a woman." Florin looked down at the broken, white-faced body that Elminster was laying tenderly beside him. "This Narnra?" "Indeed. Hold the Thayan securely now. Defeating his spell was a simple matter of calling on the defensive enchantments of my tower, but now I must work a rather exacting magic." "I should hope so," the ranger murmured. "Sloppy spells give mages a bad reputation. When the wrong castle gets blasted to dust, the wrong 1,000 folk slain, and so on." Elminster gave Florin a sour look. "Aren't there some lady somewhere ye could be causing to swoon about now?" Florin raised both his eyebrows and the still dripping bunch of fish. "With these?" The old mage sighed, gestured for silence, and cast his spell. In the creeping silence that followed, both men watched as Narnra's broken body slowly became whole again, and that of the red wizard took on her injuries, sinking and twisting under Florin. As the Thayan began to gasp and moan in pain, Narnra's eyes fluttered open, and she stared up at them and felt her limbs, and sudden lack of pain, in wonder, and growing apprehension.
Where am I now?"
she murmured.
"There was a rooftop, something falling."
Elminster took her shoulders and gently helped her to sit up. "That was just magic, lass. Bad magic." As Narnra got a good look at the unfamiliar green trees and meadows of Shadowdale, and the pinched, pain-racked face of the red wizard beside her, all the color drained out of her face, and she flinched away from the hands on her shoulders. "Will you send him back like this?" Florin asked quietly, eyeing Narnra's shaken face. "Nay," Elminster said quietly. I'll teach him some magic, show him why I made some of the moral choices I did, then set him loose, and he'll choose his own fate, for good or ill. The world needs red wizards, just as it needs carrion worms. Let's see if I can steer this one. My lady, the symbol herself, cannot slay them all. However, he looked at his daughter and said, "This wizard tried to slay ye with his spells just now back in Marsember. I place his fate in thy hands." He put a hand on Florin's arm to signal the ranger to rise and step back. Together they withdrew, leaving Narnra sitting facing the red wizard. Hastily she scrambled to her feet and backed out of his reach, snarling, "Keep back!" With an obvious effort, the Thayan started to speak. "I am too maimed to work spells or offer you violence." "You tried to kill me?" "I did." "Why?" "I needed you gone to impersonate you, to learn the secrets of Elminster." She glared at him, then at the old mage, then back at him and spat bitterly. "You are no better than he is." "True," Starange whispered. "Right now I'm much worse. What good are his secrets to you?" "Power," the Thayan husked. "All mages crave power." Narnra's eyes blazed. "To make slaves of the rest of us." Starange tried a shrug, but the movement brought such pain that he ended up writhing and groaning. "Why don't you apprentice yourself to him or some other mage?" Narnra asked. "Why kill and deceive?" "Trust someone else as my master? Leave myself so vulnerable? That road is the way of the fool," the Thayan told her, his voice a little stronger. "Trust," Narnra told him furiously, leaning forward to drive her words home with slow, soft emphasis, "is a strength." "You are a fool," he replied. "And you're a cruel idiot," she replied scornfully. "Are all red wizards of Thay like you, preening villains?" Starange shook his head. "Just kill me and have done with taunting." "Why? Do words of sense truly hurt you more than wounding magic?" "Kill me," he pleaded, furious and ashamed. "No," Narnra snapped, turning away. "My father shall have his chance to twist and shape you as he does to so many. Why should you escape my fate?" The flash and flare of magic in their faces sent Vangertehast staggering back into Mirmeen even before the great silver-blue-scaled bulk burst into being, shattering the low passage ceiling with a roar of mingled exultation and pain, then bursting forth skywards, flooding the sanctum with sunlight. With a surge of wings and claws, the song dragon turned and pounced on the war wizard Telerantra, rending her limb from limb before she could even shriek, to turn and hand the dripping result to Vangertehast. "Here's your traitor," she said in a soft and vast echo of her human voice. Back on his feet, Vangertehast stood facing her calmly, as Mirmeen scrambled to her feet to defend him with her blade. However, the song dragon did not strike. "Why," she asked the former royal magician, "did you spare me?" "Lady," Vangertehast replied gruffly, "you fought for your cause as I fought for mine. You've long dwelt among folk of Cormyr and must enjoy our company somewise to have persisted so long in doing so. I bear you no malice, and hope to turn you to support my plans." "So I might become one of your willing defenders?" she replied, a touch of bitterness in that great voice, "exhibiting the grand destiny of a useful tool?" Vangertehast sighed. "Of course you'll see the dragon binding as evil. In truth, I'd avoid it if I could find a better way. But for me, all other things fall before my devotion to Cormyr." "What has Cormyr done for you to deserve this devotion?" The old wizard sighed. "Lady, defending this fair realm is what I do. There is no higher calling, no greater task, no brighter boon to all Faerun than this." The great dragon head shook in resignation, those burning turquoise eyes never leaving those of Vangertehast, yet searing also into Myrmine's wary gaze. "What will you do now, Vangertehast, if I fly away, gather a dozen dragons, and return to destroy you and your precious sanctum utterly?" The old wizard shrugged. "Try me." "Are you not afraid?" "No," the retired Mage Royal replied. "I'm growing too old to fear for this wrinkled old hide." "Do you not fear for your precious realm?" Vangertehast raised both of his empty hands in expressionless silence, and spell links shone forth in the air like silver spider webs, spanning emptiness between the rings on his fingers and the winking radiances of risen spells and a dozen revealed wands. They formed a vast and glowing ring around Joysill and pulsed powerfully enough that she could not doubt that they could destroy her in an instant. The song dragon regarded them and shivered. "Will you use these if I try to fly away now?" Vangertehast shook his head. "Nay. Sworn to defend Cormyr I am, but in her defense I'll stand and fight those who come against her and me. I'll not lash out and become a tyrant over those who may menace her or rival me. I will never make Cormyr into the likes of Thay or Gentile Keep or Mulmaster, just to keep its name on maps." He started to pace, as if forgetting how close and powerful she was, and added, "I've far more to worry over than dragons. I have the usual treachery among nobles, traitors among the war wizards, and more than one eager red wizard all seeking the downfall of the Forest Kingdom. Any of them is apt to do more harm to Cormyr just now than dragonkind of any sort." He stopped and turned to face Joysill again. "I don't intend to bind any unwilling dragon, and now I must take steps to link the spells you so fear to my own life, so that if I'm slain, they'll destroy themselves and leave no mage empowered to bind you or your ilk." The dragon's turquoise eyes studied him thoughtfully. Joysill sprang into the air, swooped low and away behind some trees, and flew away, her wing beats fast and furious. Myrmine and Vangertehast stood in the sunlight watching her distant form dwindle, until the old wizard sighed, shook his head, and peered about to see if there still was a passage he could traverse ahead of him. At his shoulder, Myrmine said softly, "You're either the greatest fool I've ever met, or the greatest man." Vangertehast looked at her. "The former, I fear. Yet I'll cling to some pride in not trying to be the greatest villain, when the power to be so has come into my hands time and time again. 'Tis why I admire Elminster, my sometime teacher, even though he infuriates me more often than not. Temptation snatches at him and finds him wanting over and over." Myrmine nodded. "I've met Elminster long enough to come to know him better than some high ladies of Cormyr know their husbands. A very great rogue. We parted with swords drawn on each other, respectful but wary." Vangertehast lifted one bristling eyebrow. "That," he told her, "is a tale I must hear in full some day." He spun around to stride briskly down another passage back to his spell chambers. "But not now. Now I must do as I promised Joysill and bind my spells to my life." "How swiftly can that be done, and at what risk to you?" The retired Mage Royal shrugged. "In the space of a grand fool's speech akin to the one I just uttered, the risk is no more than the one you both apprehend. Slaying me ends this danger to dragonkind." "What do you expect the dragons and the other foes you mentioned to do now?" "Come here with all speed and slay us," Vangertehast replied gruffly, throwing wide the door to reveal a glimmer of lantern light and walls cloaked in a lattice work of full scroll shelves. So I must get you safely gone ere I must go down fighting. 'Twill be interesting to see who gets here first."
"My lord, I'll not leave you," Mirmeen said, lifting her sword.
Vang Yi chuckled. "Lass, I can have you deep in dream slumber and halfway across Faerun before you can blink."
"But you won't," Mirmeen replied,
diving forward to lie across a desk of spell scrolls challengingly, clasping the lit lantern to her breast.
"I've but to smash this, and let the flaming oil spill."
Vangertehast sighed. "All right, lass. What do you want?"
"To stand with you and die fighting at your side. I, too, am sworn to defend Cormyr."
"Right, then. So you shall. Now put that damned lamp aside carefully and get your distracting self up and off my writings so I can fulfill my promise." The binding took a long time, and Vangertehast was trembling with weariness when he finished. They exchanged glances, and Mirmeen put a steadying hand on the mage's shoulder.
"And now?"
The former royal magician shrugged. "And now we wait for someone to attack. My spells are ready, each set to unleash when certain conditions are met. We wait to die, I suppose."
Mirmeen gave him a dark-eyed look, then set down her sword.
"Well then, I'm going to dare to bed the greatest man Cormyr has ever known," she said firmly, grasping at the front of his robe. Lady, I'm centuries too old for you," Vangertehast protested. "And ugly besides. Her lips found his. When he could speak again, it was to cough, shake his head, and whisper, "Lass, would you?" The fang dragon hissed in rage and fear when no less than a dozen worms suddenly alighted on the edge of the great rock cauldron mountain top that was its lair. But the song dragon that approached from among them did so murmuring words of polite supplication in a soft thunder that held no malice. In truth, the fang dragon was gigantic among its kind and bore the scars of many battles won, including a vast rainbow-hued swath of scales on one flank where a great old wound had healed imperfectly. Had the song dragon been alone, it would have pounced and torn apart the overbold intruder very swiftly. "I need you," Joysil said gently. It had been a very long time since Agliel Dreadclaw had heard such a sentiment. He laid aside his wild schemes of escape and revenge in an instant to listen, and when she was done speaking and laid bare the bald truth of her words with the spell that Agliel had last seen cast in his youth an age ago, the great fang dragon drew itself up and hissed,
"Lead me, and I shall fight wing to wing with you. This peril must be swept away for all our sakes."
The song dragon turned, flapped her wings, and all of the worms took wing, climbing and drawing apart to let her and the newly recruited Dreadclaw soar into their midst.
"We must hasten,"
Joysil called, and hurled herself through the air toward Cormyr, with a dozen dragons in her wake, a scaled host going to war. 21. No sword sharper than her tongue. The din of battle can be deafening, even to dying ears. But give me 20 such deafenings over one bitter dispute with my wife. Sarseth Thald, Merchant of Musings on Being a Merchant Prince. Year of the Turret.
"Begad, Sirth, how much longer must we sit here in the dark, starving, eh?"
Amun Bezrar wiped his sweating brow with one plump and hairy forearm and waved at the window with his knife.
"The rest of Marsember grows richer by the passing hour while here we sit."
The tall, lean figure leaning on the window frame straightened and said icily, "We're not starving, Bezrar. You've sliced open a good dozen cheeses since I started keeping count, and emptied an entire hand keg of Sembian Jack, too. I chose this warehouse for 2 good reasons, and the plentiful supply of food was one of them. Mind you don't starve too much, or you won't fit through the door when the time comes to go."
"When will that be? Stop me, Vital Sirth. They can't care enough to spell hunt us forever, just as I can't eat cheese forever."
"I know," Sirth said darkly. "The other reason I chose this place, dolt, is that crate you're sitting on. 'Tis full of Selgontan glowstones, and their enchantments, duly registered and duty paid, should hide us from any seeking spell that's not cast from right inside this building. I hope."
"Odds fish, Sirth. Don't you know? For sure? We could be cowering here for nothing."
"Stop waving that fish gutter of yours and sputtering at me, Master Importer Amen Bezrar, and—" Malachar Sirth fell silent in mid-sarcasm and threw up a hand for silence. With a warning hiss, he slapped a finger to his lips and took 2 swift steps toward his fat, sweating business partner to drive home the urgency of his warning. With his other hand, he pointed repeatedly at the floorboards below. Someone had entered the vast cavernous ground floor of their warehouse. "You're sure this place is safe?" a cultured male voice asked doubtfully, bringing a whiff of strong musk with it. Sirth bared his teeth in a silent sneer. "A noble for all the coins in Marsember. As safe as anywhere in this rotting fish grave of a city," another man replied in amused tones. "The rogues who own this cargo barn haven't been seen for some days, and small wonder with the watch looking everywhere for them." "All the better reason to be wary," the perfumed noble said angrily. "Who's to say there isn't a Purple Noses patrol in here now or heading here for a regular peerabout?" A sudden glow flared below, shining up through gaps in the floorboards to show Bezrar and Sirth each other's tense faces. "Behold," the amused noble said, "my glowstone. We can take a good look about as we talk and be gone before anyone's the wiser. If the watch does burst in, saw you the storage for reasonable coin sign outside? Well, we're 2 empty-handed nobles inspecting the place to see if it's dry enough to store the next incoming shipment of the wardrobes of Eastern silk our wives have gone mad for, "All right," the perfumed noble said grudgingly. "Shine it over there. I thought I saw something moving." "You did." "Timora sweet tea. A big one, yes. No, let it go. A rat that big is the main night feast for some dockers' families in this city." "Thandro, you're sick." "So my mistresses often say, but they never refuse my gifts nor company, I've noticed. Enough of this. Satisfied? I suppose. Thunderlin Hall, yes, and I've found 5 minor baubles my kin won't miss. A comb that slays lice, the head of a walking stick that knows north, that sort of thing. Good. How many blades can you muster?" 7 at least, 3 trained to the blade and 2 experienced higher swords. "When and where?" "Under the Broken Lantern on Thelverspike Lane. You know it? By 5 toll at the latest. We have to be in our places well before first candlelight when the royals are supposed to arrive. They'll bring dozens of war wizards and purple dragons, Thandro." "Of course. We of the rightful conspiracy shall be ready for them. Act like you're out for a night of scouring the taverns, get to that lantern post, and all will be well. We've blades and wizards enough to take care of any army the Obarskirs bring. And yes, we expect to have to deal with the Mage Royal and her bully spells, too." "I don't like it." "Your sort never do, Sovereign. If it wasn't for men like me, you'd be muttering darkly about Obarskir misrule from now until doddering to your grave 70 summers hence, doing nothing all that time but fuming. You want a new Cormyr? Well, we'll give it to you and the true power you crave so loudly. You can use it to order Alistair, or whatever's left of her, brought bound to your bed by morning, and stop boring our ears with that oft-repeated demand, too. Who knows? You might even get to father the next king of all Cormyr, you lucky dog." "My family beast," the perfumed noble replied icily, "is the winged lion, not some mongrel hound." "Well, my winged lion," Thandro replied, his voice fading as he moved toward the door, "just you be there under the lightless lamp before 5 toll, and you'll get your chance to leave the Steel Regent gasping, if you don't have to slice her up like sausage meat in the fray, that is. She'll be no match for me in sword play, so keep your men well back." Sovereign's voice faded entirely, and the 2 men in the loft heard the door bar crash back into place. "Begad, Sirth," Besrar hissed, sweat streaming down his face like a waterfall. "What have we gotten ourselves into?" "Nothing," Marsember's wealthiest dealer in scents, wines, cordials, and drugs snarled. "If you shut your loose jaws for once and help me get the roof trap open, we have to stay quiet and move quick, and get as far away as the walls of Marsember let us from all the bloodshed that's going to erupt ere dusk. Whatever happens in Thunderlin Hall, this city is going to be scoured out and turned upside down by every war wizard the realm can muster by high sun tomorrow." Florin Falconhand stood with his fish dripping forgotten in one hand and his blade ready in the other, warily watching the sprawled red wizard. Helpless at his feet, Starange stared back. If glares alone could slay, the ranger would have been done for. But as it was, the real battle was taking place a pace or 2 beyond them. Narnra Shalas stood facing her father, her anger boiling over. "You're no better than this grasping, evil Thayan," she snapped. "You do just as you please and have done for years. Years of meddling in the lives of many, more for your own satisfaction and amusement than anything else." Elminster shook his head. "I've done most of my deeds and misdeeds in the service of Mystra, the most powerful goddess of all," he replied quietly. "For good or ill, I've been a finger or 2 of her hand, and acted as she commanded me." Narnra waved away his words with a sneer of disgust. "You could have refused. You could have renounced it all, if you hadn't wanted all that power." El shrugged. "Want it or not, I have it. Why should I not use it? Who better than myself can I trust to use it well?" "It's not about power and control," Narnra snarled furiously. "It's about doing the right thing." "Ah, and what is that right thing?" Narnra drew herself up scornfully. "If you can't tell—" Elminster said a single cold word that echoed across the meadow like a thunderclap, freezing everyone. Narnra's face went bone white, and terror flamed in her eyes as she found herself unable to move or speak. Her father took a step forward, and suddenly seemed a shade less old and ridiculous. Contempt flared in his blue-gray eyes as he met her gaze and said softly, "My daughter, just one more young hothead with all the answers. The right thing is whatever ye think it is. But unfortunately ye've seen so little of the world, and are capable of understanding so little beyond what's right at the end of thy nose, for thine eyes to fall upon easily, that ye only see one right thing." He walked right up to that nose and began to circle her, keeping close, hands clasped behind his back, voice soft but fierce. "Listen to me, lass. I'm guilty of whimsy and vengefulness, and standing in judgment, and bad temper, willful meddling, and even loss of my wits, often. But before I try to shape the world around me, I also try to do something ye've not yet learned to do. I try to look at things from all sides, to understand disagreements and rivalries through the eyes of all involved. More than that, to look ahead to the probable consequences of what I might do." He stopped in front of her and said more gently, Sometimes I may appear heartless to ye, young shining eyes with thy heart ruling ye, but I think about what I do before, during, and after, and turn right around to try to right my mistakes, instead of striding on and dismissing yesterday's misdeeds as gone and past, beyond recalling. If ye don't grow enough to do that, ye are no better than this grass-ball evil Thayan. He waved his hand, and Narnra found herself free to walk and speak. She trembled, wondering if she dared say anything, but found herself whispering, "And you expect me to see all your manipulating as right and wise, benevolent, following some master plan I'm too stupid or impatient to see? You think manipulating folk isn't the greatest evil there is?" "Lass, lass," Elminster replied wearily. "Manipulating folk is what humans do. If ye knew of my youth, ye'd know just how much I hate mages who rule, and being manipulated. But I learned down the centuries that 'tis best to do some steering of folk before the steering is done to ye, because rest assured, 'twill be. I can at least be sure of my own motives, and that I've thought about them, though whether they be good or evil is for others to judge. The motives of others I can never be so sure about, until I see the glee in their eyes reflecting off the bright blade aimed at my heart, as they swing it down." You're maddening," Narnra snarled, fists clenched. You heartless monster." "That's right. Hurl back views that force ye to think by name-calling. 'Tis the grand old tradition, let it not down. Anything to keep from having to think, or, Mistra forfend, change thy own views." Narnra glowered at her father. "Just how am I to learn how to think? By being taught by you?" "Some folk in the realms would give their lives for the chance to learn at my feet," Elminster said mildly. "Several already have." He turned away. "However, I think ye're not ready for that yet. I'm too useful to ye as the villain who sired then spurned ye. Old Lord Walking blame for all things dark. No, I think ye must find thy own teachers in thy own way, taking no hint from me. See how well ye've received the few words of advice I've offered here and now." Narnra took a deep breath and wrestled down her rage. "So what advice would you give me, old lord, about where to go now and what to do? Not how to govern my own wits and what views to hold, but what to do next." Elminster met her gaze again and said, "Come into my tower and have a cup of tea. Let thy anger fade and we'll talk. I'll give ye some baubles of magic and mutter a lot of stale old advice, then whisk ye with my art to wherever ye desire to be, and hand thy choice right back to ye. As I see it, ye can travel and adventure and broaden thyself right away, or reward Kaladnai's trust by serving her as a loyal agent. Then, when ye grow restless, steer her into giving ye tasks that let ye travel Faerun and see as much of it as possible. You'll always be welcome here, and one of the trifles I'll hand ye will enable ye to call on me from afar should ye need aid, or even, make the gods gasp, advice." Narnra stared at him and snapped, "The tea I'll accept." She looked down at the red wizard. "And him?" "He lies in pain, awaiting thy judgment. Were ye very cruel, ye could just leave him, or tell me to carry him off across the field to yonder anthill, to itch and burn whilst we sip. Or I could restore him to full vigor and give him a wand to smite us all with. The choice is thine." "And if I said healing and the wand?" Narnra asked, her whisper a challenge. "I'll do it. But have ye given thought to the consequences?" "Yes," she snapped fiercely, setting her jaw. "Yes, I have. Do that for him. Do it for me." Elminster muttered something, made a shape in the air, and then stared at a spot above the Thayan. A smooth, tapering stick of wood promptly appeared there and floated serenely above the twisted red wizard as the old mage cast a more elaborate spell. Harnrim Sterange gasped once, writhed and arched briefly, shuddered all over, and sprang up, pale and sweating. He faced Elminster with wild eyes, but the old mage stood like a statue. The red wizard cast a quick glance at Florin, whose sword was now drawn back for a deadly throw, then gave both Narnra and Elminster odd looks, snatched the floating wand out of the air, and vanished. Elminster calmly muttered something, waved at the place Sterange had been, and turned away, offering Narnra his hand. She did not take it, but followed him up the flagstone path to his squat, leaning rough stone tower. "Not much of a grand fortress, is it?" she asked tartly. He shrugged. "We heartless monsters must make do." Not quite hiding a smile, Florin opened the door for them, waving them within with a grand gesture that was only slightly spoiled by being made with a handful of still-dripping fish. "Enter within," he said, "old Lord Walking Blame and guest. I'll stand guard here for returning red wizards whilst you try to speak civil words to each other," Narnra replied a little wearily, stepping past him into the dusty gloom. Behind her back, the two men exchanged glances. Elminster nodded to the ranger, said gently, "Do that," and went inside. In a high window not far away across Shadowdale, Storm Silverhand lounged with harp in hand, singing softly to herself. Her farm chores were done, and it was time and past time to take some ease, even for daughters of Mystra. In mid-song she became aware of a shimmering below as her wards sprang to life. She stilled her strings to call, "Yes?" Standing in her courtyard, ringed with crawling blue fire, was a gaunt, trim-bearded man holding something under his cloak.
"Good lady,"
he greeted her gravely,
"I am Alefandar Amarask, High Royal Sage of Cormyr, and I bring a thing most precious with me. Pray banish your fires."
Storm set aside her harp and swung herself through the window, floating gently down to join her unexpected guest. She made an intricate one-handed gesture as she descended, awakening an unseen magic that seemed to satisfy her. Her next gesture made the flames sink away to nothingness. "Be welcome, Lord Sage," she said politely. "Will you stay, take shelter, and dine? I've pheasant roasting over one hearth and a cauldron of rabbit stew a-building in the other."
"Thank you, Lady Silverhand. I cannot say what my reply to your kind offer will be until I have your decision as to my burden."
"The king you're hiding under your cloak? He's right welcome, too," Storm said dryly. "I'll endeavor to keep you both safe and unseen. No doubt some in Cormyr would be quite upset to learn you're here, and others would become all too eager." Alefandar's smile was rueful.
"Lady, you state matters very well. I'll stay if you will have me. How strong are your wards?"
Storm's smile was broader than his. "I am a chosen of Mystra," she reminded him gently. "Take off your boots, soak your feet in yonder oil, and let me have a good look at the next scourge of womanhood in the Heartlands." Alefandar winced.
"Lady,"
he started to protest, then fell silent. "I have my own reputation," Storm replied. "Remember? Which reminds me, how is Fee?" Alefandar winced again.
"Harpers see all indeed. My royal lady was well and happy when we parted some hours ago. I hope, oh gods, I hope that I shall see her so again soon."
"You," Storm said, sliding an arm around his shoulders, "need a drink. Sit you down, and I'll get a scrying crystal.
and you can watch over Phil Farrell whenever you desire. Now off with those boots and haul forth young Azoan before he suffocates under that dirty old cloak of yours." Narnra shook her head at the dusty stacks of parchment and books crowding all around her, and seemed eager to escape to the Spartan, less cluttered kitchen, where a pass of Elminster's hand made the hearth fire rise under a kettle. The old mage pointed at a shelf. "Teas. Choose." Narnra dubiously examined the jars thereon. "Dragon skull?" "Just a little," Elminster replied. "Powdered fine, of course." Narnra gave him an incredulous look. "So what," she asked challengingly, "dare I assume is in tea labeled finest Thayan she-slave skin, as this jar is?" "One of Leo's little jests. I'm sure it's far from the finest skin." Narnra sighed, shook her head, and defiantly held out the Thayan jar to Elminster. He took it without word. Silence stretched between them, enlivened by the climbing cry of the kettle, until Narnra became restless. "So, impart," she said, peering around the little kitchen, "some of that dusty old advice you spoke of." "We all have to die, and can take nothing of mortal riches or power with us," Elminster replied promptly. "I've died several times already, and on at least 2 occasions started over with nothing, not even my name. So unless the cold decay of undeath beckons ye, remember, it ends for us all. What matters is what we do with the brief time we have." "Your time hasn't been so brief," Narnra flared. Elminster bowed his head. "That is my curse." Narnra stared at him, then folded her arms and asked, "Why did you leave my mother?" Elminster stepped forward to take hold of her shoulders. They stared into each other's eyes, noses only inches apart. "Lass," he said gently, "just being near me gets folk killed. I speak now not of foes I smite or fools who make reckless attempts to exploit my power, or presents to further their own dangerous causes, but folk who simply get in the way or come to the notice of those who love me not. I know of, and knew well, over 200 he's and she's of all the lands and races ye could think of who died in torment because some more powerful foe thought I might have given something or told something of importance to them, or just to lure me within reach or cause me distress when I learned of the torture later. And so you wrap this sorrowful, 'I must do thus and so for the protection of others' explanation around yourself like a cloak, and prance through life wenching and using everyone who comes within reach as if they were your personal chambermaids, "Fair enough," Elminster said calmly, stepping back to pour 2 large tankards of tea. "I suppose I do. Armed with this knowledge, ye'll do what?" Narnra stared at him, chin balanced on her knuckles, and said, "Ask you again. Why did you leave Mayor Janthra Shalas after wooing and bedding her?" "To answer ye properly," the old mage replied gravely, "I must know the answer to a question of my own. Have ye ever seen this before?" He dipped a finger into his steaming tea, drew a complicated symbol on the table between them with its wetness, let her gaze at it for a moment, and swiftly wiped it away. Narnra sat back, strangely excited. No, she said, frowning. "I don't think so." "Wait. A jewel mother crafted, and wore as a pendant for a time. Why?" "'Tis a symbol of the goddess Shar," Elminster murmured, "who among other things works against she whom I serve." "Mistra, you mean? What do you mean?" "All gods and goddesses work through mortals. Shar is one whose manipulations are legendary, deservedly legendary." Narnra frowned. "You think Shar was using my mother to influence you?"
El nodded. But that's ridiculous. That's what happened. I was in thy mother's arms, tongue to tongue, eye to eye. I felt the darkness slide into her and reach for me. So did she, and whimpered and clung to me the tighter. I thrust her away and departed out the window, glass and frame and all, as fast as I could move. Had I remained, I'd have been taken, or mere Janthra would have been consumed in Shar's hunger to corrupt me. Rather than bearing ye, thy mother would have been left a crumbling husk. Narnra stared at him. So you went away, and my mother had me. Are you saying I'm consecrated to Shar, a creature of the mistress of the night from birth? No, Elminster replied gravely, or I'd have blasted ye to ash when first I read thy mind. Only created creatures and those born of the gods or their avatars or beings the gods spend much time mind-meddling with while yet unborn come from the womb belonging to this deity or that. All the rest of us are free to choose our faith, influenced by any who may try to sway us, of course. Ye are Narnra Shalas, free to choose. Shar, or Mistra for that matter, could possess and control thy body, but would burn it out in hours or days by the very might of their manifestation. Failing that, ye are free to choose as ye will. I am not free. Bound to Mistra am I, but Mistra desires all mortal creatures to possess the freedom given them by personally wielding magic. A sword in every hand, Narnra muttered, which inevitably leads to much spilled blood. El bowed his head. The highest price of freedom is always its misuse by many. Narnra turned away. Mother seldom wore that pendant. She murmured to the tea shelf, running her fingers along it as if answers were going to sprout helpfully among the jars. Elminster kept silent, waiting. His daughter turned around and looked at him in clear challenge. What if I tell you now that I defy your moral claptrap, father, and go my own way, stealing and thieving and never speaking to you again? That's thy choice, and by Mistra's grace you're free to make it. I'll still give ye those baubles I spoke of, my promise of welcome here whenever ye desire it, my friendship if ye'll have it, and my fond regard even if ye don't. And if I fling all that in your teeth, meddling old wizard? That will be my loss and sorrow, Elminster told his tankard quietly. Damn you, old man, Narnra said, hurling what was left of her tea into his face as she sprang up. Damn you! Elminster sat with tea dripping off his nose and beard and replied calmly, My damnation happened centuries ago the first time, and again some dozen times since. Save such words for someone who will be impressed, Narnra snarled, and strode back through the dusty gloom to the door, snatching it open. Florin stood just outside, arms folded, blocking her way. She put her head down and charged right into him, punching viciously. The ranger stood like immovable stone, absorbing her punishment, and called calmly, Elminster? Let her go her way, came the calm reply. She's discovered that growing up is painful, when she thought she'd finished with growing up some time ago. Florin nodded and bowed to the furious, now weeping Narnra, indicating that her way was clear with a wave of his hand. She stormed past him in tears, striding angrily out to where the flagstone path forked. Ahead was the road, where a few carts were creaking past, bearing farmers of Shadowdale who glanced her way curiously, and to her right was a placid pool. She stood trembling for a moment, then turned right. At the water's edge was a large, flat rock. Narnra threw herself down on it and gazed at the water, muttering soft curses. He went away and left me. He just went away. And Mother died. All this alone, all this clawing for coins and food, all this risking my neck for years in Waterdeep.
and now I'm snatched away from home and halfway across Faerun with no way back, bound to another meddling wizard. All because of him. And he sits there like an old stone gargoyle, looking down from the ramparts of his years and being sad that I don't make the same mistakes he did. Bah! Narnra sprang to her feet and kicked at the earth, seeking to drive a stone, any stone, into the water. The pond was like glass. Her reflection was clear as any mirror. She struck a pose. The silken shadow indeed. Furiously, she kicked at the earth again. Grass and dirt fountained, and one tiny pebble flew, bounced, and found the water. She watched its spreading rings for a time and sat down to do so. This place was beautiful. She lifted her gaze and looked around. A castle keep, built with a strange twist to it across this meadow. A cart road off to her left with a few mule carts being led out onto it. A rock twice the height of Waterdeep Castle rising right up out of the grass to her right, behind his tower. Atop it, helmed heads and a few spears. She was being watched, even here. You bastard old man. You suspicious old... But no. Banners are flapping up there. No one's moving. Except there, to point down at the road. They're watching the road. I suppose someone will always be watching wherever I go. The gentle breeze arose, fresh and fragrant with wildflowers, and Narnra lifted her face to catch it and looked around at the rustling trees and waving grass. This was a fair place. It must be nice to live here, wherever here was. Some time later, Elminster quietly sat down beside Narnra and steered a fresh mug of tea into her hand. Ye, threw away the chance to finish yours, he said gently. Narnra gave him a red-eyed glance and, after a long moment, took the tea. Saying nothing, she quickly looked away and sat cradling it and staring at the pool. After a time, she absently sipped it. A little later, she risked a glance to her right. Elminster was sitting silently beside her, looking out over the pool rather than at her, his unlit pipe floating in the air near at hand. Is he just going to sit there, waiting for me to beg his forgiveness, cry for his acceptance, say I love him, knowing I can't run from him, don't even know where to run to, and that he can blast me whenever he wants? I threw my tea in his face, shouted at him. Why hasn't he blasted me already? What's he afraid of? Narnra shot a glance at her father. He didn't look afraid of anything. He was smelling the breeze, his nose lifted, a half smile on his face. He doesn't look afraid. He looks smug. Damn him. Oh, yes, too late for that. Such big words, such calm claims. Smug old man. She drew in a ragged breath, looked away, and sipped from her tankard again. It was getting cold, but grew warmer even as she drew back and made a face at it. Narnra glared at Elminster. Are you using your magic on this? Of course, he said gently. Ye prefer it warm, do ye not? She regarded him, hefting the tankard in her hand as if she might throw it at him, again. And you always use your magic to do what other people prefer? Nay, most folk don't even know what they prefer. Most never stop to think. He turned his head to watch some flower petals drift by. Do they? You mean that as some sort of a thrust at me, old man? You think clever words can change everything? Narnra turned her back on her father again. Every time she turned around again, however, he was still there. He smiled at her once or twice, but she gave him stony silence. After a while, she started watching him. He sat and looked around at Shadowdale, not seeming to mind. Later, her tankard empty, Narnra murmured, This place is beautiful. Aye,
I sit here often. Dawn, sunrise, sunset, and dusk offer the best views, of course. If you want to bathe, soap flakes and hair scent are under yon rock." Narnra gave him a startled look. "You expect me to stay?" Elminster shook his head. "I expect nothing, but I offered ye welcome at any time ye might care to claim it, and ye might arrive some day desiring to get cool or clean or wash the blood of someone ye disagreed with off ye, so 'tis handy to know where the soap is. I suppose you have drying robes waiting under some other rock?" "No, but if ye go and lie on yonder stone, you'll find it both heats and sucks away the damp. The black velvet butterfly hanging on the shrub beside it is one of Jasale Silvertree's hair slides. She comes here often to lay her hair out in a fan to get it properly dry." It was Narnra's turn for head-shaking. I don't understand you. You seem tender and kind. You protest your noble reasons and causes, insist you look at everything from all sorts of viewpoints, yet you use people as if they were farm beasts, love women and leave them as casually as you change your socks, and why? Because I'm a mere mortal, twisted beyond sanity by what I've seen and done, and by holding a goddess in my arms, and by living for far too long, Elminster whispered. I'm a crazed villain and a proudly enthusiastic meddler as well as thy father. But I'd also like to be thy friend. I take folk as I find them and leave judgments to the young. I hope ye can learn to do that too. Old mage, Narnra told him firmly, young people have to learn to judge others or they never survive to become older. Yet I'll grant that you are more than I thought you were. She turned to look directly into his eyes and added, if I'd never known you'd sired me, we'd already be friends. I'm trying to set aside my anger over growing up fatherless, then being left alone to fend for myself after my mother died. I may be just one of uncounted thousands of forgotten, abandoned orphans in Faerun, but I'm me, the only person I've ever had to worry about, and precisely, you're the only person you've ever had to worry about. Go get thyself a few friends, real friends, and you'll have that many more folk to worry over. And you worry about thousands, is that it? Worry and do something, lots of things endlessly for them. Grieve for all those I've failed and those the passing years have taken from me. Whole realms I've loved are now gone, Elminster replied and added calmly, Boo-hoo. Narnra snorted in surprised mirth and set her tankard down. I could learn to love this place, she said almost wistfully, and then turned her head to look into her father's eyes and added slowly, almost struggling with the words, to accept you too, I think, with all your lies and meddling. Someday. I'd like that, he said gently. 'Twould mean much to me. She nodded, and they looked calmly into each other's eyes for what seemed a very long time. Abruptly, Narnra became aware as she stared through it at her father of how tangled and sweat-soiled her hair was. Her gaze fell longingly to the pool, and after a few breaths of silence, she asked, Would you mind going away whilst I bathe if I promise to work no mischief? Elminster chuckled, took up her tankard, and laid a hand on her shoulder. I'll be up in the tower preparing even feasts when you're done. Florin has probably worn his sword edge dull slicing edibles by now. I'm not much of a family lass, but you're welcome whenever. Narnra gave him a strange look and waved at the pool. There aren't snakes or biting turtles or anything like that, are there? Nay, Elminster told her as he conjured up a fluffy robe, towels, and slippers, and bent with a grunt to lay them out on a handy rock. I asked the beast that eats them to depart when ye arrived, and it did." She gave him a longer look until he turned and added, "Trust me." "I'm learning to," she said with a lopsided smile. "Don't make me regret it, please." "Well, if you'd like to toss your clothes onto yon rock, I'll snatch them away with a spell and give them a wash whilst you're soaking, because they certainly need it. Knives and all, mind. I'll be careful not to let things rust. Oh, and the little blades ye keep hidden in thy hair, too, they're starting to tarnish." Narnra gave her father quite another look and said, "If you trick me, I'll be overcome with remorse," he said with a grin, and strolled off, his pipe floating after him. Narnra watched him go, shaking her head. Well, at least she had an interesting father. When she heard the tower door close, she disrobed, carefully putting her gear where he'd indicated, all but one knife with its sheath, which she laid ready at the water's edge. She lifted the stone Elminster had pointed out, scooped up some soap flakes, and waded in. The water was wonderful.
"Begads, what if they find us here?" Besrar muttered. "What tale do we tell them then?"
"That we're thinking of importing some new sort of shingles from Allagone, and had to see if the barracks roofs would ever be a market for us," his partner Sirth hissed. "If you shut up for once, perhaps they won't find us here." They both froze there on the roof of the largest purple dragon barracks in Marsember, as at least a dozen dragons, each larger than any barracks and far more impressive, swooped past in a mighty hurry to get somewhere in the city. The great worms passed over the barracks so low that Malachir Sirth, the tallest of the two swindlers, could almost have touched one of those vast and scaled underbellies by standing tall and leaping upward. He chose not to do so. It seemed more sensible to faint instead. 22. A Little Victory. Sometimes all you can do is take what little victory you can. Sorbronn Swordmantle, 70 Summers a Purple Dragon, One Loyal Warrior's Tale, Year of the Prince.
"Stand easy," Lespira murmured. "Whatever happens, we've war wizards enough to keep you both safe."
Phil Farrell and Alisair gave her identical sighs. "Spira, it's not that," the Steel Regent exclaimed, armor gleaming. "It's how many loyal folk this will cost us, and how many noble families who lose their young hotheads here will turn against us. When will Cormyr stop bleeding?" "Here they come," Caledni muttered, stepping back, as many men stalked into the dimly lit hall, drawn swords glittering in the light of her conjured light. "Hail, ladies Obarskir," one of them called in a grand and cultured voice. "Your attendance, even with so many of your mages, gratifies us. We desire to discuss the future of our fair real—" The noble staggered forward to fall on his face with a cough and lie still, sword ringing on the tiles. His fellows whirled around with shouts of anger. Many men in robes were fading into visibility out of empty air. Thanes. Harnrim Starange glared coldly around Thunderlin Hall and commanded his fellow red wizards, "Kill them all. Yon women first. Let no one leave alive." Besrar and Sirth came back to Marsember at about the same time, with damp and misty air singing past their ears as a grand rooftop, all spires and skylights, rushed up to meet them. They were, oh gods, in the grip of great talons. Talons that were attached to a huge iridescent silver-blue dragon. Turquoise eyes burned into theirs with force enough to keep them blinkingly, tremblingly awake. When both Sirth and Besrar would quite happily have fainted again, great jaws hissed in a soft thunder. "Open those skylights so we can see and hear who's within." I've no desire to provoke all the war wizards and whatever other mages happen to be in Marsember by tearing apart a few buildings at random and slaughtering folk heedlessly. But, Besrar managed to sputter. However, Joysil told him, I can make a few exceptions when it comes to slaughtering if you provoke me. Yes, this is the roof of Thunderlin Hall, and yes, I'm a dragon, just as you are, Amin Tholant Besrar. And you are, Malakur Sirth. Get those open. The two smugglers leaped to the panes with frantic eagerness, fumbling at catches that hadn't been oiled or thrown open in decades. Decades of sea mists and incontinent birds and nesting fowl that... Oh, gods, Sirth hissed, his fingers trembling helplessly. We'll never... Beside him, Besrar threw his long knife, puffing like a walrus and sweating a river, and brought its pommel down firmly through the dirty pane in front of him. There was a shout from within, and a roaring gout of flame burst up out of the shattered skylight. A dragon banked sharply overhead, thrust out its neck, and breathed something back. Besrar emitted a sort of frightened mew as he tumbled over backward. Spells were bursting out of skylights, up and down the roof now, shards of glass tumbling in all directions, and dragons were diving down and breathing death of their own. It was, yes, a luminescent time to faint, Besrar and Sirth decided in unison, and did so. Kaladnai and Laspira did nothing but hold up shimmering shielding spells around Alisair and Filfarl as they all rushed together to the east end of the hall, which saved them, even as red wizards by the dozens vanished in dragon spew. The very floor tiles of the central open hall exploded, heaved, and melted where the full fury of dragon magic struck, and the roof started to come down in great crashing chunks. The two highest-ranking war wizards reeled, moaning in pain and clutching their heads, as their shieldings were torn asunder. Somewhere down there the Obarskiers were on their own now. Doors burst open in the darkness all over the hall as Rolligan and the other High Knights decided that, with war wizards screaming and fainting and igniting like torches all around them, they might already be too late to rush forth and perform a rescue. The red wizards Starange had been able to assemble were the youngest and most ambitious Thayans handy in Sembia, but they neither trusted each other nor had much experience in working carefully together in spell battle. So in the flashing, bursting confusion of swooping dragons and men running about with swords, they soon started hurling death at anyone and everyone they saw, including each other. Harnrim Darkspells looked around from a high balcony in disbelief as war wizards and his fellow Thayans hurled spells, chairs, and knives at each other with equally blind fury. This was a swiftly unfolding disaster. He had to... Something made him duck and turn, and the point of Rolligan's thrusting blade flashed harmlessly past his arm. With a curse, Starange teleported away, leaving the High Knight slashing empty air and airing a few curses of his own. Down below, terrified nobles were sorting everyone in their haste to escape what they correctly saw as a death trap. The ring and clang of sword steel rose deafeningly in the hall. Rolligan whirled around and raced down the nearest stair. He had to get to Alisair and Filfarl and keep them safe, whatever happened.
"Get down, mother!"
Alisair snarled, hacking a man to the floor viciously and stamping on his throat.
"That gown won't stop a child's knife. I've got to set aside having to defend and worry about you. Too many of these dogs are getting away." "Look, to your back, dear,"
Filfarl called, whirling her overgown around a man's head and rushing past him to drag him off balance. Wildly slashing nothing, he went down, and she leaped in to land knees together on his chest and drive her little jewel dagger into a face she couldn't see.
"I'm Cormyr's past, daughter. You're its future."
Alisair laughed bitterly as two swords reached for her.
"Yes, but for how long?" "Kayla, we've got to get back to Luz and Fee,"
Laspira panted.
"They'll get butchered."
"If we don't drive off these dragons," the Mage Royal of Cormyr spat back,
"we'll all wind up fried, crushed, and entombed before six toll." "They're drawing off,"
Laspira gasped, pointing.
"Look, they're flying away."
"Enough!" Joysil roared in a voice that shook every spire in Marsember.
We can do no more without destroying every human down there. Come, to the sanctum. To the dragon binder, dragon voices thundered in chorus, and wings flapped and wheeled in the sky. Shields, Kaladni cried, clutching at Laspira. Find them! We must raise the shields around them! Laspira peered helplessly around the darkened confusion of the hall, made a sound of exasperation, and cast a bright radiance spell out into the chaos. Everywhere knots of men were fighting, their swords flashing. Bodies lay huddled in their blood everywhere too, and robed war wizards waving daggers were rushing downstairs and along balconies, shouting. There! She cried, pointing to where she'd seen Alisair's familiar hair swirl, just for a moment, amid a glimmer of clashing blades. Hip to hip the two mages worked a casting, then collapsed with a groan. I worked an iron guard on them, Kaladni gasped. Rolligan's coming, see? And he should be able to take care of men who can only punch and gouge and strangle. Wait, what's that? Laspira snapped. Where they'd thrown their shield, something flared like a momentary star. Fee's teleport gem, Kaladni said with a grin. She's taken them back to the palace. Find that portal, and let's get there before Luce tries to bring every last purple dragon in the place back here. What was that, Mother? My teleport gem, Phil Farrell gasped. This dolt of a Drakhorn brought his blade down on it. Before I... Mother! Alisair cried in alarm, whirling back to the Queen. Phil Farrell was clutching at her side. She sat down against a heap of bodies, managed a little smile, and said rather triumphantly, Before I put my little knife through his eye. She waved a hand. Don't worry, I'm just winded, not cut. I trust. The singing of a shielding spell, at least Alisair hoped it was a shielding spell, rose around them, and she waded through the dead and dying to get to her mother. She was still 2 paces away when the balcony above, smoldering in the aftermath of a spell, tore loose and crashed down on them. Ha! Darndrith Goldsword cried triumphantly, as something splintered and the door sagged open. Out, lads, out! The dozen or so nobles of the rightful conspiracy surged forward as one, panting in fear and weariness. This had all gone so wrong. Dragons, by the gods, wizards everywhere. More grim men with swords than they'd been able to muster in the first place. And all the doors spell-sealed, too. This was the only one they'd been able to get open, and now they'd have to run far and fast before the Obarskirs set the hounds of the realm on. Darndrith staggered back with a cry, almost spitting himself on 6 swords. Who? No one important, the lady who stood outside replied calmly, her eyes large and dark in the glow of the conjured dagger and whip sword in her hands. Just someone who grew bored in Candlekeep and looked in a scrying stone to see what was happening back in Marsember. Not that I found anything surprising. Stand back, one noble shouted. Make way or we'll kill you, the youngest Goldsword added in a snarl. The lady slashed his thrusting sword aside with her own, the meeting of blades numbing his arm as if he'd touched lightning. You may try, she commented pleasantly. Who are you? The Lady Numea Cardelith, she answered, parrying his furious attack. Of Sembia. Stay within, traitors, and face justice. Justice? You're not even of Cormyr, a noble panted furiously, trying to reach his sword past Darndrith's shoulder to stab her. No matter. I stand for peace and honesty whenever possible. To slaughter a ruling house always plunges a land into strife and outlawry and suffering, and the lurking monsters and dark cabals alike come prowling. Or have you so swiftly forgotten what befell in Tethir? Ha! You can't stand against us, one woman alone. I don't have to, Numea gasped, as a blade drove her own sword aside, and 2 others thrust into her. I only have to delay you until... Glaristeer Rolligan struck the knot of nobles from behind like a deadly storm. 4 high knights with him, and only 5 of the traitors had time to start pleading. Their frantic attempts to make deals went unanswered.
Vangertehast gently parted Myrmine's arms and set her aside. "'Tis done, lady," he said gently. "Our time together. They've come." He waved above the wide expanse where Joysil had felled so many trees, and the Lady Lord of Arabel found herself looking up at a sky full of dragons. The song dragon arrowed down into a wing-fluttering landing in front of their shattered window, the other worms wheeling and banking watchfully above. "Mage," Joysil said, "we flew to war, and this threat to Cormyr from red wizards and traitor nobles at least has been ended." "In return," the former royal magician replied, silver and green fires briefly shining forth in a visible web that made more than one dragon hiss and rear back. "Look and see the truth of my words. I've bound my dragon bindings to my own life. If I perish, they go with me. And so I'm ready," he said roughly, using a chair to climb up onto the kitchen counter. From there he walked out into what had recently been his gardens and a pleasant glade, adding, "For you to slay me." Behind him, Myrmine clutched a kitchen chair so hard with trembling white hands that the wood groaned. Silent tears spilled from her eyes as she watched Vangertehast walk to his death. An amethyst-scaled worm glided down, jaws opening to breathe on the lone trudging man, but Joysil threw out a wing to shield the retired mage royal and cried, "Cease!" Vangertehast stood very still beneath that vast wing, as dragon after dragon thudded to earth, landing in a great ring around Joysil. "We fought well together," she said in her voice of gentle thunder, "but this human has ended the threat we gathered to destroy. He need not die. I offer you my hoard to divide among you if you now disperse and never return to harm this Vangertehast." Myrmine had heard a dragon rumble in thought once before, but when a dozen of them were at it, the field shook to their purring din. Then the great head of Agliel Dreadclaw nodded, and the fanged dragon growled, "The fray was good, yes. I am content." That set head after head to nodding until all the worms had agreed. "Seek you then the spire of the ruined keep atop Claw Peak," the song dragon told them all, "and shatter it. Within it is a cavern stuffed full of speaking gems." "Speaking gems," several worms echoed eagerly, and there was a general rush into the skies. "What?" Vangertehast asked, watching dragons dwindle into tiny specks among distant clouds. "Are speaking gems?" Joysil snorted. "Magical things, wizard. Nothing you should be meddling with. Some 4,000 odd I had from the Church of Shar years ago, when I saw the world somewhat differently." Those turquoise eyes stared into the old wizard's for a moment longer before she asked, "What is it you really want to ask me?" Vangertehast sighed. "My life. Why did you spare it?" "I went to confer with the oldest, wisest dragon of my kind, who took me to someone you know all too well, Elminster of Shadowdale. He offered a solution." It was Vangertehast's turn to sigh. "I might have known. And that would be?" Myrmine saw something out of the corner of her eye. She let out a little cry of alarm as she whirled around, snatching for her sword, and the old mage, rising from the hitherto empty seat of Vangertehast's favorite chair, obligingly offered it to her. "Old friend," he said to the retired royal magician, stepping past Myrmine, "why not this? Use thy own spells to bind thyself as thy kingdom's guardian. Become a dragon. We chosen can aid thee in that aim with spells to do so that will transform thee, lengthen thy years, and enhance thy vigor." Vangertehast frowned. "One dragon to defend a realm? Not even the devil dragon could stand against—" "No," Joysil said in her soft thunder. "Not one.
I've long sought a purpose to go on living, and I believe I've found it. I'll willingly join you in stasis as your consort."
Vangertehast gaped at her. Then, very slowly, he turned to peer back into the ruined kitchen of his sanctum at the tearful woman standing there.
"No,"
Myrmeen whispered, face white and working.
"No, I cannot give up being human. Vangi, forgive me."
"There's naught to forgive, lass," two old wizards said in unison. Then they stopped and traded uneasy grins. Myrmeen burst into tears and groped for Elminster's arm. When he proffered it, she clung to him, dragged herself upright, and fought down her weeping until she managed to gulp.
"Yet it would give me great pride and pleasure to bear and raise your heir, Lord Vangertehast, to be trained as a wizard royal to Cormyr."
Elminster lifted an eyebrow. "Mistress smile, but ye work swifter than I do, Vangi." Out across the trampled grass, Vangertehast made reply with a very old and a very rude gesture. A blood-drenched, battered figure rose from a heap of the dead in the shattered ruins of Thunderlin Hall, shook aside some ashen, still-smoking splinters of balcony, and limped across the rubble-strewn floor, a notched and bent sword in hand.
"Mother?"
Another figure arose serenely out of heaped bodies not far away.
"I'm not dead yet,"
the Dowager Queen replied with a weak smile, wiping blood from the sword in her own hand with the hem of her jeweled gown. She surveyed Alisair critically.
"Which is more than I can say for you. You always did like getting dirty, didn't you?"
"Indeed," Alisair said with a sudden laugh, embracing her mother.
"And I still do."
Purple dragons, high knights, and war wizards were eyeing them from a discreet distance and shuffling closer. Phil Farrell chuckled and told her daughter,
"Come, find us that portal back to Suzail, or we'll have to spend the rest of the night answering questions."
"Come, lass," Elminster said to Myrmeen. "Ye need to eat. There'll be naught to see now for some days until all our castings are done." He turned away to lead the weary and saddened Lady Lord of Arabel to a chair, only to freeze as a voice thundered behind him. Joysil's voice.
"Mage, I've learned of your recent wranglings with a certain young lass of Waterdeep. Where is she right now?"
Something in that grim tone made Elminster spin around, letting go of Myrmeen's hand and stepping away from her in haste. "Ah," Elminster replied with a grin. "Ye know the saying about wizards never letting slip their secrets?"
"Almost as well as I know the one about how tasty wizards can be,"
the song dragon growled.
"So I'll amend my question into two lesser ones. Do you know where she is, and is she safe?"
"Aye, and I hope so. Thy interest in her proceeds from—"
"Dragons eat their secrets, man. Let me unfold this my way. There's one more thing to be said. We know each other rather better than you realize."
"Oh?" El asked, spreading his fingers to display the rings on them, rings that winked with the light of awakened magic. "Is there an old score ye need settled? Some share of my hoards, perhaps? Or is it my skin ye seek?"
"Once we sought each other's skin, Elminster of Shadowdale, ardently and often."
The old mage's eyes narrowed. "What name and shape did ye wear then?"
"For some years I was the sorceress and jeweler Mayor Janthra Shalas of Waterdeep."
Myrmeen gave Elminster an incredulous look and found the old man's face every bit as astonished as her own. He managed a pale smile, then bowed deeply to the looming dragon. "Well, well, ahem.
My apologies for knowing ye not, Joysill. So ye're Narnra's mother? He shook his head, adding hastily, Well now, I'll tell her only much later, I think, when the lass is ready for such news. Wise choice, Joysill said in dry tones. Elminster cast a swift glance at Mirmeen. Fresh tears were streaming down her face, but she waved him away as she sat in a chair. Not just away, she was waving him toward the dragon. The old mage looked up, swallowed, and asked, how do ye feel toward me now, lady?
Joysill. Call me Joysill.
The great dragon head lowered. Those burning eyes seemed to sear through him, and the jaws beneath slowly smiled.
I must confess I'm pleased to see you so taken aback. You're learning, El. Learning doubt at last. Archmages who know just how to rule the world scare me, and you were worse than most. One bed one night, another the next, no thought for the ruin you left behind or what I went through, tearing free from Shar. Too many realms to conquer, liches to blast, other wizards to humble, all stars in your eyes and rushing to save Faerun, that was you. And yet I love you still. I loved you then for the same reason I'm still fond of you, old mage. Your tenderness, your gentleness, your understanding. Never lose that, El, or I might just awaken, leave Cormyr undefended, and come looking for you.
Joysill sprang aloft.
I still care for thee, Joysill,
Elminster called quickly, stepping forward.
I know, El, I know. So keep yourself alive for years to come. Hold that madness at bay. Be happy with the Queen of Aglarond, and look after our Narnra well, without smothering her. Of course, her safety shall be the pleasure you endure now, Joysill said in a voice as dry as the desert, in return for the pleasure we shared then. She flapped her wings once, circled so low over the old mage that Mirmeen cried out in alarm, and whispered, Farewell, El. I do love you. She soared away, silver blue in the lowering sun. Elminster went to his knees as he spell-flung his thought after her. I love thee, Joysill, and I love our Narnra. Trust in me. He got back a flare of amusement. Trust. Of course. Elminster stayed on his knees, watching the sky where Joysill had gone for some time. Well, now, he said finally, getting up with a wince and a hand on a stiffening hip. He didn't look at the Lady Lord of Arabel, and she watched him in silence. Well, now, Elminster muttered again, several times, as he peered into larders, drew forth tureens, and gathered kindling for the hearth fire. He hasn't taken very good care of the place, a familiar voice floated out of the distance. Mirmeen's head jerked up. Laspira! Well, you know Vangi, another voice agreed wryly, and Caledni led 3 rather battered-looking women down a rubble-strewn passage into the kitchen. Aha, she said as Elminster straightened up from the growing fire. He had helped destroying things, I might have known. The crown princess asked sharply, So what happened, Marine? Is the realm now at war with Elminster of Shadowdale? The Dowager Queen Filfarl stood with her, both of them stained with blood and looking as if they'd been in a battle. Mirmeen shook her head, fresh tears glimmering in her eyes. No, she quavered, but I'm not sure what to tell you first. What befell in Marsember? A new voice asked from behind the 2 highest-ranking war wizards, causing them in turn to whirl around. Am I now holding the last living Obarskir? The glow of a spell was just fading around the ankles of Storm Silverhand, who stood with the infant Azoan cradled in her arms.
the sage Alafandar at her side, Florin Falconhand standing watchfully by with 2 swords drawn, and Narnra flanking him, drawn daggers in both hands. Of course, everyone started talking at once. Storm, Florin, and surprisingly, Alafandar and Phil Farrell all pitched in with the cooking, and the resulting feast was wonderful. Much later, magic being a wonderfully useful thing, the shattered kitchen had become a haven of warmth and softly leaping firelight, wherein all sat at ease with boots up and glasses to hand, save for the snoring king of Cormyr. It was the first time in years that Narnra Shalas could remember being truly happy. "Forgive me," Myrmeen asked her politely across the table, "but I hear the swifter, harsher speech of Waterdeep on your tongue. What brought you to Cormyr?" Narnra smiled. "I was thieving and followed a man I failed to rob who intrigued me." She nodded across the room to where a white-bearded wizard was gently spell-rocking a conjured cradle for Azoan Obarskir and humming a nameless tune, while rubbing the feet of a bootless Storm Silverhand as she groaned in contentment. "Elminster of Shadowdale," Narnra explained, "who turned out to be my father." "Elminster?" Myrmeen asked. "Your father?" "Yes. Wherefore I happen," Narnra added, "to be one of the 2 or maybe 3 women in all Waterdeep who aren't breathtakingly beautiful." "Well, lucky the gods didn't give you the worst of his hawk nose, or his beard," Myrmeen chuckled. "I remember from my younger days that being stunningly gorgeous was more bother than it was fun, being as I wasn't an empty-headed, spiteful little bitch of a noble, looking to spend my days marrying one nobleman and bedding all the others after revels." Narnra nodded, drew in a deep breath, and turned to Caledni. "So, now that you know all about me, will you still have me in your service? Or slay me?" "Of course I'll still have you," Caledni replied warmly, and turned her head to look at the Lady Laspira. "As for why, you're the best one to make answer, Spira." Laspira nodded. "Narnra," she said gently, "I, too, am a daughter of Elminster. Welcome, sister. Truly, I am. And there are a lot of us." "Myself, for instance," Queen Phil Farrell said calmly, causing Cormyran jaws to drop all over the room, "though neither of us knew it for some years." "Gods," Myrmeen said, turning to gaze at the bearded man by the cradle. "You have been busy, haven't you?" Epilogue. Humans like to mark endings, but such events are seldom the real end of any tale. A Maelry Windhover, one elf in minstrel's robes, year of the splendid stag. Brine. This leaking cog was loaded with sides of pickled beef, bound for Sembia. Which of the dragon waves, indeed? Harnrim Starange sighed and hastened down the companionway. His spell would wear off in moments, if some vengeful war wizard didn't trace him by it before then, and none of the other ships in Marsember were showing any signs of leaving soon. He had to get out of Cormyr, but with 3 spells left to him, and certain superiors among the red wizards certain to be looking for him with even more fury than these law mages of the Forest Kingdom, the mighty dark spells was going to have to vanish for a while, perhaps for a long while. He had been close, so close. Harnrim Starange permitted himself a single soft but heartfelt curse before he worked the magic that would turn him into a ballast stone, and toppled into the filthy water of the bilges. Glaristyr Roglin was in no mood for delay. His burden had fainted as he'd carried her along dark and secret tunnels from the portal. The palace room they were in now was off-limits to all but war wizards, who were lazy robes all, which meant that instead of a lantern that had to be lit, there'd be a hooded glowstone right about here. In the revealed radiance, the High Knight selected a row of steel vials from one of the crammed shelves and started biting off their corks. Why they couldn't make these so they were easy to open one-handed, he'd never know. He forced 3 of them down Numea's lovely throat before her eyes fluttered open and her flank ceased to feel like some butcher of a nobleman with a sharp sword had slit it open.
Thank you, sir, she murmured, staring at him. You're Rolligan, a High Knight of Cormyr, I believe. I owe you my life. Why, what did you intend for me now?
Rolligan shook his head. Quick-tongued, these Sembian nobles, even while weary and weak with half their lifeblood spilled. Bed rest in one of the state guest chambers yonder, he told her. A meal, if you're up to it. And I'm certainly going to feast, even if you want nothing, and we'll talk in the morning. Cormyr has a certain shortage of nobles the realm can trust right now.
And one cast-aside high-skirts woman from Sembia can make a difference?
Lady, one person can always make a difference, and their name need not be a Zoan Obarskir, Vangerdehast, or even Glaristir Roglin, for that matter. What's Cormyr, or any fair realm, but a lot of lone persons who believe in the same thing?
This is the dream you believe in? Numea murmured, as Rolligan picked her off her feet and carried her into the next chamber.
Lady fair, Rolligan told her as he laid Numea gently on a bed and started to arrange pillows behind her head. 'Tis what gets me up in the morning. Bezrar made a choking sound and lurched toward the rail. The Witch of the Dragon Waves was starting to roll and wallow already, with the harbor barely astern. 9 blazing hells, Cirth hissed, swallowing hard to keep his own gorge down. Are you going to do that all the way to Yaun? His fat business partner's reply was a whirl of impressive alacrity to grip Malachar Cirth's throat with fingers that were as hard as their arrival was sudden.
You shut up, for once, clever sneer,
Amin Tholant Bezrar snarled furiously.
Or by all the gods I'll...
He fell silent to gape up into the sky and shrank away from Cirth to cower. Cirth whirled around to see what had frightened his partner, knowing as he did so that it was an action he was going to regret. He was right. Out of the mists, something was gliding past, slow and low and menacing. Something larger than the Witch of the Dragon Waves, and far more graceful. A gigantic fang dragon with a rainbow-hued swath of scales on one flank. When it was quite gone, Bezrar and Cirth swallowed in white-faced unison there as they cowered on the deck of the creaking, wallowing merchant cog. We can't reach Sembia swift enough for me, Cirth whispered, though in truth, he cared not if the rolling ship beneath him was bound for Yaun or the Pirate Isles or Westgate, or any place else in all wide Faerun that wasn't controlled by red wizards. Yet.
Well,
Bezrar growled from beside him, at least we're well away from dark spells and all his schemes. That one made me shiver, I can tell you.